My steel suit 251. My steel suit 251. Yes, we can all help. Yes, underscore. Other several people were even nodded, and their expressions were firm. Chen Mo could feel that they were all sincere. Not at all. It seems that I did not save the wrong person. The corners of the mouth under the mask made a smile. Chen Mo gently nodded and said with satisfaction, "No, I have someone to answer. You just need to help me keep a secret." No problem. Don't worry. We won't say anything if we die. Underscore. Chen Mo gave everyone an account and took it from Suwon after the fishing rod. He turned around and planned to leave. Everyone looked at Chen Mo's back, with deep reluctance. This time of separation may never be seen again in the future. What happened on the island will be their secrets forever. Uncle Jiang Xin and Xu King reluctantly looked at Chen Mo's tall back, and chanted softly. Their eyes turned red, but they knew there was a reason why Mo was not with them. They didn't stop him when they were sensible, even if they were very reluctant, to separate from Chen Mo, the black man who had been secretly protecting and helping them. Wait. Just as everyone stood in front of the camp and watched Chen Mo leave, Suwon hesitated, looking at Chen Mo's fading back. After that, I finally summoned my courage and shouted out, "Can I walk with you?" Chen Mo figure stopped, turning his head slowly, looked towards Suwon. From her eyes, Chen Mo looked arrived, firm and praying. After the old man died, she didn't plan to stay in the original company anymore, and Chen Mo's strength and mysteriousness made her want to find out. Following him, she didn't know what it would be. Looks, will it be more exciting? I had always trusted her like an elder, took care of her, and guided her in life. She was regarded as a relative and dependent of old Dong, who was already not in. He has stayed with the old man since graduation. She doesn't know where she should go in the future. Will the new boss covet her beauty like the book says, want to get her body and engage in office unwritten rules? Thinking of this, Suwon is full of worries and fears about her future work. Being next to the chief executive of Old Dong, she has also met many big businessmen. Most of the secretaries around them have a special relationship with them. She really has nothing to do with other bosses besides the old man. Favor and trust, and do not hold any expectations. But the Chen Mo in front of him is different. He has been silently protecting and helping them without asking for anything in return, and personally rescued her from Wang Jianqiang, who wanted to use her strong. If he is the same as other bosses, he can use food as a threat to force them to dedicate themselves to him, or even directly use the force, but he has been selflessly helping them, and has always maintained distance, has never taken advantage of them. In Suwon's mind, Chen Mo is a true upright gentleman, a good person who can be trusted completely, and their most reliable support on this island. After the old man's death, the pillar that was missing in her heart was supported by Chen Mo, and it was more stable than before. At this time, Chen Mo was leaving. It seemed that the pillar that supported her soul was about to be taken away again. She couldn't help but shouted out Chen Mo and made up her mind to go with him. Chen Mo looked straight into her eyes, and a deep and powerful voice sounded in Suwon's ears. "You go back to China first. You will meet by chance." After finishing speaking, Chen Mo quickly turned and left the camp without waiting for them to say anything. Suwon watched Chen Mo's silhouette disappear into the woods blankly, and she muttered Chen Mo's words silently. "We meet by chance, meet by chance." Chen Mo is actually very optimistic about Suwon, although she is just the secretary, but judging from her performance during this period of time, she has really performed well. She is extremely loyal to the elderly, smart and capable, calm and responsible, and with a little training, she will surely be able to take on great responsibilities. Chen Mo wants to form his own forces in the future, and he needs such loyal and capable talents, but it is not the time yet. After Chen Mo left, everyone stood there for a long time before recovering from the loss and dissatisfaction of Chen Mo's departure. Thinking of Chen Mo's talk about the arrival of the rescue plane, I couldn't help being a little excited. Survived miraculously in the plane crash, and spent 2 difficult and bumpy months on this isolated desert island. Are you really going back now? We should first control one after another. Suwon was the first to recover from these complex emotions, thinking of Chen Mo's instructions before leaving, when she proposed Tao. That's right. Let's think about what we should say after being rescued. Nodded, which Captain Zhao Jiamin agrees, if we don't discuss it in advance, in case anyone is not careful. Speaking of leaks, it is easy to find problems, and then expose Chen Mo's existence. Generally speaking, according to the facts, it is fine, but there are a few points. Suwon carefully sorted out the experience of this period in her mind, and after thinking about it for a while, this said again with a serious face. First, except for the 6 of us who survived the plane, only the big brother and old Dong who died from serious injuries were the only ones who survived the plane. On the entire plane, only us 8 people survived, no other people, no foreigners, and no bodyguards. Suwon emphasized the tone here. The others hearing this even nodded. The 3 foreigners and the bodyguard Wang Jianqiang are all Chen. It is better for Mo to kill them personally in order to save them, or let them death in the plane. Second, we can survive by unity, collecting shells, and going to the sea to catch fish. It was difficult at first and often hungry, but then gradually mastered the skills. And then gradually we can survive. Third, we spent a long time together to build the wood house. Fourth, here, Chen Mo listened to the serious discussion and perfected the survival experience on the island, nodded with a smile. Suwon and Captain Zhao Jianmin were there, but he was not worried. Both of them are calm and reliable, and they will definitely solve the problem. An hour later, everyone had already discussed the best plan and remembered it well. In fact, things are not difficult. Most of them are, speak frankly, as long as the 3 foreigners, Wang Jianqiang and Chen Mo, are eliminated, it's fine. If you change some places a little bit, there will be no problem. After 2 months of living on the island, the survivability of the 6 people in the wild is already very strong, and even if asked, there will be no weak spot. Furthermore, these are just in case, and there should be no people interrogating them like criminals. It is estimated that the biggest possibility is to let them talk about it. Even if you don't remember it, it doesn't matter. After all, after experiencing a plane crash and living on this isolated desert island for so long, it is normal to have some mental problems. My Steel Suit 252. My Steel Suit 252. So, Chen Mo is not worried about exposure. Take 10,000 steps, even if someone accidentally tells him his existence, and the other party really believes it. They will only be like them and treat him as a coincidence in the vicinity. The mysterious person who was in a shipwreck on the boat will never contact him. Chen Mo. The 6 people who finished the confession came to the beach, looking forward to the arrival of the rescue helicopter from Chen Mo. As everyone was looking forward to it with anxious mood, not long after, a conspicuous bright orange silhouette appeared on the distant sky. As it approached, everyone heard the iconic sound of the helicopter gradually sounded. Weng weng weng. The 6 survivors were so excited that they looked forward to the long-awaited rescue, and finally came. The rescue helicopter apparently discovered this island here long ago, moved towards them straight and flew over, and as the distance continued to pull in, they were very soon. I found the huge passenger plane wreck near the edge of the island. I found the island in the northeast. Now go and search. Look there. It's the plane. We found it. Call the headquarters. The wreckage of a passenger plane was found on the island. It has been completely burnt down. Not yet. Wait. Look at the beach. Someone is alive. Call the headquarters. Call the headquarters. Find the survivor. Repeat. Find the survivor. Everyone in the command headquarters who received the report from the helicopter was shocked. Stayed. Someone survived the air crash and survived on the isolated island for more than 2 months. This is nothing short of a miracle. The rescue helicopter landed slowly on the beach, and the plane quickly rushed down 2 rescuers. Against the strong wind generated by the propeller, the 6 excited survivors moved towards the beach. Ran over. Chen Mo hid in the woods, watching the 6 people being picked up one by one with tears in their eyes. Before boarding the plane, Everyone could not help but glance back at the woods behind him. The rescuers only thought they were looking at this island that had lived for more than 2 months, but they didn't know that they were thinking of Chen Mo. They have been trapped on an isolated island for more than 2 months and finally are going home, but Chen Mo is still on the island. I don't know if I can see him again in this life. This powerful and mysterious, save the life-saving benefactor of all of them. Everyone boarded the plane with a complicated mood, and the helicopter slowly lifted off, turning and flying towards the rescue ship. The survivors looked through the portholes of the helicopter and looked at the islands that were gradually going away below. These 2 months of experience came to mind. Aircraft crashes, escaping from the cabin, airplane explosions, survival on deserted islands, searching for food, digging shellfish, catching crabs, spearfishing. The blackening of 3 foreigners and Wang Jianqian, middle-aged person and the elderly. He died. Chen Mo's secret help. He appeared to kill in times of crisis, and finally he had the calm light that Chen Mo relied on. The helplessness of the trapped island, the hungry of food, the hesitation of precariousness, the hardship of searching for food, the cold nights that are hard to sleep under the sea breeze, the warm moments of cuddling each other before the bonfire, the fear and despair of falling into the clutches of the demon, the gratitude of being rescued by Chen Mo, and falling into a desperate situation. The heart is ashamed. The stability and hope after Chen Mo appeared on this island. They saw the darkness and brilliance of human nature, and also realized a brand new self. Here, they gained rebirth. At this time, watching the unnamed island that carried the most unforgettable experience of their lives on the plane drifting away, they all felt inexplicable. Especially, there is Chen Mo who is left alone on the island, with infinite gratitude and perseverance. Everyone's heart unanimously meditated. Goodbye. As he watched the helicopter carrying everyone away, Chen Mo retracted his sight. Goodbye. Farewell to everyone. Chen Mo's deserted island life is finally over. His past identity will also come to an end as the wreckage of the plane and survivors are found. The corpses in the cabin have long been unrecognizable after the explosion and flame burning, and many victims were thrown out of the cabin during the crash and fell into the sea. Even the corpses could not be found. The situation of the victims cannot be counted at all. Now only these 6 people have survived, and the others on the plane can basically be declared dead. The former Chen Mo will die here, but with a completely different body and temperament. Even the appearance of Chen Mo will start a new life with a new identity. Chen Mo thoughts move, put away the Edmund alloy armor on the surface of the nano-combat uniform, and then took out the steel battle clothes from the space. The steel battle clothes glowing with pitch black appeared in front of Chen Mo in an instant, wrapping Chen Mo's front body, and immediately, the unfolded armor quickly closed, and Chen Mo completely changed in the blink of an eye. Wrapped in the battle clothes, the chest and eyes also lit up with white light. Jarvis, turn on the navigation, let's go to Los Angeles. Okay, sir. A clear map follows Jarvis at the end of the speech. He immediately appeared on the holographic screen in front of Chen Mo, with a line connecting from a place in the Pacific Ocean to the west coast of a continent in the east. An arrow at the starting point represents Chen Mo's current position and direction. Chen Mo did not take off directly. Just after the rescue helicopter left, the rescue ship was probably not far away. Chen Mo just took off and flew directly into the air wearing steel battle clothes, and it is likely to be caught by the rescue ship's radar. Found that it caused unnecessary trouble. So Chen Mo took out the modified stealth device from the space and fixed it directly to his back, as if he was carrying a huge streamlined backpack. Astronauts in suits for spacewalks are somewhat similar, of course. They are much more sci-fi and handsome. As Chen Mo activated his stealth device, Chen Mo completely disappeared, and his silhouette could not be found by naked eye, radar, or infrared detectors. Everything is ready. Chen Mo immediately activated the thruster, lifted into the air, found the direction in midair, moved towards the direction marked on the map and flew at full speed. The map on the screen was automatically zoomed out under Jarvis adjustment and moved to the upper right corner of the screen. A semi-transparent three-dimensional arrow appeared on the screen, indicating the exact direction for Chen Mo. You just need to fly in the direction pointed by the arrow. You don't need to check the map frequently, adjust the direction, and the flight becomes very easy. Chen Mo can even let Jarvis control the direction directly, and he has no problem sleeping in battle clothes. However, since the battle clothes were manufactured, Chen Mo, who flew only once near the top secret base of Hydra, would not choose autopilot. Just take this opportunity to enjoy the invigorating feeling of high-speed flying. My Steel Suit 253. My Steel Suit 253. However, Chen Mo was not idle during the flight. Order Jarvis to invade the population archives system of the US government and carefully design a new identity for himself. With the American Captain World's experience in creating fake identities, this new identity, Chen Mo, can be easily fabricated, and with the help of advanced artificial intelligence Jarvis, which leads the current world several decades in technology, there is no need to worry about being caught. Check out any weak spots. However, to be on the safe side, Chen Mo changed his name to Chen Mo, whose English name is Blake Chen, but he matched the nickname given to him by two little girls. Shortly after Chen Mo left the deserted island, a military speedboat full of soldiers broke through the waves. After landing on the island, he quickly took pictures, videos and searched the entire island and the wreckage of the aircraft. Since the wreckage of the plane is on this island, if there are other survivors, they must still be on this island. Although the 6 survivors who were rescued said that they were not at all other survivors, but according to the procedures, the Search and Rescue Command sent a search team to conduct a detailed search of the island. The result was natural as nothing, but the sturdy wood house, burning bonfire, and wooden lance neatly leaning against the big tree in the survivors' camp still amazed the soldiers of the search team, but they were all admired. These 6 survivors were able to survive completely on their own without any tools or materials after being trapped on the deserted island. They survived on the deserted island for more than 2 months and survived until the arrival of the rescue team is simply a miracle. The strong desire to survive, their strong will and the ability to survive and the wild all have to be shocked and deeply admired. The 5 seemingly delicate girls, it seems that you can't underestimate them. The potential that people explode in a desperate situation is really amazing. The original maximum speed of the steel battle clothes can reach Mach 6. Each hour is more than 7,000 kilometers. After the stealth device is loaded, although the speed drops a lot, after an hour, he arrived at his destination, landing on a remote coast west of Los Angeles, the largest city in California. Put away the steel battle clothes and put on a set of ordinary casual jackets. Chen Mo took out a Harley Street 750 motorcycle from the space, stepped onto the car, and directly blasted the throttle to the maximum. Amidst the rumbling sound of the motor, they leave. The top speed of this daily scooter is only more than 170 kilometers. Chen Mo directly drove the speed to the maximum, and it didn't take long to leave the remote coast and enter the city. Recovering the motorcycle into space in a hidden alley, Chen Mo turned around and walked straight towards a hotel not far away. I opened the best presidential suite. The first thing Chen Mo returned to house was a comfortable hot bath. On the island, there is no condition for him to take a good bath. After taking a bath in the sea, he has to rinse it again with mineral water. Otherwise a layer of salt will be left on the surface of the body after the seawater evaporates, which is very uncomfortable. Now that I return to the modern city, I can finally relax. Although the inflatable bed in the tent is much better than the simple beds of other survivors, it is still incomparable with the luxurious large beds in the presidential suites of high-end hotels. It was okay before, but I got used to living in Tony_Stark's luxurious villa, and suddenly I went back to live on the desert island for a few days, and I was a little uncomfortable. It really complied with that sentence. It is easy to change from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to change from luxury to frugality. However, Chen Mo doesn't need to wrong himself in terms of living conditions. Only when the real world is cultivated can he meet the challenges of the next world in a better state. Moreover, Chen Mo itself is not a cultivator of painstaking cultivation, so he can live more comfortably. So why would he abuse himself? When Chen Mo took a hot bath and lay down on the soft and comfortable luxury bed to rest, in China, news of the crashed plane was quickly spread, and he has been watching the progress of the search and rescue operation. The public was surprised to learn that 6 survivors miraculously survived on the crashed plane, and staged a wonderful drama of 60 days of survival on a deserted island. The major news that night focused on this event. Dear viewers, since the plane crash, the search and rescue operations for the crashed plane have been affecting the hearts of the people across the country for more than 2 months. Relevant state agencies are dispatched. A large number of aircraft, ships, and sea territory where the aircraft may crash have been searched on a large scale, but nothing has been gained, and the wreckage of the crashed aircraft has never been found. As time goes by, above the vast sea, the survivors' chances of surviving are getting lower and lower. And today, a search and rescue helicopter finally found the wreckage of the crashed plane on a desert island. To my surprise, there are still 6 survivors miraculously survived on the island. They collected shellfish, caught crabs, and made wooden spears to fish in the sea. Solved the food problem, used the flames of the burning aircraft wreck to ignite a bonfire, and used trees to build a shelter. The 6 people united as one. Through hard work and unremitting perseverance, they successfully passed this most difficult period. Survived on the island. Chen Mo looked at relevant domestic reports through the holographic projection screen of the watch for a while, then smiled and turned off the interface, began to look up auction house. To complete his development in the real world, first step is to have enough startup funds. Chen Mo, who holds Hydra, will naturally not be short of money, but the money of the other world is of course impossible to use in the real world. He needs to bring back the jewelry and precious antiques from the Underworld world and Iron Man world change into funds. Naturally, what he brings will not be ordinary goods. Each piece is priceless. The best way to deal with it is of course through auction house. Soon Chen Mo chose the auction house with the largest scale and the best reputation. After a short break, he went there in person and completed the commissioned auction procedures. Just wait for the money. However, the auction did not start right away. The quality and quantity of the things Chen Mo brought out were not trivial. Naturally, auction house would not just auction it hastily. Instead, it had to promote it first. Attract as many buyers as possible who are interested in this lot. If there are more people interested in the same lot, there will naturally be more fierce competition, so that higher prices can be sold. But Chen Mo doesn't have too much time to waste. Besides, these things are not a treasure in his eyes. It may be a bit exaggerated to say how much you want, but you can easily take out a large amount. The selling highs and lows simply don't matter, so Chen Mo forcefully changed the 1 month they originally planned to 3 days. My steel suit 254. My steel suit 254. If you really follow the requirements of auction house, a month later, Chen Mo's next world will have returned, and the period between the 2 worlds will be completely wasted. So of course Chen Mo was impossible to agree to waste a precious month for an inconsequential amount of money. Chen Mo might as well take out steel battle clothes and grab the bank. Auction house can't do anything about it. No matter how they persuade Chen Mo will not eat hard or soft. You must know that the jewelry antiques Chen Mo brought out are very valuable. If there is no good publicity, the auction price will be affected. Impact. The money spent on business trips has to be calculated in billions. If you are an average person, let alone a month, half a year and a year may be too short to prepare, but Chen Mo seems to be selling Chinese cabbage, not bad at all. Hurry up to sell out, close the stall and go home. Under the strong threat of Chen Mo, who did not agree to change the house, auction house finally had to reluctantly agree and started the auction 3 days later. Chen Mo, regardless of their painful expressions, They returned to the hotel directly after booking the auction. The people who left auction house hurriedly started the publicity work, striving to be able to do so within these 3 days, bring in enough customers to minimize losses. The auction is set. Chen Mo only needs to wait for the auction to collect the money in 3 days. However, the past few days he has not been idle. Instead, he has started to search for suitable properties and properties through Jarvis, the company. According to his plan, he will stay here for a long period of time in the future. Naturally, it is impossible to live in a hotel all the time. He still needs to have his own property, and the company is the first to build his own power. Step: always have some own industry. Cannot make money by selling antique jewelry. With Jarvis, many things are easy to do. As long as Chen Mo tells his requirements, Jarvis will be able to find all eligible objects for him, and give him corresponding analysis and recommendations. The advantages and disadvantages are obvious at a glance, but Chen Mo saves a lot of effort. With Jarvis, Chen Mo doesn't even need to check it on the spot. Through satellite, surveillance and various image data and information found on the internet, Chen Mo can clearly and comprehensively understand the reality of each object. The situation is even clearer than if I went to the scene in person. After all, many things can be known without seeing it. Soon, Chen Mo chose a very favorite property and a suitable company, and only waited for the auction money to arrive. He could buy it directly. 3 days later, the auction started. Auction house has made great efforts. Basically all the well-known wealthy people have been notified, especially those who are interested in jewelry and antiques, which are in decline, and Chen Mo's batch is rarely seen. The top jewelry and antiques of China have indeed aroused the interest of many people. Even if they are far away or cannot get away with something, many of them have sent their men. In the end, the scale of the temporary auction held was no less than that of the spring and autumn auctions of previous years. The atmosphere was quite lively. As the owner of all the auctions in this auction, Chen Mo did not personally at all go to the scene. The jewelry and antiques that Chen Mo put up for auction are rarely seen to others. They are priceless treasures, but in Chen Mo's eyes, they are just objects that are used in exchange for funds. That's all. I don't care much. Just wait for the money to be obtained after the auction, so that I can implement my plan. The auction went very smoothly. The rarely seen medieval jewels, antiques, rare gems, and colored diamonds that Chen Mo took out made the rich people present burst out with great enthusiasm and competed for prices. The atmosphere of the entire auction site has been very hot. The price of each auction item has soared. The lowest sold price exceeded $10 million. The highest set of gorgeous medieval imperial family jewelry in the competition between European and Arab members of the imperial family. The auction price was $95 million. Actually, this is also normal. With Chen Mo's position in the two worlds, which of the treasures he can take into the space is not a rarely seen treasure, or if you don't want to be too public, even if it's Mona Lisa's smile, The Last Supper and other top national treasures, Chen Mo can also easily get them. It's just that one of these things is too conspicuous and will attract too much attention, and the other, except for those stolen, lost, whereabouts unknown, and many of them are kept in major museums. If Chen Mo, another one will only be regarded as a fake. However, in Chen Mo's space, there are still a few paintings that he likes, such as Sunflower and Starry Sky, which he plans to hang in the house to enjoy. After the auction was over, the money soon hit Chen Mo's card. He took out these jewels and antiques that he didn't look good at. In total, he gave him back almost $2.3 billion. Although it is incomparable with the huge wealth he has in the movie world, it also provides him with sufficient financial support for his first step development in the real world. As soon as the money arrived, Chen Mo immediately asked Jarvis to buy the property and company that he had been optimistic about. You don't even need Chen Mo to come forward. Jarvis contacted the relevant personnel directly. Chen Mo only needs to sign the contract documents. He doesn't need to worry about other procedures and so on. He is naturally professional. The staff is responsible for the whole process. Checking out and leaving the hotel, Chen Mo walked to the hidden alley last time and took out the Harley Street 750 motorcycle from the space. Bang! 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 With a burst of low and powerful engine rumbling sound, a handsome black motorcycle rushed out of a small alley by the side of the road. Squeak! After rushing out of the alley, the front wheel of the motorcycle slid to the right, the rear wheel continued to rush forward, and the whole body came quickly after a 90-degree rotation. The front of the car turned to the right. After completing the steering quickly, the motorcycle roared again. The powerful horsepower was fully released, the speed soared, and it galloped along the road, flexibly overtaking the speeding cars, and quickly disappeared in the distant traffic. Chen Mo drove a motorcycle all the way, quickly out of the city, and continued to speed north along the coastal highway number 1. Chen Mo is going to the new home he just bought and already belongs to him. Out of Los Angeles City, the scenery on both sides of the road gradually changed. The high-rise buildings were all disappeared. As Chen Mo went further and further, even the population became gradually scarce, except the car that was overtaken by Chen Mo once in a while, no longer saw any silhouette. Only the long road extending far away along the coastline is left, along with the waves, sandy beaches and dense forests on both sides of the road. My Steel Suit 255. My Steel Suit 255. One after another tall palm trees appeared on both sides of the road from time to time, and he was quickly thrown behind him. On his left, there was an endless sea, clinging to the road. There are layers of waves and golden beaches. From time to time, there will be a few seabirds flying in the air. The sunset that has been slanting west is hanging above the sea level in the sky, and has been standing still on Chen Mo's left, seeming to be racing forward with Chen Mo, keeping pace with him. The scenery on the other side is more changeable. Sometimes it is a rolling green mountain range with lush vegetation, or sheer cliffs and precipitous rock faces excavated through the mountains, and sometimes there are vast grasslands and the low hills, extending to the distance. The large soft grass brings the soft greenness to the eyes. The highway also undulates with the terrain, sometimes close to the sea surface, and can almost touch the splashing waves, and sometimes it jumps up with the mountain, separating a cliff from the sea surface, and there will passing by several bridges across the canyon from time to time. The ever-changing beautiful scenery makes Chen Mo pleasing to the eye. At the same time, he can't help but look forward to his new home. Along the way, Chen Mo drove the motorcycle to its maximum speed, and the scenery on both sides passed him quickly. After dozens of minutes, Chen Mo found that the terrain in front of him had changed. The land stretched towards the sea for several kilometers. At the end, there was a continuous mountain range extending into the sea. The sea that had been close to the road was finally blocked by the land that stretched into the sea. The coastline turned a bend here, away from the road, and stretched towards northwest, and Chen Mo looked forward along the straight road. With his keen eyes, he could clearly see that this piece of land extending into the sea seemed to have been taken back several kilometers away. The distant coastline reappeared in Chen Mo's eyes, clinging to the road as before and stretching out into the distance. This was originally a small peninsula extending into the sea. It was surrounded by the sea on three sides. The place connected to the mainland was cut off by Highway 1, while the place in front of the road was along one. A dense tree wall made up of tall trees completely blocked the scene inside. This tree wall is not only distributed along the side of the road, but after getting close to the sea, it turned inward and extended a long section along the coastline into the peninsula, but it closed the outside view. It blocked most of it, and also blocked the sound of vehicles on Highway 1. Although the original road was slightly tortuous, the straight road also bifurcated here. A slightly narrower but newer black asphalt road was never far away. Passing through a gap in the tree wall, it stretches along the coast and connects with Highway 1. However, this new asphalt road is not a public road, because just off the next highway several dozen meters, in front of the tree wall, there is a beautiful black iron gate blocking it. In the middle of the road, and on both sides, there are two strong wooden fences. One side is attached to the tree wall and extends along the number 1 highway to the distance. The other side does not extend along the tree wall into the peninsula, but straight in. Cut off the coast here. Obviously, This is a private domain. Chen Mo saw the terrain clearly, did not continue to drive forward, but directly turned the front of the car. The car quickly turned around, and drove down the asphalt road on the left. From the several dozen after-meters, he stopped firmly in front of the iron gate. A big lock is on black cyan door, blocking the road. Chen Mo parked the car, turned over and got off the motorcycle, and came to the gate in a few steps. Glanced at the big lock hanging on the door. Chen Mo stretched out his right hand and a silver key appeared in his hand. Then, Chen Mo took the key and inserted the keyhole among. Click. Chen Mo twisted the key slightly, and then bounced. Pushing open the two iron doors forcefully, Chen Mo stepped on the motorcycle again and followed the open door to enter. Passing through the gate and the city gate composed of tall trees with lush foliage, Chen Mo walked into the peninsula along the asphalt road. The scene blocked by the tree wall before is also fully displayed in front of Chen Mo. The first thing that catches your eye is a large flat and broad grassland in front, extending westward to the sea. At the foot of the adjoining mountain range, there may be several gently undulating hills in the middle, all covered by green grass, and small patches of trees and tall trees are scattered among them. The asphalt road at the foot of Chen Mo also extended along the coastline of the peninsula to the foot of the mountain in the distance, and finally disappeared in the forest. This is Chen Mo's destination and his new home. The property Chen Mo fancied is not just a simple house, but a vast pasture close to the west coast, or a manor is more suitable because it is not just a piece of the ranch is so simple. This manor is located in Santa Barbara, northwest of Los Angeles. It is more than 130 kilometers away from downtown Quirus. It has a vast area and occupies a whole peninsula that extends into the sea with a total area of 4,400 many acres, about 18 square kilometers. The most important reason why Chen Mo finally selected it among many estates and real estates is because of its perfect terrain environment. Different from ordinary manors and farms, there is usually only one type of terrain. There are not only vast pastures, but also forests, mountains and a small clear lake. Moreover, it is located on the coast. This land, surrounded by the sea on three sides, has a large stretch of beautiful golden beaches. The entire peninsula is roughly trapezoidal. One side is close to Highway 1, and the length is about 5 kilometers. The other three sides are surrounded by the sea. As the land gradually extends into the sea, the width gradually decreases. The last mountain range that extends into the sea is only more than 2 kilometers, and the total length of the coastline is about 13 kilometers. Chen Mo drove a motorcycle along the asphalt road. The tree wall on the left side of the road quickly disappeared, and the golden beach on the shore appeared in Chen Mo's sight. The journey of several kilometers was fleeting under the full speed of Harley Street 750. Chen Mo quickly approached a place not far from the mountain range, but this asphalt road is not at all straight to the mountains on the coast. At the foot, but at a place far away from the foot of the mountain, it turned obliquely to the right. As the foot of the mountain was approaching, it also extended into the peninsula. For nearly 1 kilometer, this asphalt road finally reached the foot of the mountain, turned up a gentle slope, and slanted up the mountain along the mountain. My Steel Suit 256. My Steel Suit 256. Chen Mo turned up the mountain on a motorcycle and sprinted down this winding boulevard. There are tall trees on both sides of the road that are at least several decades old. The autumn wind is gradually rising, and the road is already covered with some early fallen leaves. The Harley Street 750 roars and sprints past, and the body is brought. The strong wind rolled up the fallen leaves on the ground, flying in the air. Riding a car on the mountain road, except for the mountains, there are trees. In the forest, the shade and freshness of nature comes from all around, and Chen Mo feels comfortable. After several twists and turns on this winding road, Chen Mo finally walked out of the woods and came to the top of the mountain. Without the occlusion of tall trees, Chen Mo's vision has also become wider. There is a flat clearing on the top of the mountain. Most of the surrounding trees are outside several dozen meters, and on the top of this mountain, to the north of the open space, there stands a tall retro rock castle. This seemingly historic, stable and heavy castle-style villa covers an area of nearly 2,000 square meters, with 3 floors above ground and 1 basement. The wall surface is made of yellow stones. The roof is covered with black tiles, which is even more magnificent in the setting sun. This residence, built by the former owner imitating a European castle, is also one of the reasons that attracted Chen Mo to buy here. Although Tony Stark's modern villa is good, Chen Mo still prefers the legend of the Night World. Blackstone City Fort. Although this old castle is completely incomparable to Blackstone City Fort, it is already very rare. If you really want to find an old castle like Blackstone City Fort, I'm afraid you can only go to Europe, and the decoration inside this castle also incorporates modern elements, but it is more comfortable to live in. Continue to drive forward from Chen Mo's current position. There is a small square paved with flat stone slabs in front of the castle gate. However, Chen Mo did not go forward but turned right along the asphalt road to the east of the castle. The place where it is connected to the road is a tall black steel gate, as thick and solid as the city gate of an ancient castle. Chen Mo stopped in front of the steel gate. This time he did not get out of the car, but took out a small remote control from the space and pressed it, and the heavy iron gate slowly rose up, exposing the wide space inside. It turns out that this is the garage of this castle villa, and the thick iron door like the city gate is the garage door. When the gate opened to a height of about 2 meters, Chen Mo started the motorcycle and drove in. Behind him, the gate slowly lowered again, and finally closed completely. After entering the castle, Chen Mo parked the Harley Street 750 motorcycle under his crotch to one side, followed a door on the side to leave the garage and entered the castle. The interior decoration of the castle is completely retro style. Wide hall, smooth marble floor, luxurious wool carpet, heavy and exquisite solid wood furniture, golden jade in glorious splendor wall decoration and murals, and there are gorgeous crystal chandeliers on the ceiling, making the inside of the castle look very splendorous and majestic. But Chen Mo frowned slightly when he saw all this. Some of the decorations here are too glamorous, but they lose some of the breath of life, and it is just a glitz, without the slightest the foundation and connotation can be said. It can be seen that the former owner of the castle just likes it. Not at all. I don't know too much about it. Besides, the castle is well built, the decoration inside does not satisfy Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo is already very clear about these. He doesn't expect every place to satisfy him. He can find such a good castle in the vicinity. The geographical location and terrain environment, Chen Mo is very satisfied with such superiority. As for the layout inside, he can completely adjust it according to his habits and preferences. Looking at the situation inside the castle roughly, Chen Mo didn't stay there any longer, but went straight down the wide staircase to the westernmost room on the top floor, which was also the original owner's bedroom. The area of this room is very large, it is hundreds of square meters. The west is facing the sea, and the magnificent sea view can be overlooked through the window. The setting sun is gradually sinking into the sea. The whole sky was reflected in red by the afterglow of the setting sun. But Chen Mo didn't watch this beautiful sunset much. When he was on the island, he didn't know how many times he watched the sunrise and sunset on the sea. When he first saw it, he still felt beautiful and magnificent. But now it's early. I'm used to it. So Chen Mo just glanced at random and looked down towards the mountain range below. This castle was originally built at the highest point of the mountain range. From here you can clearly see the whole picture of the mountain range. This small mountain range is located at the westernmost end of the peninsula. It stretches for nearly 3 kilometers from north to south. However, it is not completely connected to the coast from south to north, but in the shape of a crescent moon. Into the sea, 2 cliffs are formed, and the middle part is recessed to the east inland, forming an independent beach surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the sea on the west. The meniscus-shaped mountain range extending into the sea at both ends just isolates and protects this beach on the west side, that is, blocking the surrounding wind and blocking the outside view, unless from the sea. Otherwise, other places will not be seen at all, and we will never know that there is such a peaceful and beautiful beach hidden in this mountain range. This crescent-shaped mountain range is low in the north and south, and high in the middle. The mountain is not too steep. The ancient city fort where Chenmo is located in the middle, on the top of the highest mountain. Chenmo is standing in front of the westernmost window of the castle. You can clearly see the mountain range crescent-like on both sides into the sea. Just below him, there is a quiet valley surrounded by the mountain range. A large area of flat green grass, many tall trees growing, and a thick bush is randomly distributed, and beside the calm and beautiful beach, there are many tall palm trees, casting a piece on the beach. The slices are cool. This is a nice private beach, safe, quiet and undisturbed. Seeing this secret valley and the information provided by Jarvis before, Chenmo feels much more beautiful than the screen. Moreover, the overall terrain and location here are also very beneficial to his future development. He has many secrets in his body. In this very secret place far away from the city and people, there is no need to worry about being discovered. His many secrets, and there is also enough space to do what he wants to do. With satisfaction, Chenmo took a look at the large windows in front of him. Although this castle is imitating the European Hu castle, the outer wall is also made of rock, but in fact the main structure is entirely the use of modern reinforced concrete construction. There are no real rock castles that many restrictions on the structure. The windows are also large, not as dark as Blackstone City Fort. Through the wide and bright windows of the castle all around, you can take the entire manor ranch into the entire scene. To the east, and to the west you can directly see the entire crescent-shaped mountain range, the golden beach and a magnificent view of the vast ocean in the distance. The north and south sides of the castle are surrounded by green mountains and forests, and in the distance are the long coastline and the vast sea and undulating mountain range hills on both sides. It can be regarded as a 360° dead-angle panoramic villa. Although the castle is located on the top of the mountain, it is also very convenient up and down. A flat asphalt road spans the entire mountain range, extending from the front of the mountain-top castle to the east and west sides, winding down, as far as the foot of the mountain, except for the one when Chenmo came up. There is another one leading to the secret valley just seen just to the west of the castle. Living in this beautiful castle on the top of the mountain, I go out early in the morning, facing the morning sun to the east, and running down the mountain to the vast grassland, returning in the evening, facing the gentle sunset from the sky. Up the mountain, the road at the end is the sea and sunset. Chenmo not at all stayed in this former master's bedroom, but out of the bedroom, walked through the long corridor, and came to the room on the east side of the castle. The layout of this room is different from the one on the west side, and the area is even wider. There are large and bright windows on both sides of the southeast, making the whole room more bright and transparent. In fact, this room is the real master room. The former castle lord people may prefer the sea view, so they chose the room near the sea to the west. For Chenmo, who has been on the island for more than 2 months, he has seen enough of the same magnificent seascape for a long time. He still prefers the feeling of overlooking the earth and being in charge of his life. Looking out from the east window, a vast and vibrant green assaults the senses. Hillsides, woods, grasslands, hills, and diamond-like crystal-clear lakes dotted at the foot of the mountain, reflecting on the lake's surface with the mountain color. It looks more and more beautiful and quiet. The vast and beautiful pasture spreads out in a fan shape from the foot of the mountain to the distance, extending to the dense tall tree wall several kilometers away, surrounded by the bay on both sides. The highway number 1 stretching along the coastline at the north and south ends clearly appeared in front of Chenmo. The cars passing by occasionally, with Chenmo's superhuman eyesight, you can clearly see the windows. The situation. From time to time, people will turn their heads and look curiously at this peninsula that blocks the coastline, and the tall complex ancient city fort on the mountain range in the distance, but no one knows. While they were looking at the castle, the people in the castle were also watching them at the window. Chenmo retracted his gaze from the traveler on the road, lifts the head, looked straight ahead, and cast his gaze into the distance. Further away, the rolling mountain range and hills stretched out to the north and south, until the end of the line of sight, it merged with the road and the coastline. The land full of vitality and change, more than the same. The sea made Chen Mo feel more comfortable. A feeling of controlling the world could not help but rise from his heart, as if he had returned to the legend of the night world, standing in front of the window of Blackstone City Fort, overlooking the vast territory under his rule. Only now, the location has changed from Europe to America, but can Chen Mo be able to bring this vast continent under his own rule as he did when he ruled Europe? Looking at the land in front of him, Chen Mo couldn't help showing a smile at the corner of his mouth. This is just the beginning. This ranch manor with mountains, water, forests and seas, covering a vast area and beautiful scenery, was bought by Chen Mo for $52 million, and Chen Mo became the new one here. The host finally moved out of the hotel and lived in the castle on the top of the mountain. The housing problem has been resolved, and the company's acquisition has been completed. After some research and comparison, Chen Mo finally chose a small car manufacturing company on the verge of bankruptcy in Los Angeles. According to the analysis of the performance and various data information of the cars produced by this company, Jarvis infers that their technical strength and production capacity are not bad, and they have a big business, strong technical force. GM, Ford, etc. Large automobile manufacturing groups are incomparable, but they are not useless. The company's subordinate departments are very complete, and the working capabilities of each department are also good. The reason why it is on the verge of bankruptcy is mainly because the competition in the auto market is too fierce. Their small companies and small brands are at an absolute disadvantage compared with several established automobile companies in terms of brand appeal, customer recognition, market share, capital, technology, and productivity. Originally, it is difficult to survive in the cracks of major brands, occupying a small living space, and it is very difficult to stand out from many car brands and develop and grow. The company's original boss, unwilling to be non-mainstream all the time, decided to put it together and develop a brand new flagship car. Unfortunately, due to product positioning problems, insufficient technical reserves, and the early goals were set too high, which led to a serious shortage of funds in the later stages. In the end, the development of new models failed, the company's liquidity was also in trouble, and the production and sales of several original ordinary cars were also affected. In the squeeze of the two major hegemon automobile groups in the United States and many well-known foreign automobile brands, the company has completely fallen into a desperate situation. Product sales continue to be sluggish, and eventually it will not make ends meet, and it is on the verge of bankruptcy. I tried all the methods, but there was no improvement. The original boss had no choice but to sell it to reduce his loss. Chen Mo's acquisition of this company naturally does not value their technical strength. As far as technology is concerned, even the world's top auto groups such as Ford, General Motors, and Volkswagen cannot compare with Chen Mo. The level of technology he has in his hands is 20-30 years older than it is now, and it can be completely crushed technically. The reason why Chen Mo wants to acquire the company is just to save the time of setting up the company from scratch. A mature company is already complete in all aspects, including departmental structure, human resources, various production equipment, and skilled production personnel can be directly put into use with only minor adjustments. Chen Mo doesn't have to start from scratch and build it all by himself. After all, this is just a company, not an intelligence agency. My Steel Suit 257. My Steel Suit 257. The purpose of Chen Mo's acquisition of this company is only to carry out his first step development in the real world, not to form an intelligence organization, so not at all such strict requirements. Chen Mo only needs to pay attention to technical secrecy to prevent technical leakage. In this regard, Chen-Mo naturally has plans. This small car company acquired by Chen-Mo has only over 120 employees. Most of the main auto parts including engines and gearboxes rely on major auto parts suppliers' procurement, and then assembled in our factory. The company produces more than 2,000 cars per year, focusing on the low-end market, with an average price of about $24,000. Excluding production costs and employee salaries, the annual profit is only a few million at most US dollars. When the sales situation is bad, it is easy to lose money. The company was originally struggling on whilst at death's door, but the hard work of the boss finally exhausted the vitality of the company. But these are not problems in Chen-Mo's eyes. What he needs is a company with vehicle design and production capabilities. As for whether all parts are produced by themselves, it is simply not important. Not to mention such a small company, even other well-known large automobile companies, many parts and components rely on parts and components suppliers for procurement. Be aware that there are a total of more than 10,000 independent parts and components in a car. It is also impossible for any car company to produce these large and varied parts completely by itself. The industry, technology, and equipment are too large and complicated, and it is impossible for one company to complete it. Automobile manufacturing is a very large industry, involving the casting, forging, processing and treatment of steel materials, plastic injection molding and surface treatment, tire manufacturing, paint spraying treatment, glass processing, interior fabric production, for the production and manufacture of various supporting special parts, valves, pumps, motors, meters, wires and other spare parts. All automobile manufacturers, no matter how big or small, must rely on these various auto parts suppliers. The differences in the strengths of various companies are mainly reflected in their mastery of core automotive technologies and their independent production capabilities for core components. The most important ones are the engine, gearbox and chassis. Major automobile companies have their own brands of independently developed engines, gearboxes and chassis, other transmission systems, steering systems, and brake systems. Most of the core parts are also produced independently. Although the small company acquired by Chen-Mo does not have the ability to produce core components completely independently, it also has good technology in the chassis and suspension system. The company produces vehicles. The chassis is not externally purchased, but the company's independent research and development and manufacturing, and the company's design department capabilities are quite good. The main models they currently produce are medium-sized and large pickups and SUVs, and they can be modified in various ways. According to the needs of customers, they can be transformed into RVs, trailers, tractors, engineering vehicles, etc. Special-purpose vehicles. With the excellent performance of the chassis and suspension system independently developed and manufactured by the company, coupled with the externally purchased Ford engine, the vehicle's cushioning, shock absorption, handling performance, power and off-road capabilities are all performing well, but it is just as good as the old brand compared with other pickup truck brands, Ford, Dodge, Chevrolet, etc. There is still a certain gap, and its own manufacturing cost is much higher in comparison, so it is not very competitive in the market. But the company has certain strengths in automobile design and the manufacturing, chassis and suspension system, and the design and production of some parts. As long as other technologies can keep up, plus sufficient with financial support, we are fully capable of producing excellent performance, not weaker than old brand company, and even more powerful cars. The last thing Chen-Mo lacks is technology and capital. Hydra has a solid technical reserve in automobiles. Not to mention now, it is the car that Chen-Mo used in the Captain World in the United States. The huge Hydra bulletproof off-road sports car has the technical content not inferior to today's top-level cars, and even today, major auto companies may not be able to manufacture them. As for funds, it's not a problem anymore. The previous auctions were only those with the lowest value among the many valuable items carried in the Chen-Mo space. If necessary, The remaining ones can be auctioned several times, and the price will only be higher. However, Chen Mo intends to not at all auction again in the short term. Although the $2 billion in his hand is not much, it is enough to meet Chen Mo's needs for a long period of time. In the future, under his construction and development, the company's own income will naturally be greatly improved, and he does not need to invest money in it blindly. Before deciding to acquire this company, Chen Mo asked Jarvis to conduct a comprehensive system analysis of every employee in the entire company, and everyone's personality, abilities and various aspects were clearly understood. The investigation and analysis came out. Most of them have good abilities. The reason why they were on the verge of bankruptcy before was also due to boss stubbornness, lack of funds, and the company's own R&D, design, production, technology, management, and sales channels. In terms of not at all, what is too big a problem, and many employees are actually very capable. The company's R&D department has successfully developed a variety of automobile chassis. The technical level is in the upper middle of the industry, and the research and development of other key core components such as engines and gearboxes are also underway. However, due to manpower and capital, the original boss even planned to close the research and development department that spent money but had no results except the chassis. If it were not for the final decision to develop new models and open the market in one fell swoop, the R&D department needs to improve the original chassis system and develop a new type of chassis with more powerful performance. The R&D department has long been closed. The company's design department has the ability to independently complete the design of new models. All the models currently produced by the company are independently designed by the design department and put into production, including vehicle modifications. The design department conducts program design according to customer requirements. The company's production department is also very good. Whether it is parts production and processing or vehicle assembly, most of the workers and technicians have good abilities and work attitudes, so the pickup trucks and SUVs they produced before, the quality is also good, which is also an important reason why they have not improved much before, but have not closed down. After Chen Mo takes over, these outstanding talents and employees will become an important boost for his development plan. My Steel Suit 258. My Steel Suit 258. Now that Chen Mo is the new boss, although he will still do his own way, he is much smarter and wiser than the original company boss, and he doesn't know how to look higher. In addition to the advanced technology that Chen Mo has mastered in the top production and processing equipment in the space, Chen Mo believes that the future will develop according to his expectations. After spending more than $40 million to buy this car manufacturing company that was on the verge of bankruptcy, Chen Mo started his actions. Spent one night in the castle, Chen Mo got on the Harley Street 750 motorcycle on the second day in the morning, and galloped out from the general garage door of the city gate on the east side of the castle, winding down along the road. The flat asphalt road rushed down the mountain and galloped between the pasture and the sea facing the morning sun, and soon out of the gate of the manor. Although there is nothing important in the castle, in order to prevent someone from inadvertently breaking in, Chen Mo stopped at the iron gate and locked the door with that big iron lock. He stepped on the motorcycle again, twisted the accelerator, and rushed on to Highway 1 with a whistling speed. On the outskirts of northwestern Los Angeles, at the gate of Taylor Motor Manufacturing Company, the general manager of the company and the chief in charge of various departments are standing nervously at the door of the company, waiting for the arrival of their new boss. This is located 1 kilometer east of the number 1 coastal highway. There is a separate road connected to the number 1 highway. Standing in front of the company, you can clearly see the traffic on the number 1 highway. There are already few cars on the road, and at this time, no cars pass by for a long time. The original boss, after losing all on one throw and failing a big bet, unhurriedly sold the company, took the money and went happily, but they had to face the new owner and the future of the company is unknown. The company's original situation was very difficult. It barely survived in the cracks of major companies. Now it is completely broken by the radical original boss. Bankruptcy and bankruptcy are in sight. Taking over this time, the new boss acquired by the company that has fallen into a desperate situation. Is it ignition is a bliss, or is there really something to rely on? The senior executives of these companies and the chief in charge of various departments know the company's situation best, and they know how bad the company is now. It was originally struggling on whilst at death's door, and this time it was hit hard. A small piece of the market that was originally occupied was also quickly lost, even if the new boss had enough funds to revitalize the company. But lost, it will be difficult for the market to recover. They themselves are not optimistic about the company's prospects. If they hadn't worked for the company for many years and still had feelings for the company, they would have already switched jobs to make a living, and now they are just doing their job, obedient. Of course, they still hope that a miracle can happen in their hearts to bring the company back to life, although they know that this possibility is minimal. A capable middle-aged man in his 40s led by the crowd raised his hand and looked at his watch. At 8:58, there are still 2 minutes before the agreed time, and then he looked up again and looked towards far away. There, Highway number 1 turned at the foot of a mountain and was blocked by the mountain, so the farthest road you can see is under the foot of the mountain. At this time, there is still no silhouette. The middle-aged person, that is, the company's general manager Michael, slowly put down his left hand wearing a watch. Although he did not speak, there was a hint of disappointment in the expression in his eyes. If he can't even do the most basic punctuality, he really can't believe their new boss can lead them and bring the company back to life. You must know that with the current situation of the company, it cannot be solved by injecting capital. Even if it can resume production, or even increase investment, expand production capacity, but if there are no limited measures for sales of cars, it is very likely that the decline will continue. The products will be unsaleable, and the income will not make ends meet, and no amount of investment will be a waste. Others obviously noticed Michael's actions, and they couldn't help but look at the time. There are less than 2 minutes, and it takes more than 30% from the foot of the mountain at the end of the road that they can see to the door of the company. Even if he appears now, it is absolutely impossible to arrive on time the door of the company. Although being a few minutes late is not a major event, the new boss was late on the first day of the company's inspection. They really couldn't expect much from the new boss that they had never met. The morale that had been slightly boosted by the acquisition fell again. Perhaps they shouldn't have too much expectations. The company's decline is now unstoppable, and the bankruptcy is a foregone conclusion. It's just a matter of time or later. Perhaps they should be ready to leave. The situation of the company is not good. Everyone is more sensitive. Just when their morale is frustrated because the new boss is about to be late, there is a black silhouette at the foot of the mountain at the end of the road. Suddenly turned out from behind the mountain and broke into everyone's sight. Everyone couldn't help but feel refreshed. But soon they all became depressed again, because the silhouette that just appeared, judging from the size, it seems that it is not the car they are waiting for the new boss, but a motorcycle. The people who just mentioned the little hope have become lost again. Although their company is small in scale and not well known, it is also a company with automobile production capacity, with annual sales of tens of millions of dollars. Although it is on the verge of bankruptcy, its market value is also good. Tens of millions. Who can spend so much money on acquiring a car manufacturing company that is on the verge of bankruptcy, and who will definitely continue to inject capital in the future, is also a billionaire, and the car is definitely not too shabby. As for motorcycles, they will not think. Depressed, they didn't have the mind to look carefully at the motorcycle that accidentally broke in, and once again looked at the end of the road, where the motorcycle appeared before. Just as they continued to stare into the distance with a complicated mood, waiting for the arrival of the new boss, the motorcycle that they had overlooked moved towards them, galloping at a very high speed. The motorcycle made a beautiful drift on the intersection connecting the company's door, this path, and quickly turned the direction, moved towards the company's top executives standing at the door, rushed over. Although everyone looked into the distance anxiously, waiting for the appearance of the new boss, Some people heard the engine rumbling sound that became louder and louder with the rapid approach of the motorcycle, and could not help turning their heads. Look towards the front. I saw a black shadow, who appeared on this path in front of the company at a very high speed, and rushed straight towards them. My steel suit 259. My steel suit 259. Although the shadows are moving too fast to see the specific situation, they can roughly tell that it is a black motorcycle. It seems that they were just on Highway 1. The car I saw on it. Seeing that this amazingly fast motorcycle is getting closer and closer to them, but there is no intention to brake at all. The few people who saw it couldn't help but complexion greatly changed, and they panicked instantly. Seeing this posture, it is very likely that a motorcycle will not stop the car and will move towards them. With the speed shown by this car at this time, once they really hit, they will definitely die. The few people who found the motorcycle couldn't help being stared wide-eyed and looked towards the motorcycle that they rushed in with horror. Squeak. A piercing sound of brakes will still be concentrate attention completely. Watching the other people in the distance all awakened, they could not help turning their heads and looked towards the direction of the sound. The black motorcycle that suddenly appeared just now, which made them happy for a moment, did not know when it had arrived in front of them, and stopped steadily. How long has it been now? He actually rushed over from that far. How fast this ride! I am afraid it has reached the extreme speed of a motorcycle. This rider must be a bad guy drag racing party of fate. If he didn't stop the car just now, wouldn't he just hit them directly? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but angrily look towards the rider on the motorcycle. From this look, everyone couldn't help but wonder. Although they didn't pay attention just now, at the speed they estimated, this rider should be a drag racing party who pursues extreme speed and is desperate. Then in their imagination, the rider should be a fully armed, a sturdy motorcycle rider wearing a motorcycle suit, racing gloves and helmet, maybe even tattooed. At this time, in front of them, straddling the motorcycle, was a young man with a handsome face and an elegant manner in a black suit. His demeanor is out of the ordinary, and his body faintly reveals a noble and majestic breath, like a gentleman and nobleman who has been in a high position for a long time. From the sturdy drag racing party to the elegant noble knight, what they saw in front of them formed a huge contrast with what they expected, making everyone stunned for a while, and even forgot investigate what was almost hit. Until Chen Mo got out of the car and walked in front of them, they came back to his senses. Looking at Chen Mo, who was tall and upright, everyone couldn't help but have a guess. Could it be? I'm not late, am I? Chen Mo's question confirmed their suspicions. The young man in front of him who was wearing a suit and riding a motorcycle, it turned out to be their new boss. Michael was also very surprised. Hearing Chen Mo's words, he couldn't help raising his wrist to look at the time. It was 8:05 and 19 points, which was 1 minute away. You are on time. When Michael said this, the disappointment in his heart completely disappeared. Although the new boss in front of him is not at all coming in a limousine as they thought, but riding a Harley motorcycle like a drag party, Michael is not at all the slightest contempt and disappointment. On the contrary, looking at Chen Mo who was out of the ordinary in front of him, he couldn't help but give birth to a glimmer of hope. The company may be saved. If Chen Mo is the same as other drag racing parties, frivolous and arrogant, Michael will only be more disappointed, and even completely give up. But Chen Mo is not late, and from him, Michael cannot feel any impetuousness, impulsive breath. In his feelings, Chen Mo is calm and majestic, confident but not ostentatious, and his eyes are sharp but extremely deep. It seems that there are infinite secrets, which makes people intimidate in awe. After introducing Chen Mo to the chief in charge of the company present, Michael wanted to take Chen Mo to visit the factory, but Chen Mo waved his hand and refused. Let's go to the conference hall, I have something to announce. Although everyone was puzzled, they led Chen Mo to the company's conference hall and took their seats. The eyes swept over the people who looked worried and looked forward. Chen Mo said slowly, "Everyone, the situation of the company should be clearer than I am. If no changes are made, even if I invest more money, it will still be difficult to recover the decline. Michael and the others hearing this eyes shined. It seems that their new boss is not really a Bliss. He still sees the company's situation very clearly, so he dared to buy the company. It can be seen that he has his own in his mind. Maybe the company can really come alive in his hands. Chen Mo saw all the people present. Kiki nodded, and continued. So, I decided, from today, the company will be renamed Aegis Motors, and all the original models will be discontinued. Everyone at first, I didn't feel surprised to hear that the company changed its name. It's normal for the new boss to change the company's name. However, after hearing that Chen Mo was going to discontinue all the original models, I couldn't help but feel a little puzzled and unacceptable. Although sales are declining now, it's not. Should I find a way to increase sales? Now that all models are discontinued, the company has completely cut off its source of income. Although they were puzzled, they did not interrupt Chen Mo. They wanted to know what Chen Mo would plan to do next, so that he completely abandoned all the original models as soon as he came up. Next, I will inject capital to restart the research and development of new models. This new car will be the first product of our Aegis Motors company and a stepping stone to completely open the market. What? This? The people below really can't sit still. They originally thought Chen Mo would have any good plans. I didn't expect the same plan as the previous boss, hoping to develop a new model to open up the market. Moreover, this new boss was more radical than Taylor, and even directly abandoned all the original models. I hope it's all on this new car. The people who fell fiercely just now don't want to be in the same place and fall more severely in the same way. The research and development of the new model just failed, which directly led to the company's decline and the sale. They really can't afford any confidence in the new model development plan proposed by Chen Mo. Does the company have to experience the same failure again and be sold again? Chen Mo naturally found the commotion and resistance of the people below, but not everyone was against it. The face of the next thin middle-aged person with glasses and full of academic atmosphere flashed across. A hint of excitement. Chen Mo glanced at him, did not speak, but there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. My steel suit 260. My steel suit 260. Michael Danai, who was sitting in front of Chen Mo, came up with a word to inform Chen Mo of the difficulty of developing new models, persuading him to dispel this idea, and then think of some more practical ways. He thought Chen Mo was deceived by Taylor. He only knew that the company's sales were declining, but he didn't know the failure to develop new models. With the company's current technical strength, it does not yet have the ability to develop high-performance cars. The previous failure is proof that he does not want Chen Mo to spend money in vain. Although he can also lead he has a high salary and waits until the development of a new car fails. However, his professional ethics requires him to explain the pros and cons to the boss. Chen Mo raised his hand to stop him when he was about to speak. Don't worry, I also know that you failed to develop new models before. But since I dared to spend money to acquire the company and propose the same plan, I naturally rely on it. Michael and the others hearing this temporarily settled down, all looking forward to Chen Mo, waiting for his next specific plan. We will talk about the development of the new model later, and I have other decisions to announce. The people who were looking forward to it were disappointed, but they still listened carefully to Chen Mo's words. The company currently has 127 employees, including everyone present here. According to my understanding, most of them are excellent and competent. Below, some of the people are hearing this with pride, but some are looking thoughtful. New boss, this is to start with the personnel. Sure enough, Chen Mo glanced at everyone and continued to speak seriously. However, there are still inevitably some lack of ability, incorrect mentality, and even people with ulterior motives. What? With ulterior motives? The people below agree with Chen Mo's previous two sentences. There are more than 100 employees in the company. There must be people with poor ability and negative attitude towards work, but it's not a bit of ulterior motives. This too ridiculous. Chen Mo ignored everyone's surprise. He stuck out a thin smartphone from his pocket and quickly manipulated it a few times. Then, Chen Mo appeared on the projection screen on the wall opposite to Chen Mo. I made a list, and the number is about 30 people. There are a total of 36 people on this list. These people's abilities, attitudes, or conduct are not enough to continue to stay in the company. Therefore, the personnel department will dismiss them as soon as possible, and compensation can be paid in accordance with the regulations. In fact, most of the people above are still not good in character and work attitude, but the ability is second. As long as they are serious and responsible for their work, at least it is not a problem to do their own work. Even if they are capable really worse, Chen Mo wouldn't mind too much. And these on the list are basically because of their own work attitudes, or they are perfunctory work, without sense of responsibility, and some are simply messing around. It is precisely because of the existence of these people so the company's development is so slow. Fortunately, most employees are serious and responsible. Only this small part is unqualified. So although the quality of the company's products is not perfect, they are already very good compared to ordinary small factories. There are no major problems in operation and sales, but stagnation. After Chen Mo has clearly grasped this situation through Jarvis, he will naturally not keep them in the company. Irresponsibility in any link may cause problems for the development of the entire company. If a bolt is not tightened, and the quality inspector did not find it, then it is very likely that there will be failures or even accidents after leaving the factory, which will have a very bad impact on the company's reputation and reputation. Chen Mo of course will not leave these hidden dangers in the company, and Chen Mo's tone barely fell. Everyone in the room can't help but look towards the screen, since the boss has already they have decided, and they can only execute it, and they want to see how Chen Mo did not know how they were screened out, who are the people who plan to fire, and they also have a certain understanding of the situation in the company. After reading this, the list is almost counted in their minds. As they read their names one by one, there are more than 100 people in the company. They are naturally impossible to know all of them, so most of the people in the list do not know them, but some of them are relatively familiar. And these people are indeed mediocre in their understanding, or even relatively poor. From this point of view, this list should have a certain basis, not a random list. It seems that their new boss still has some means. In such a short period of time, he has checked the situation and performance of the entire company without saying a word. And they also noticed that there are not only ordinary employees on this list, but also a few middle and high-level leaders. Even among the people present, one person's name is on the list. R&D Department, Addison Peng. I saw the person who heard that Chen Mo intends to restart the new model development plan, and the thin middle-aged person who was excited and slapped angrily. The shot was on the conference table. It's just a nonsense. I'm chief in charge of the company's engine R&D team. Without me, the development of new models is impossible to complete. You are treating the survival of the entire company as a trifle. The future of all employees is joking. The middle-aged person Eddie got moved towards Chen Mo angrily. Among the company executives in the conference hall, a few people were supposed to open their mouths to intercede for him. With you before, the development of new models does not seem to be successful at all. Chen Mo did not give the begging person a chance to speak, but his fluttering words were directly thrown at him. When he touched his face, his already flushed complexion became deeper, not knowing whether he was angry or ashamed, and he just opened his mouth and wanted to talk, but Chen Mo blocked him and didn't give him the slightest chance to refute. Chen Mo looked at him playfully, continued to say, "Since you took charge of the engine R&D team, the development of new engines, which was still in progress, has almost stalled, but you have a good eloquence, and you succeeded in making Taylor believe that the problem is not yours. It's because the engine R&D is too difficult and requires a lot of money and long enough time. Until now, the R&D funds of your engine R&D team are also the highest in the entire R&D department, but the results are the least." The people below hearing this looked towards the thin middle-aged person with some uncertainty. Chen Mo is right. The engine R&D team led by Eddie got the R&D expenses of the company are indeed the highest in the entire R&D department, but there is still no big result. Is it true that what Chen Mo said is true? My steel suit 261. My steel suit 261. Until some time ago, Little Taylor planned to close the entire R&D department directly, including your engine R&D team, and you used your super eloquence to successfully confuse Little Taylor to change. I got my idea, and started the research and development plan for the new model. I think you must have told him that the new engine will be developed soon, and the performance is very powerful. Everyone can't help but think about it. Indeed, the former boss Little Taylor originally planned to close the entire R&D department, but then he didn't know why he suddenly changed his mind and started a new model R&D plan radically. It's strange, now that Chen Mo said, everything makes sense. Although Edicott didn't know why Chen Mo was so clear about his bewitching Taylor, he wouldn't just admit it. Maybe it was just his guess and it didn't explain anything. But just when he was about to argue, Chen Mo happened to speak out again and blocked his words again. It seems that Chen Mo has completely mastered his psychology and can always just disrupt his rhythm and imposing manner completely suppressed him, so that he did not dare to interrupt Chen Mo. Edicott had to listen to Chen Mo aggrieved. I have to say that your appearance, behavior, and language are indeed very deceptive. People who don't know you will really treat you as a conscientious person who devotes himself to research and development, a respectable engineer. Including that you just shot the table and got angry, but you are just acting, that's all. You just want to tell us your indispensable and important role in the company, and make you the serious consequences after the expulsion made me feel jealous. At the same time, I also asked other people who did not understand the complete truth to intercede for you. You think I have just taken over the company, and I am sure about the company's situation. I don't know much about it. This list may have been made by a random investigative company. After knowing your important position and the most senior executives are opposed to it, I will definitely be shaken and I may change my mind. The following people who just wanted to intercede for him only found out that they were being plotted against. They were almost used as a tool. Just now they were ashamed and looked towards Eddie in anger. Kurt, the eyes of the other people looking towards him couldn't help but change. Didn't expect, Edicott, who has always been regarded as a pure scientific talent by them, is so eloquent and full of wit. They were all deceived by his appearance before, thinking that he was a man of integrity, working hard and responsible, and devoted to engine research. Now it seems that they are really wrong. The image of his until now camouflage was revealed, and Edicott's face could not help but turn red and white. In the end, he didn't pretend, and his face was full of hatred and glared at Chen Mo. He knew that under the rhythm that Chen Mo mastered, if Chen Mo didn't want to, he wouldn't have a chance to speak, so he didn't say more, just glared at Chen Mo. But in his eyes, there was a trace of jealousy that could not be concealed. He pretended to be so good that everyone in the company hadn't noticed for so many years. This young boss who suddenly appeared, how did he know it? And he knew everything he had done, which made him feel a little jealous. However, he hasn't lost yet. All this is Chen Mo's guess. Even if his true face is discovered, he won't do it here anyway. He's already planning to quit. All have been chosen. So although Edicott is angry and jealous of Chen Mo, he is not panicked. In addition to driving him out of the company, what can Chen Mo do with him? He even has to pay him a large sum of compensation for termination. But Chen Mo's next words suddenly lifted his original relaxed mood. Presumably you have been in the company for so many years. Even if you greedy most of the R&D funds, the engine R&D team is impossible, but there is no achievement at all. But you are suppressed. You are afraid that the engine is really developed. Come out, Little Taylor will reduce or even terminate R&D investment like other teams, so you will not be able to continue to make money from it. Until Little Taylor intends to close the R&D department, you have to. The previous results were taken out. The actual R&D results, coupled with your exaggeration and bewilderment, successfully encouraged Little Taylor to start the research and development of the new model, so that you can finally make a big fortune and leave. Presumably you have now found your next home, and you're ready to change to another place and continue to use this method to make money. It's just that you didn't expect, I will announce the launch of the new model development plan again, which will make you look again when the opportunity to make money came. I originally intended to stay here and make a lot of money. But I wanted to expel you. This defeated your wishful thinking, so you tried to encourage everyone to put pressure on me. Unfortunately, I have seen your true face a long time ago. Not only do I know what you did in the company, I also know why you are so bold misappropriating research and development funds. This time, Eddicott's expression finally became a little flustered. How could he know all about it? What Chen Mo said earlier is almost true, and he knows almost everything he did. If Chen Mo really knows the reason why he misappropriated R&D funds, then the secrets in him are probably all mastered by Chen Mo, and the things he did in the company are also very likely he has grasped the handle. Maybe he has the evidence of his misappropriation of research and development expenses. Then, in the flustered eyes of Eddicott, Chen Mo slowly said, "In the company, you pretend to be a hard-working and diligent engineer, but outside, you are a scumbag who eats, drinks, and gambles. Your wife has divorced you with a child because of your various misdeeds. Your private life has been extremely chaotic. Every night, you will call a varying number of call girls to provide services." Everyone below hearing this, couldn't help turning their heads and looked towards Eddicott's thin body, with an inexplicable expression in their eyes. "The reason why you are so thin is not because you are too tired at work, researching too hard, or any other reason, but because you are taking drugs. Long-term use of various drugs has caused your body no small damage. This has caused you to lose weight and lose energy, but this image is also under your deliberate disguise, helping you to establish and neglect sleep and forget about food. The illusion of hard work. What? He is still taking drugs. My Steel Suit 262. My Steel Suit 262. No wonder he always looks listless. I used to think he worked too hard, and I admired him very much. Didn't expect. I'm such a fool. After suddenly learning that Eddicott was still taking drugs, everyone couldn't help but talk about it. The most important thing is that you are not only addicted to drugs, but also gambling. You lose all the money embezzled from the company, except for the money you squandered at the table. Then you will continue to find ways to make money from the company's R&D funds. As Chen Mo tells the secret of Eddicott one after another, everyone present looked the gaze towards Eddicott. Has all changed. If he knew that he had a deep heart, and his eloquence would only make them feel deceived, and they were more angry at him. But at this time, he knew the truth of Eddicott. After they looked towards him, their eyes were full of contempt and disdain. "But you are really smart, and you haven't been discovered until now." Chen Mo revealed his most secret secrets. Eddicott, something the absent-minded, stood there. This time he really had nothing to say. Since Chen Mo understands his affairs so clearly, and he speaks it directly to his face so simply, with his cleverness, it is not difficult to guess that Chen Mo must have mastered the evidence. His defense, it doesn't make any sense anymore. Ignoring Eddicott, who was standing there in despair, Chen Mo scanned the people below who were a little stunned because of the collapse of Eddicott's personnel. He paused for a while and gave them something. When it was time to accept, he said loudly, "Well, guys, I have finished telling his story. Do I need to tell the others one by one?" Michael and the others hearing this could not help but look towards after reading the list displayed on the projection screen. He glanced at Eddicott, shook the head together. "No need, boss." Obviously, the list given by Chen Mo is not random. It is very likely that everyone on this list, even including they and everyone in the company, were found out by the mysterious new boss. Even if the people on this list are not as hateful as Eddicott, they must not be a qualified employee. Moreover, the company is already Chen Mo's. Chen Mo can just go his own way and give orders directly. There is no need to explain to them. Many of them, including Michael, have actually seen it. Just now, Chen Mo seemed to be exposing Eddicott in person, but in fact, he was explaining the reason to them. Otherwise he didn't have any. It takes so much tongue. If you change Little Taylor, it is estimated that you will directly order Eddicott out, and simply won't explain so much to them. Chen Mo did this, but didn't want them to have a gap in their hearts. They were taking care of their feelings. Now that they have understood Chen Mo's good intentions, and they also know the weight of this list, naturally they will feel dissatisfied again, but are convinced by Chen Mo's decision, and even they are very happy. Their new boss did not know how to check the staff of the company. Those who should be expelled, and the rest are naturally conscientious and outstanding employees, cleaned up from top to bottom. This alone makes them believe that the company's future situation will become better and better. The company is united. Without the black sheep and the moths that hinder the company's development, the company's power will only change. Even though they don't know what Chen Mo's new model development plan is, they are now full of confidence in the future. After the meeting, I will immediately dismiss everyone on the list. Of course, as you said, I will pay them due compensation in accordance with the law, but Michael looked towards Etiquette. He didn't know how Chen Mo wanted to deal with the company's cancer. Everything is in accordance with the law. I have sent the evidence of his embezzlement of public funds to your mailbox. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Etiquette finally came back to his senses, reflecting the meaning of Chen Mo's words. This is to send him to jail. Given the amount he misappropriated the company's R&D funds, once sentenced, at least several decades, then his second half of his life will be spent in prison. No, don't do this. I'm still useful to you. Don't you want to develop a new model? The new engine is really about to be developed soon. Give me another chance. I can help you build a new type of car with the strongest performance. While talking, the excited Etiquette wanted to rush towards Chen Mo, but was caught by the production department chief in sitting next to him. Charge held on firmly, unable to break free. The chief in charge of the production department was born as a skilled worker. He got up a little bit from the bottom. Although he is not strong, he is also very strong. A pair of powerful hands firmly grabbing Etiquette's arms. Etiquette, who was hollowed out by alcohol and drugs, was simply unable to move even a little bit, so he could only cry out excitedly in the same place. Michael, hearing this, couldn't help but look towards Chen Mo, waiting for his final decision. I can build the strongest car by myself. When Chen Mo said this, the strong self-confidence in his tone made everyone present could not help believe that he can really do it. Take him away, said solemnly of Chen Mo without the slightest hesitation. Michael Dangmai signaled the secretary behind him, who was taking the meeting minutes, to go out, and called 2 security guards to get out Etiquette, who was still begging. The conference hall finally became quiet, but the eyes of everyone who looked towards Chen Mo changed completely. Originally, they just thought Chen Mo was out of the ordinary, confident and calm, yet revealing majesty. It must have an unusual origin, but Chen Mo's series of actions just now made them clearer understand Chen Mo's strength and acting style. But at the same time, Chen Mo has become more unfathomable in their hearts, making them even more invisible. Well, now we can talk about the development of new models. Everyone could not help but cheer up, and they quickly threw away what happened just now. In the back of my head, how to reverse the status quo of the company is the most important and urgent thing at present, and the success of the new model development plan proposed by Chen Mo will directly affect the survival of the company. Tell me about the research and development of the new model you have done before. As for the model that they failed to develop, Chen Mo only knows the general situation. According to what he knows, this car is not ordinary. My Steel Suit 263. My Steel Suit 263. Although this company is not large in scale, it is also a formal automobile manufacturing company. All aspects of the system are very formal and strict. The development of new models is absolutely confidential. The specific design drawings and other materials are impossible on the computer connected to the external network. So, even Jarvis can't get the specific data and information of this new model. Now that boss asked, Anderson, the head of the company's R&D and design department, reported to Chen Mo the development of the new model. According to the requirements of the former boss Little Taylor, after conducting research and analysis on the market, they determined that the new model did have a strong market potential, so they soon began the research and development of the new model. The overall layout sketch design and the modeling design of the automobile concept design stage have been completed very quickly, and it has successfully entered the engineering design stage. The arrangement of the engine, the clutch and the transmission, the arrangement of the transmission shaft, the arrangement of the frame and the load-bearing underbody, the arrangement of the front and rear suspension, the arrangement of the brake system, the fuel tank, the spare tire and the luggage compartment, the overall layout plan such as the layout of the air conditioning device, and the design plan of the body shape and interior decoration have been completed. But in the engineering design stage of the detailed design of the whole vehicle, problems appeared. In the beginning, the progress of the engineering design stage was also very smooth. The general layout design, including the detailed chassis layout, interior layout, exterior layout, and electrical layout, was quickly completed. Car body modeling, data generation, interior and exterior engineering design, electrical engineering design, and chassis engineering design are all carried out very smoothly, especially the company's strongest chassis design, transmission system, driving system, and steering. The design of the system and brake system was completed first. But the most important aspect of the power system, although the detailed layout of the engine compartment is also given, the specific engine engineering design has not been completed for a long time. The heart that provides power to this new car, Little Taylor stake all on one throw, depends on the start of the new model development plan. The powerful new engine that should have been developed soon in accordance with the promise of Adika, but did not complete it on time as he promised. The research and development of the model is just stuck in the engineering design stage, and it has not even entered the prototype and trial stage, let alone put into mass production. The explanation given by Adicott is that the research and development of the new engine has been basically completed, but the performance has not reached the estimate, and there should be problems that they have overlooked. But this is also normal. The engine system itself is very sophisticated and complicated. A small problem may cause a significant drop in the performance of the entire engine, but the current problem should not be a big one. They can quickly find out the problem and solve it, but the research and development funds are not enough. Little Taylor is now a stake all on one throw. In order to carry out the research and development of new models, he not only mobilized most of the company's working capital, but also suspended all special vehicle modification business, and car sales also increased. It began to decline sharply, and successfully developing a new model is his only way out now. So he had to squeeze out some of the little money left and allocate it to the engine R&D team of Adicott. After getting more research and development funds as we wished, after a period of time, Adicott really solved the problem of the new engine, and successfully trial-produced an engine with stronger performance than the engine originally purchased from Ford. Engine. It has to be said that although Adicott is of poor character, he still has a strong technical ability, but this ability is not at all used by him in the development of engines. It is used to manipulate the progress of research and development and deceive the top and the bottom. This new engine can be said to be completely completed by several people in his engine research and development team, but they are only responsible for their own part of the work, and the final results are summarized in the hands of Adicott. Due to the principle of technical confidentiality, the specific R&D progress and technical breakthrough will not be publicly announced, so other people in the team do not know the overall situation of engine development except for the part they are responsible for. No one would have imagined that the honest and dedicated Adicott would conceal the results and deliberately slow down the development progress. Therefore, only Adicott is aware of the actual development of the entire engine, and the entire engine. The progress of research and development is completely in his hands. However, the matter is not over here, otherwise Taylor would not sell the company. After the successful development of this new engine, the new model immediately entered the prototype and experimental stage. But the problem arises here. At the beginning, in order to dispel Taylor's conservative idea of closing down the R&D department and obediently and honestly, Adicott deliberately exaggerated the engine's performance and said it was extremely powerful. Like everyone else in the company, bewildered by the image of integrity, diligence and conscientiousness deliberately created by Eddicott. Until now, Little Taylor believed that the engine R&D team's years of hard work finally produced great results. Under the bewilderment of Eddicott, Little Taylor, who thought that there would be a super engine soon, was born with a negative and conservative mentality and quickly reversed, confident to build a get this super engine, fully display its powerful performance, and crush other brands of supercars. While Taylor Motors originally produced pickup trucks and SUVs, Taylor's first idea was naturally to do familiar fields. In this regard, they have rich experience and a large amount of technology accumulation. If they change to cars and sports cars that they have never made before, they have no experience and can almost be said to start from scratch. It is too difficult and risky, so there is no need to think about it. Little Taylor, who was inspired by this upcoming super engine, does not plan to make a low-end car anymore. Since the engine is powerful enough to provide more powerful power, the burden is greater and heavier. It is a waste of the car's body to use on their existing models, and the time and difficulty of redeveloping larger models is totally unnecessary. They originally made medium and large pickup trucks and SUVs. No matter how big they are, they become trucks, which does not meet their market positioning and customer needs for passenger cars. After all, their large pickup trucks and SUVs, and the length of 5 meters are already the largest size in a normal passenger car. The full-size SUV itself is for the pursuit of spaciousness and comfort. This size is enough to meet this kind of need, no matter how big it is completely meaningless. No one wants to drive a huge monster like a big truck every day. It is too inconvenient. My Steel Suit 264. My Steel Suit 264. Of course, there are many people who just like the bigger the better, but that is only a small part, and they still have to consider the needs of the mainstream market. The power of the new engine is very strong, and it is completely overkill for existing models. It is not necessary and feasible to redevelop larger models. In this case, it can only be used in the original model size. Make improvements on the basis of, since the engine can drive a heavier body and provide sufficient power, he can develop a high-end SUV with stronger performance and greater weight on the basis of the existing chassis. So after some measurement and consideration, Little Taylor finally decided to develop a heavy-duty bulletproof car based on the existing large SUV chassis. Although the scale of Taylor Motors is small, don't forget that in addition to the production and sales of conventional pickup trucks and SUVs, their other main business is to carry out various types of vehicles according to customer needs. Modifications for special purposes, in addition to common RVs, engineering vehicles and other special vehicles, naturally include the modification of bulletproof vehicles. So Taylor Motors actually has very rich experience in the field of bulletproof vehicles. The bulletproof cars on the market nowadays, in addition to a few bulletproof versions launched by a limited number of car manufacturers, more of them are retrofitted by refitting plants, just like the bulletproof modification carried out by Taylor. Same business. Due to the complexity of bulletproof cars, the time required for production and modification is much longer than that of ordinary cars, so whether it is direct purchase or later modification, you need to wait a long time before you can delivery. So the entire automotive market, the supply of bulletproof cars is not much. And the United States is a country where guns can be legally owned, and there have been frequent shootings in recent years. The demand for bulletproof cars is increasing year by year. In addition, the delivery cycle of bulletproof cars is longer, and some are in short supply. A feeling of, although there is competition in the field of bulletproof cars, there are only a few bulletproof cars on sale. Even bulletproof modification factories will have some impact, but the overall competition is not so fierce, and it is more common than their original in the field of pickup trucks and SUVs. I don't know how much to be stronger. So Little Taylor started the research and development of bulletproof SUV with full confidence. However, the new engine developed by Eddicott is not at all like what he said. It has a powerful performance far superior to that of similar engines. It can only be said to be incompatible with similar engines. Bozong. It is indeed better than the lower version of the Ford engine they purchased before. But it is also very limited. Originally, if you only look at this engine alone, it is actually very good. This means that Taylor Motors finally has its own engine and no longer needs to purchase externally, and the production cost will be greatly reduced. The company's overall strength has also been greatly improved. But when little Taylor planned to close the R&D department before, Endicott exaggerated the performance of this engine too much in order to save money, causing Taylor to use this fictitious super engine as the core. The research and development plan for new models was carried out with extremely high standards from the very beginning. The whole car shell is made of armor, ceramics, bulletproof glass, special alloys and bulletproof composite materials. The bulletproof level reaches VR level 7, which can effectively resist AK-47 and grenade attacks. At the same time, this 5.2-meter-long large-scale bulletproof off-road vehicle weighs 3.5 tons, which is more than 1 ton heavier than their original ordinary model off-road vehicle of the same size. According to the original data given by Addison, this new engine is enough to easily drive this heavy guy, and it can also maintain a very strong power. But now the actual performance of this engine is far from reaching the level described by Endicott, which makes the bulletproof off-road vehicle designed completely according to the engine data given by him. Equipped with this shrinkage after the version of the engine, it became a silver-like pewter spearhead with a handsome appearance and powerful defense, but could not even climb up the slope. After the engine was just installed on the prototype car, most of the initial driving tests were barely passed, but the overall performance was very mediocre, and the acceleration performance and extreme speed performance were average, which was in line with the planned. Powerful performance is far different. In the subsequent climbing test, the shortcomings of lack of power were thoroughly exposed. Off-road vehicles themselves need to have strong off-road capabilities. In addition to strong defensive power, bulletproof off-road vehicles must have the ability to quickly evacuate when attacked. If you are stopped when you encounter a slope with a slightly larger angle, it is just a tortoise shell. No one will pay an expensive price to buy a car that can only be beaten on the spot. Can't take the bulletproof car that he evacuated quickly. Although this is still excellent, it is far from being a powerful new engine that cannot drive this heavy bulletproof off-road vehicle. At this time, it is too late to replace other engines. From the very beginning of the design stage, this car was designed in accordance with the engine size and specifications given by Addison. The layout of the engine compartment, the specifications and layout of the clutch and transmission, and the design of the drive shaft, the layout of the frame and the load-bearing underbody, and many other designs are closely related to the engine. If you replace other types of engines at this time, all these designs will have to be overthrown, and half of the previous efforts will be wasted. Taylor Motors could no longer afford to replace the engine, modify the design, and re-research and develop the huge amount of time and money required. Originally Stake All on One Throw developed this bulletproof off-road vehicle. If it is developed as smoothly as planned, it may really be able to open up the situation in one fell swoop with this vehicle and grow rapidly. But at this time, Taylor's liquidity was almost exhausted, the special vehicle modification business was closed, and car sales fell sharply. It has almost reached the point of making ends meet. The situation at this time no longer allows them to continue to spend time, and funds for new model modifications have been made. The company is on the verge of bankruptcy. This bulletproof off-road vehicle, which was full of Taylor's ambitions and intended to grow the company in one fell swoop, ended in failure. Now, the development of this new model has failed. The entire business has collapsed, and the car company that is on the verge of bankruptcy has fallen into Chen Mo's hands along with the bulletproof off-road vehicle that failed to develop. Chen Mo will naturally not let this company that already belongs to him continue to decline. He wants money, technology and technology. What he has to do now is just to find a good development direction. My Steel Suit 265. My Steel Suit 265. To a certain extent, Taylor Motors was simply broken by Endicott, and finally pushed it down the abyss with his own hands. Of course, Taylor himself has knowledge, unknown responsibility, The previous things have passed, and Etiquette will also be punished as it should be. Now Chen Mo has to pull out the company that has fallen into the abyss again, and lead it goes to peak. After learning about this model in detail, Chen Mo already had a general idea in mind, but for details, you have to read the car's design drawings and prototypes. Taylor Motor Company, now Aegis Motor Company, R&D office. Chen Mo sat in front of the computer and quickly checked the design drawings of the failed bulletproof off-road vehicle. Chen Mo, whose reaction speed and memory are far beyond ordinary people, quickly read all the drawings of this car, including the full set of drawings of the new engine that was just transferred from the engine research and development team. Combined with the previous inspection of the only prototype car, Chen Mo has already understood the situation of the whole car. According to Chen Mo's understanding, the overall performance of the car they designed should be at a medium level in the current field of bulletproof vehicles if the engine is not counted. This is the first time that a fully independent design of a bulletproof armored vehicle for everyone in the R&D and design department. It is already very rare. This is not the same as they use to modify bulletproof cars. The modification only needs partial modification on the basis of the original car. It does not involve the overall redesign of the car. The difficulty is much lower. This is why there are many modification factories that modify the bulletproof car, but the reason why there are not many auto manufacturing companies that can independently produce bulletproof cars. After thoroughly understanding the design drawings and various data materials of this new model that failed in research and development, Chen Mo already knew it, and at the same time, the previous idea became clearer. After thinking for a while, Chen Mo made a decision in his mind. When he stretched out his hands, he quickly tapped on the keyboard, and the instructions were quickly issued. Soon, the general manager of the company, Michael, who had just returned to his office from the conference hall, received an order from Chen Mo and a long purchase list. A huge sum of funds of up to $500 million was injected into the company's account. Originally stagnated, the depressed company was rejuvenated, and various departments acted quickly in accordance with Chen Mo's orders. A large number of equipment and material purchase orders were issued from the purchasing department, and a large amount of money was scattered. Various large, medium and small production and processing equipment, high-precision instruments, and various materials and raw materials were quickly shipped over. What makes purchasers feel strange is that among the purchased equipment, there are vacuum arc melting furnaces, steel plate hot rolling mills and large tonnage hydraulic presses that are usually only used when producing special alloys. Forging and casting equipment. In the purchase list, there are many types of metal raw materials, including common metals such as iron, magnesium, aluminum, calcium, and manganese, and expensive barium, titanium, tungsten, rhenium, molybdenum, and chromium. Rare metals such as vanadium, etc., and the quantity is quite large. In addition to the large-scale purchase of equipment and raw materials, the production department also made very big adjustments under Chen Mo's order. After the original model is discontinued, the plant and production line will also need to be remodeled and adjusted. Although funds are sufficient, Chen Mo not at all is eager to replace a more automated and more advanced auto production line. Not to mention that it takes a long time to order automation equipment. With installation and debugging, it will take longer to officially put into production. In the short term, the company's original semi-manual production mode is enough to cope with early-stage production needs. Of course, this production line will definitely be replaced by an automated production line in the future. But there is no need to purchase from outside at all. Chen Mo has a full set of advanced automated production line drawings, which can be built by himself. Of course, this is all in the future. Taylor Motors originally had 4 models on sale. These 4 models share a production line and occupy a large plant separately as a car production workshop. Apart from this, Taylor Motors also has 2 large workshops. One is a refitting workshop dedicated to special vehicle refitting, and the other is a chassis production and parts processing center. responsible for some auto parts, the production and processing work, and the manufacture of its own chassis. These 3 large factories and a 3-story office building are all the belongings of Taylor Motors. Now the production of all models is completely closed by Chen Mo. Under Chen Mo's order, the workers and engineers moved quickly to adjust and rearrange the factory's equipment. The modification workshop and the production workshop were merged. The old equipment from Ulja was eliminated, replaced and added with new equipment, and quickly integrated into a larger bulletproof off-road vehicle production line. Most of the existing workers they are all arranged on this production line, and once they are fully activated, the production capacity will far exceed the previous ones. Actually, Taylor was only able to sell more than 2,000 cars a year before. The production capacity of the original production line was simply not fully utilized. If the sales can keep up, it only needs to increase the number of workers. The maximum output can reach 10,000 units. After integrating the refitting workshop, replacing and adding a large number of equipment to improve and strengthen, the maximum annual output of 15,000 vehicles is not a problem, but the current number of workers cannot achieve this output. But the annual output there is no problem with 3,000 vehicles, which means that 10 vehicles can be produced in one day. The refitting workshop and the production workshop were merged, and the vacant refitting workshop was filled with a large number of newly purchased equipment: vacuum arc melting furnace, rolling mill, hydraulic press, die casting mold and die casting machine, etc. The regular layout, neatly placed in the huge workshop. When the company was busy with workshop integration and adjustment and purchasing equipment and materials, Chen Mo was not idle, and the production line could be put into production after the adjustment, while the original bulletproof off-road vehicle development could not at all. Success does not directly proceed to production. Therefore, after Chen Mo issued the orders for workshop adjustment and equipment and material procurement on the same day, Dang even invested in the revision of the new model design drawings. The first modification of Chen Mo was the engine. Under the efforts of the engine team members and the suppression of the team chief in charge Edicott, this new engine, which took many years to finally appear, is far from its strongest state. Under the intentional control of Edicott, the engine research and development has been carried out separately before. Several team members are only responsible for their own part. Obviously they have been successfully developed, but Edicott has kept concealing it, and finally under the pressure of Taylor, he had to deal with the integration and manufacture of the new engine. But it has not been tested, adjusted and improved by the system before, and the potential of the engine has not been fully developed at all. Simply is an incomplete version. If you let the engine R&D team follow the normal procedures to test, adjust, verify, modify, and finally adjust the engine to the strongest performance, it will take at least several months. But Chen Mo is not to mention that he has advanced science and technology that is more than 20 years ahead of the current world. Naturally, it also includes the highest supercar engine. It is Chen Mo's extremely developed brain, surpassing peerless geniuses. Supermemory analysis and calculation capabilities allow him to quickly find out the defects and deficiencies of this incomplete version of the engine in a very short time, and improve them to fully stimulate the performance of the engine to achieve the best status. After completing the design modification of the engine, Chen Mo handed over the full version of the drawings to the R&D department, so that they could start the independent manufacturing of the engine. With the engine drawings and corresponding production equipment, it is not difficult to manufacture the engine. The engine R&D team itself has the ability to manufacture a single engine, and now it is just put into mass production. In the United States, where the automotive industry is developed, high-end technology is really rare, and when the drawings are already available, it is not difficult to put into mass production, and related production equipment is easily available. Chen Mo has already added engine production equipment to the purchase list at the beginning, so with the support of sufficient funds, a full set of engine production equipment will soon arrive and be installed. The first full version of the engine was quickly manufactured and installed on the prototype car that had been strong in appearance but weak in reality before. The result is obvious. With the improvement of Chen Mo, a super genius scientist who can develop steel battle clothes with Tony Stark, the performance of this new engine has been greatly improved compared to before. This improved V6 twin-turbocharged engine with a displacement of 4.0 T has a maximum power of 650 horsepower at 6,600 revolutions per minute and a peak torque of 750 Nm 4,500 RPM, let alone driving this 3.5-ton bulletproof off-road vehicle. Even if it is doubled again, there is no problem. With such a strong heart, this previously weak bulletproof off-road vehicle is like a second spring. The strong power allows it to perform amazingly no matter in terms of acceleration, climbing, off-road, or top speed. If it were not for the slightly bloated and heavy body, no one would believe that this powerful off-road vehicle that accelerates rapidly and climbs steep slopes like a flat ground is actually a bulletproof off-road vehicle weighing 3.5 tons. This completely subverts the bulky image of the bulletproof car until now. Looking at the thick and flexible silhouette of the road running freely in the test field, everyone present was full of confidence in the future of the company. In the automotive industry for so many years, their understanding of cars is definitely better than most people. They can be sure that no bulletproof car on the current market can reach this level. It's not that the engine horsepower and torque of no car is stronger than theirs, but they are all large-scale bulletproof vehicles with a body length of close to 6 meters or even more than 6 meters. It can even be said to be civilian bulletproof armored vehicle. The body of these super-large bulletproof vehicles is huge and the armor is heavy. They look like military armored vehicles. They are very public, for fear that others might not know that they are driving bulletproof vehicles. These cumbersome giants are equipped with V8 or even V10 engines. While the horsepower is strong, the huge body and heavy armor also bring more weight, so although the horsepower is higher than their V6 engine, it is stronger, but the load that needs to be carried is larger, and it is more bulky than ordinary bulletproof cars. However, none of the large bulletproof vehicles of similar size and weight can surpass this bulletproof off-road vehicle equipped with a new engine improved by Chen Mo in terms of power. In the case of equivalent ballistic performance, naturally the stronger the power, the better. After all, people who buy bulletproof cars are to ensure their personal safety when encountering danger. Strong power can make them evacuate the scene in the shortest possible time and get out of danger. How customers will choose naturally obvious at a glance. And such a powerful power also brings more possibilities to this car. Under the condition of ensuring the power, they can completely upgrade the bulletproof level, and produce different bulletproof levels according to the needs of different customers. Vehicle. From the performance of this sample car, even the modification of the highest level VR1 Level 0 will not affect the performance at all. Not to mention that the people of the company were full of confidence after seeing the performance of the prototype with the full version of the engine. Chen Mo was not satisfied with the 10,000 Jiang ambitions. This is where it is. After solving the engine problem, Chen Mo turned to revise the design of the bulletproof off-road vehicle. However, he didn't make too many changes. The whole car is a whole, which affects the whole body. The modification of one place may require corresponding changes to many other places. The more changes are needed, and the amount of engineering will be very large, and it can even be said that it is not much different from redesigning from scratch. As for Chen Mo, impossible. All the design, from layout to parts, will be completed by himself. This will cost him a lot of time, and it will only be more time for R&D and design departments to do it. So Chen Mo not at all made major changes, but optimized and improved some minor details, so that its handling, stability, flexibility and other aspects are not small. Promote. The only major change in Chen Mo is the suspension system. In the Iron Man world not long ago, Chen Mo and Tony Stark developed the extremely powerful Batwar chariot. Needless to say, the various functions of this car are powerful, but many of them they are not suitable for being placed on ordinary cars. However, Chen Mo still weakened one of the functions and added it to this bulletproof off-road vehicle, which is the chassis height adjustment system. Of course, Unlike the complex deformation of the Batwar Chariot, the huge change from a sports car to an off-road vehicle directly, Shenmue's improvement to this bulletproof off-road vehicle is much simpler. Only the suspension system is made improved, without changing other parts of the chassis. The height of the vehicle chassis can be changed through the lifting of the suspension system to deal with complex road conditions in various situations. My Steel Suit 266. My Steel Suit 266. In fact, many high-end models have a chassis height adjustment function, which is adjusted through an independent air suspension system. It's just that their lifting range is very limited, mostly between 5 and 15 centimeters, and the effect is not too obvious, so in actual use, the practicality is actually not great, more just a gimmick, that's it. This set of lifting devices designed by Shenmue is not the case. The suspension system of this bulletproof off-road vehicle was originally a multi-link independent suspension, and the design freedom of this suspension is very large. Through the design of the restraint angle of the connecting movement points, the suspension can actively adjust the wheel positioning during compression, which can be fully matched and adjusted for the vehicle type to maximize the tire grip and improve the vehicle's performance. Control the limit. And when driving, it can effectively control the camber angle of the wheel. The performance in comfort and handling is very good, and it has a lot of adjustment space and modification probability. This provides great convenience for the improvement of Shenmue. Shenmue combines the suspension system and deformation system of Batwar Chariot to improve this set of multi-link independent suspension, ensuring enough while the strength and stability of the vehicle are enhanced, the adjustment range of the wheels is enhanced, and the independent chassis lifting system and independent suspension system of other models are directly merged together. Through ingenious design, the structure of this upgraded independent suspension system is not particularly complicated. It has strong shock absorption, wheel adjustment, and chassis lifting functions. The simple structure also allows the strength, stability and reliability of this system are very strong. The height adjustment range of the 4 tires is much larger than that of other high-end models with a height adjustment function, and the role they can play will be unmatched by these models. Through the adjustment of the wheel position, the chassis height can be reduced to as low as 10 centimeters to ensure maximum stability and higher speed. The highest can be increased to 50 centimeters, which is higher than that of general military off-road vehicles and armored vehicles. The chassis height is even higher, and only a few specially modified extreme off-road vehicles can match it. The off-road performance is extremely strong. All kinds of complex terrain and obstacles can be easily crossed, and the passability is extremely powerful. In addition to the major changes to the suspension system, other systems have also been modified somewhat, but the extent is not large, and the main part of Shenmue has been modified. The R&D and design teams only need to follow Shenmue's modification is slightly adjusted, and some parts can be refined. The overall modification is not large, the workload is not much, and it does not take too long. Shenmue asked them to complete it in 3 days. It seems that the time is very tight, but Shenmue knows that the difficulty is not too big, but it will be very busy. Shenmue's preliminary revised design drawings were sent to the R&D and design department. They quickly adjusted the relevant details according to Shenmue's modifications, such as the size of the parts, the specifications and models of the parts, etc. The modification of these specific suspension systems, components and other parts is completed by the corresponding teams of the R&D department, and the design department, which is mainly responsible for the appearance of the body. The interior and exterior parts has also received a revised drawing sent by Shenmue. In fact, if a car is simply divided, it can be directly divided into 2 parts, the body and the chassis, the most critical core part of the entire car. The main functions of the system are all on the chassis, including the engine, clutch, steering wheel, fuel tank and other transmission, driving, steering, braking and electrical control systems. In fact, even if there is no body, the assembled chassis can actually drive normally. In the testing process of automobile production, You can often see a car sight without a body shell. Under the driving of the tester, drive in the test field like a full convertible car. If the chassis is the body of the car and the core of the car's driving operation, then the body shell is like its clothes and armor, which plays a role of beauty and protection. Although you can drive naked, it is certainly not comfortable and safe after wearing clothes and armor. The body of a bulletproof car is more like a heavy armor, which provides more powerful protection to the car's engine and other systems and the occupants in the car. However, the blueprints Chen Mo sent to the design department stripped off this vital heavy armor. On the drawing, Chen Mo not at all changed the original body frame, but the body armor, ceramics, special alloys and bulletproof composite materials that played a bulletproof role were all cancelled, and only bulletproof glass was retained. The entire body shell was replaced with a 3 mm thick steel plate. Although the thickness of 0.8 to 1.2 mm is much higher than that of ordinary models, it is definitely not as good as the original bulletproof armor, not to mention the built-in ceramic, special alloy and other bulletproof materials. I hope that such a 3 mm thick steel plate will play a strong bulletproof effect. It is only stronger than ordinary off-road vehicles at best. It can withstand the shooting of small caliber pistols, and absolutely cannot withstand large caliber pistols. The shooting of pistols and rifle weapons, not to mention attacks such as grenade bombs, this defensive function can't be called a bulletproof car. Could it be that their new boss plans to change its previous positioning and not engage in the field of bulletproof vehicles? It's not impossible. After the new boss improved new engine was manufactured and installed on the prototype car, many of them went to the test field to watch the test curiously. The powerful power is still fresh in my memory. If the heavy bulletproof armor is removed and replaced with this 3 mm thick ordinary shell, as shown in this new set of design drawings, the weight of the body will be reduced a lot, and the performance of this off-road vehicle it will be more powerful, and it is not impossible that the acceleration ability surpasses the sports car. Strong off-road capability and super acceleration performance and extreme speed at the same time may be more popular than bulletproof cars. It's just that, if boss really has this plan, why should the 3 mm thick body steel plate be retained? Isn't it enough to use conventional steel plates with a thickness of 1 mm or even 0.8 mm? This extra twice the weight of the steel plate is 300–400 kg, and it will have a big impact if speed is pursued. Such a steel plate that can only withstand small caliber pistols, even if you want to continue to play bulletproof gimmicks, does not have much effect at all. It is basically impossible to take care of the three. It is better to abandon the concept of bulletproof and focus on off-road and speed. Although they were puzzled, they quickly revised it according to Chen Mo's drawings and requirements. In contrast, their work was easier. Chen Mo is very satisfied with the body shape they designed, not at all made too many changes, so they only need to cancel the bulletproof armor structure, and then modify some of the body parameters. The bulletproof model was modified very quickly, and it was completed on time within 3 days. 3 days later, the modification work of the entire model is completely finished, and the production line has been integrated and adjusted and can be put into production at any time. The original modification workshop has also been equipped with new smelting, forging, casting and processing equipment. It will serve as an engine production center, responsible for the production of new engines. However, the production of engines is not actually the whole work of this workshop, which can be seen from the layout of the workshop. At the end of the huge factory building, there are rows of huge vacuum arc melting furnaces. This kind of equipment that can melt a variety of high melting point metals under vacuum conditions is usually used for the production of special alloys. Among the engine block and pistons are all high-strength aluminum alloys, while the crankshafts are alloy steels. Taylor Motors has not mass-produced engines before. The engine R&D team uses aluminum alloys and alloys. Steel and other materials are all finished alloy materials purchased directly from the outside for remelting and processing. Therefore, they are not at all the formula of high-strength aluminum alloy and alloy steel for engines, but Chen Mo is not hard to come by. The technical reserves he brought from Hydra are quite comprehensive. The formula of trifling several kinds of engine alloys is simply not worth mentioning, and the neatly arranged rows of vacuum arc melting furnaces among them, too, are specially used to produce engine aluminum alloy and crankshaft alloy steel. Various raw materials are added to the furnace in a certain proportion for smelting. In a vacuum environment, these metal raw materials are quickly melted under a high-temperature arc of thousands of degrees formed by the discharge between the electrodes. They blend with each other and become one. The fully melted and combined liquid alloy is then injected into the pressed mold. After the belt is gradually cooled, the initially cast cylinder and crankshaft will enter the next process, which is processed by a CNC machine tool. Machining and finishing. This line is composed of many equipments, from the initial alloy smelting, casting, processing to the final assembly of the engine production line. It only occupies half of the space of this huge factory building. On the other side, it is also composed of two. The vacuum arc smelting furnace started, but it included more large-scale machinery production lines, producing steel plates of various shapes and sizes. Here is the production line of the body shell. The molten gold-red metal liquid is directly pressed by the rolling mill into a homogeneous steel plate with a thickness of 3 mm through several processes, and then cut, stamped, welded, and assembled. After the process, it becomes a part of the silver body shell with tough shape and smooth arc. The frame, the roof, the door, the engine cover, the trunk cover and other parts are all made of this kind of steel plate. It's just that this kind of steel plate is not ordinary goods, otherwise Chen Mo can use the ready-made steel plate bought directly like other automobile companies, and there is no need to smelt and produce steel plate from scratch. As the design department guessed, after Chen Mo improved the engine, he saw the potential of this car in terms of speed, and planned to achieve the ultimate in speed and acceleration. But he is not planning to abandon the bulletproof function and pursue cross-country and speed. Instead, he intends to take into account the three aspects of cross-country, speed, and bulletproof at the same time, to fully stimulate the potential of this car and bring competition. The force is increased to the maximum. There is no problem in cross-country. To improve speed and acceleration performance, the weight of the car must be reduced. While ensuring ballistic performance, reducing the weight of the car seems impossible to anyone, but for Chen Mo it couldn't be easier to say. Not to mention the powerful performance of Quart Academician invented by Marklein, second only to Edman alloy, and without vibranium, the alpha alloy that can be made using conventional materials. Chen Mo alone brought from Hydra. There are a variety of high-strength special alloy formulations in the scientific and technological data. Chen Mo compared several alloys with the strongest performance in the world, and chose this one from a large number of special alloys in the database. Compared with the expensive titanium alloys and other superalloys, this special alloy of Hydra number H2 has stronger defensive ability and lighter weight, and the cost is much lower than those superalloys. Although it also contains a lot of expensive metals, the content is very small and the average cost is not high. The weight of this 3 mm thick special alloy steel plate is much heavier than the outer shell of an ordinary car. Not at all. The weight of the entire car is only less than 100 kilograms heavier than the ordinary steel plate. Equivalent to pull one or two more people. It has a big impact on the acceleration performance and extreme speed of the car. In terms of defense, it is comparable to or even more than the original body armor weighing more than 1 ton. Don't look at this layer of special alloy steel plate which is only 3 mm thick, but the strength is very high. Ordinary pistol bullets can't even leave 2 deep marks on it, while the bullets of conventional automatic rifles can only make steel plates. A slight depression occurs, but it cannot penetrate at all. Even if it is subjected to continuous high-intensity attacks, it can guarantee a long-lasting strong defense. Unlike ordinary bulletproof vehicles, if the same area is continuously attacked multiple times, and the bulletproof armor or ceramic plates are broken, the defensive power cannot be guaranteed. It is easy to be defeated by the attack from behind, and the personnel in the vehicle cause some damages. So although in terms of data, the formidable power of the strongest attack they can withstand is not much different, in actual use, the actual performance of this H2 special alloy steel plate in the durability of defense, but it is much more bulky and multi-layer bulletproof armor than ordinary bulletproof vehicles. This is of great significance to the safety of the occupants in the car, because the purpose of the bulletproof car itself is to withstand the attack within a certain period of time in the event of an emergency, to ensure the safety of the people in the car, and to quickly evacuate the dangerous area. The period from being attacked to successfully evacuating determines the life and death of the people in the car. If the assailant's firepower is very strong, such as a huge might weapon with a high rate of fire such as a machine gun, even if the armor of an ordinary bulletproof car withstands the initial attack, it is likely to be broken under the subsequent continuous attack. The time available for evacuation is very short. With this layer of H2 special alloy steel plate, even under the continuous shooting of multiple automatic rifles or machine guns, this bulletproof off-road vehicle designed by Chen Mo can still last a long time. To provide more time and guarantee for safe evacuation, My Steel Suit 267. My Steel Suit 267. Taylor Motors' original 3 large factories were adjusted after Chen Mo acquired the company and changed its name to Aegis Motors, after merging the equipment and personnel of the Special Vehicle Modification Workshop, and making adjustments and upgrades to the production line. The original automobile production workshop has become the company's only product, the production center of off-road bulletproof vehicles. The original Special Vehicle Modification Workshop was emptied, and a large number of large-scale special alloy smelting, casting, forging and processing equipment were newly added, and it became a production center for new engines and special alloy bodies. The other parts processing and chassis production workshop did not make much adjustments, but some important parts and chassis production materials were replaced with new H2 special alloys, and some were replaced and upgraded. Laser cutting machines, CNC machining centers and other processing equipment. A lot of money was thrown out, and the adjustment of the workshop and the upgrade of equipment were completed very quickly. After all, this is the United States. There is no ban on high-precision CNC machining equipment. As long as there is money, no matter how advanced the equipment can also be easily bought. Although the top equipment from Hydra in the Chen Mo space is incomparable, it is still enough for the current production of bulletproof off-road vehicles. Personnel, equipment, and venues are in place. After Chen Mo completed the most difficult part of the modification work alone, the drawings of car chassis, body and engine, etc. almost done. Everything is ready, and then, the entire production line is directly started and put into production. The first car rolled off the assembly line soon. During the test run, except for the workers on the production line, all the spare R&D, design and administrative personnel came to the side of the test field. They want to see how this car, which has been improved by Chen Mo, the powerful new boss himself, will perform in the end. After Chen Mo successfully improved the new engine and improved the engine performance by a lot, no one would doubt the ability of Chen Mo. They just want to know how far this car can reach and whether they can make their company rise in one fell swoop. In the eyes of everyone's expectation, a large black off-road vehicle with a majestic appearance and looks more like a sporty city SUV slowly drove out from the gate of the production workshop and drove smoothly to the test. The field stopped. The body of this car is calm and atmospheric. It is not like those large civilian armored off-road vehicles. Its appearance is like military armored vehicles. The edges and corners are too strong, for fear that others will not know that it is a bulletproof car. It is not as bloated and bulky as a general bulletproof off-road vehicle, but has smooth lines like a brisk conventional SUV. The overall shape gives people a sense of calmness and atmosphere, and there is no lack of fashion sports sense. You can't see the bloatedness and bulkiness of the bulletproof car. Although this car looks more like an urban sports SUV, it seems more inclined to speed. But in fact, its off-road performance is very powerful. Needless to say about ordinary road conditions, even if you encounter more complicated and rugged roads, the original chassis height cannot be easily passed. As long as you switch to the powerful off-road mode, the chassis rises to the highest level, and the minimum ground clearance is 5 more than 10 centimeters. Although it can't ignore the terrain like the Ghost War Chariot, it can also handle all kinds of rugged roads. The off-road performance is not worse than any off-road vehicle, and even much stronger. All obstacle tests passed easily. Other steep slopes, wading, side slopes, U-shaped bridges and other projects also passed perfectly, and the performance was extremely amazing. And the subsequent speed test made all the people present shine brightly. The appearance of the sports SUV has the powerful off-road ability that surpasses the hardcore off-road vehicle, and the speed performance is even better. It is comparable to a sports car. It only takes 3.6 seconds to accelerate from 100 kilometers. The acceleration time to 200 kilometers from standstill is 12.8 seconds, and the maximum speed can reach 305 kilometers. The braking system is also outstanding, with a braking distance of only 33.7 meters from a speed of 100 kilometers per hour to a standstill. These powerful performances are even better than ordinary sports cars, and can be said to be comparable to top sports cars. It's just that this is an off-road vehicle after all. In order to ensure the comfort of the interior space, the overall volume is relatively large. Although the body size has been optimized to minimize wind resistance, it is similar to those of the highest super sports cars. It's still slightly inferior, but this is enough. After all, this is not a sports car designed specifically for speed. It is surprising enough that an off-road vehicle can have performance comparable to top sports cars. Judging from today's test results, whether in terms of off-road capability or speed, the performance of this car is perfect, and the hearts of everyone present can't help but get excited. Top off-road plus top sports car. This combination has never been seen before. The huge difference between the chassis and the shape alone makes it impossible to combine the two in one car. The stronger the off-road ability, the weaker the performance in terms of speed. Similarly, the faster the speed, the worse the off-road ability. The huge size and wind resistance of off-road vehicles make it impossible to run too fast, and the low ground of sports cars does not allow them to run on slightly bumpy roads. The two can be said to be contradictory and opposed to each other, but now, these two seem to be impossible to take care of, and the two opposite attributes appearing on the same car at the same time are realized here. Don't said it is a customer, but they all want to drive a car back now, no matter how much it costs. At this moment, they have no doubt about the future sales of this car, or whether they should consider whether the production capacity can keep up. General Manager Michael has already begun to consider purchasing a fully automatic production line. The best way to substantially increase production is to replace fully automated automobile production lines. One auto production line can achieve an annual output of 50,000 cars, which is more than 20 times the annual output of their previous cars. The off-road ability test and speed test were all completed. The excellent performance of this car made everyone present full of confidence in the company's prospects. Almost everyone thought that the test of this car would that's it. As for the original bulletproof function, everyone knows that the original bulletproof armor is almost completely cancelled. Only bulletproof glass is left. The body shell is replaced with a 3mm thick alloy steel plate. It must be very strong. But whether it can be bulletproof or not, no one thinks that this 3mm alloy steel plate can be compared to the original thick and heavy bulletproof armor composed of multiple layers of bulletproof materials. So when the car was driven into a clearing at the end of the test site and all them were driven outside the safety cordon, everyone was puzzled. What is this going to do? Why did you pull the cordon? Until a machine gun was set up on the opposite side of the off-road vehicle, everyone finally realized that this turned out to be a ballistic performance test. It's just that the 3mm thick alloy steel plate is good for testing. It is not shot into a sieve in seconds under the machine gun fire. Is this boss trying to destroy the car to play? I heard that many rich people like to use machine guns to destroy various famous cars to find excitement. Does their young boss also have this hobby? No one thought the bulletproof test was meaningful, but curiosity drove them to stay and keep watching. The sound of continuous gunfire soon sounded, and the machine gun began to fire on the off-road vehicle. One bullet hit the body one after another. The door, hood and window glass were all hit by bullets. Before everyone notices the damage to the car body, the slightly damaged glass surface that has just been hit by a bullet rises quickly one after another. The baffle of the same color as the car body, including the front and rear windshields. The glass and all the windows of the car were completely blocked, and a baffle was lowered from the upper shell at the 4 tires to completely block the tires and wrap them inside. At this time, the entire car body is completely wrapped in pitch black alloy steel plate. The original vehicle defense is the weakest, and the bulletproof glass and bulletproof tires that are most likely to be destroyed by continuous attacks have this layer of alloy steel plate. The weakest link of off-road vehicle defense was made up with the addition of a layer of special alloy steel plate covered under the chassis and the same as the body shell. The defense of the whole vehicle is integrated, and there is no need to worry about being breached from weak points of defense. The principle of this layer of baffle is very simple, but it is equivalent to the outer layer of glass and tires, and an extra layer of alloy steel plate material that can be raised and lowered quickly, an ordinary car window glass lift. The principle is similar, but the design is more ingenious. The speed of deployment is faster, and it can be opened manually or automatically after being attacked. After all the glass is blocked, multiple cameras hidden on the front and back and sides of the car body will display the outside image on the transparent display inside the glass in real time. Does not affect normal driving. The sudden change of the off-road vehicle shocked everyone. While surprised by this ingenious design, everyone finally turned their attention to the vehicle body under attack. In order to prevent accidental injury by stray bullets, the security cordon was pulled far, so what they saw was not very clear. They can only vaguely see that the original black paint of the car was destroyed as the bullet hits on the car body, and there were bullet holes with silver light glowing in the sun. It was directly penetrated by a bullet. The sound of the machine gun lasted for a full minute before it finally stopped. In this 1 minute, the machine gun fired nearly 1,000 rounds at the off-road vehicle parked there for testing. The side facing the machine gun was plowed almost from beginning to end, and densely packed silver dots covered the body of this side. Next is the attack test of grenades and landmines. Several grenades were fixed to the remote trigger device 1 meter away from the vehicle body by the tester. After retreating to a safe distance, it was confirmed that there was no problem, and then directly controlled. Several grenades were detonated. Several loud explosions sounded almost at the same time. Fire from the pellets broke out all over the off-road vehicle, and the fireworks dissipated. Apart from the dense silver dots on the body, there were a few more black and gray patches, explosion marks, but it seems not at all torn apart by the formidable power of the grenade explosion. It seems that the 3 mm thick steel plate is quite strong. The formidable power of the grenade. People who don't know much about the audience can't help but think in their own minds. Finally, a landmine placed under the car body was detonated. The huge explosion sound accompanied by violent fire and vibration sounded at the same time. How long is the 5 meters, and the heavy car body weighing 2.5 tons was produced by the explosion? The powerful thrust lifted up a lot from the ground, and then fell heavily, standing quietly on the spot, seemingly not at all hurt. Due to the limitation of the venue, not at all will continue to carry out the test of more huge might weapons. But the defensive ability of this off-road vehicle can be basically inferred from the effects of the previous tests. After the test was completed, the cordon was finally removed. Originally, people who watched from afar and watched not quite clear couldn't help but get together, wanting to see how this car was destroyed by these huge weapons of formidable power. Next, what happened? The people who came close to the car carefully looked at the messy car body. By this look, everyone was shocked. How could this be possible? The nearly 1,000 bullet holes on the car body turned out to be just pieces of paint that were chipped off the surface, revealing dots in the original color of the special alloy plate. Although there are some distortions, they are not serious, just a slight depression. Look at this. If you want to use this machine gun to penetrate the steel body of the car, you have to shoot dozens of shots in the same place. And the explosion on this layer of alloy steel plate is less damage. Only damage to the larger area of the car paint, making the surface messy, but the resulting steel plate deformation is very slight. The body structure is even more, there is no change. It can be seen that the overall skeleton structure of the car body is very strong, and the huge impact force of the explosion did not make the skeleton deform, and this large area attack is actually not as good as machine gun bullets for the destructive power of alloy steel plates. Therefore, the steel plate on the surface of the car body was not substantially damaged, completely resisting the formidable power of the explosion. It turns out that this off-road vehicle not at all gave up the bulletproof function as they thought, and instead pursued speed and off-road performance. Judging from its performance just now, it is more than not giving up. It has been strengthened and is even higher than the original bulletproof level. But how is this possible? Exclamation mark. The drawings were all modified by themselves. The original bulletproof armor materials of the body were obviously cancelled and replaced by alloy steel plates with a thickness of 3 mm. However, they had some doubts about this alloy steel plate, which is more than 3 times thicker than the conventional car shell. They originally thought it was superfluous. Now it seems that it is likely to be this 3 mm thick alloy. The steel plate has a stronger bulletproof function than the original heavy bulletproof material. Their boss. This is the cost. The body shell made of very expensive super alloy. How high is the cost of this car? Tens of millions or hundreds of millions? Is boss planning to take the top-end route? My Steel Suit 268. My Steel Suit 268. But if this is the case, sales will be very difficult. After all, what kind of popularity their company is not at all. It is good to enter the mid to high-end market at a normal or higher price. With strong off-road performance and speed performance not weaker than top sports cars, it is still easy to open marketing, and if it really takes the route of the most high-end, top luxury cars, with their current reputation, it is difficult to get the recognition of those top customers. After all, after spending tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions of dollars, to buy a car, most people still believe in those top brands. Even if their car is indeed very good, it is a small company that has never heard of it. Before buying, customers will definitely have a lot of concerns about the strength of the company, the performance of the car, and the stability. There are no hidden defects. Customers will definitely consider whether they will break after a while. In contrast, the top brands are more reassuring. So at the very beginning, I directly challenged the top luxury car market. Most people are not too optimistic. In their opinion, it is better to replace the expensive shell with ordinary materials. Obediently and honestly's main focus is in the high-end market. Don't aim too high, expect one to reach the top. Although they think this car is worth that price, customers may not agree with it. Chen Mo didn't know the thoughts of these employees. He naturally had his own plan. After the test, Chen Mo was very satisfied with all aspects of the car's performance. Although compared with his Ghost War Chariot, whether it is power, speed, off-road ability or defensive power, this off-road vehicle is far different. But what is Chen Mo's Ghost War Chariot? The Super War Chariot that integrates Iron Man world highest technology and the most precious materials, designed by him and Tony Stark, a peerless genius, and built by himself. Whether it is in terms of technology content, manufacturing cost, or design perfection, the Ghost War Chariot is not what Chen Mo can easily improve on the basis of the original failed design. But in the current world, whether it is off-road performance, speed performance, or ballistic performance, they are all at the absolute top level, and only those special models that are specifically enhanced for a certain aspect can be alone exceed it in a certain way. For example, specially modified extreme off-road vehicles, one of the few super sports cars that can maximize the speed, and military heavy armored vehicles. Although these models have the performance of surpassing this bulletproof off-road vehicle in one aspect, They are totally impossible to compare on the whole. It is not easy for those extreme off-road vehicles to exceed 100 speeds. Super sports cars are extremely demanding on roads, and they must even be driven on dedicated tracks. Normal roads cannot be driven normally. Heavy armored vehicles, not to mention military models, have nothing to do with flexibility, speed and comfort just because of their bulky body. So this off-road bulletproof vehicle that takes all three of them into consideration and all reaches the top level is incomparable in performance. The issues of brand recognition and trust that employees are worried about do exist. Even if a thing is very good, the price is very expensive, and it is a brand that has never been heard of. At this time, most people they will be murmured in their hearts, not knowing whether they are reliable or not. In the end they are likely to choose a bigger brand with worse performance and higher price, but more familiar. In this regard, Chen Mo has naturally considered that the price of this car is not as high as most people think. Although the whole car uses H2 special alloy steel plate to increase the cost quite high, it has special alloy whose formula is controlled only by Chen Mo. The cost is actually not at all as high. Even if the cost of equipment is included, the cost of a car has only increased by less than $10,000. But there is one thing they guess right. Chen Mo really intends to take the high-end route. As for the disparity between cost and price, it is actually very simple. Only Chen Mo knows the true formula and cost of H2 special alloy. If calculated directly according to the proportion of various metals purchased by the company, the price is indeed not much lower than everyone's guess. However, many of the precious metals are included in the space by Chen Mo. No one knows the proportion of the metal that is actually put into the vacuum arc melting furnace. Therefore, externally, this kind of powerful H2 special alloy the price is cheaper than those super alloys such as expensive aviation alloys. In this way, it can be said to be three birds with one stone, that is, it increases the alloy price, protects the alloy formula, and provides convenience for him to use various precious metals in large quantities in the future, without worrying about spending a lot of money. Bulk procurement of strategic metals raises suspicion. As for the issue of brand recognition and car sales, Chen Mo had already planned. After the test was over, Chen Mo satisfactorily asked the testers to drive the torn-out but still strong test car number 1 back. After being attacked by machine guns, grenades and landmines, the car still drove without any problems, as if it was just soiled clothes. The test is complete, and it can be officially put into production below, but this car does not yet have an official name. Chen Mo thought for a moment. The biggest feature of this car is speed, off-road capability and ballistic performance. All three are very powerful. Chen Mo could not help but think of Mustang, Jaguar, Land Rover, and Raptor. Hummer, naming it after an animal seems like a good idea. And what kind of animal is very strong in speed, strength, agility and defense? A violent and sturdy silhouette emerged in Chen Mo's mind. That strong figure, strong back, and powerful limbs make people no doubt about the powerful power contained in his body. The rugged mountains and forests rush as fast as they are on the ground, the flexible turns between the trees and the rocks, and the swift and violent sprints in the face of the enemy, all showing its strong speed, flexibility and strong off-road ability. The thick and hard skeleton, the well-developed muscles and the tenacious thick fur on the surface of the body give it the super defense against the sharp claw fangs of the beast. The thick bristles between the neck, the sharp look in the eyes, and the sharp fangs at the corners of the mouth add a mighty and sturdy look. This powerful creature that can almost be regarded as a land king fits the characteristics of this bulletproof off-road vehicle. Do you want to name this car Boar? Or a wild boar? Swift boar? Hummer? Bully? They all seem a little awkward. Chen Mo imagined that after the customer experienced the powerful performance of the bulletproof off-road vehicle, he was very satisfied and planned to pay for it. Before swiping the card, he casually asked what the name of this model was. Wild Boar. Is it as nice as a Mustang? It is estimated that customers will just turn their heads and leave after receiving an answer. A top luxury car worth tens of millions, You name it boar. Then don't those of us who drive become wild boar knights? Goodbye. Chen Mo wisely gave up this name, although it matches the characteristics of the car, but some of the names are too violent, and he no longer considers naming animals. Actually, in Chen Mo's eyes, this is just a fairly good production car. It is not unique and unmatched, but the powerful Ghost War Chariot. Just take a code name. But it's just for him. From the perspective of others, for such an epoch-making all-around supercar, it would be too simple to have a code name such as A1. Chen Mo should do not continue to consider other suitable names. Formidable power, fast speed, strong defense. Chen Mo meditated on the characteristics of this bulletproof off-road vehicle, searching for something in his mind. Suddenly, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. The memory of fighting everywhere in the Legend of the Night came to mind. On the plains, hundreds of mighty knights of the Templar Knight Regiment, wearing heavy armor, driving tall and strong horses, galloping fast on the battlefield, carrying an unmatched imposing manner array to charge. Wherever you go is as unstoppable as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, invincible. Among the mountain jungle, a knight wearing black armor is fast shuttled through the woods. In front of them, a huge silhouette covered with long black hair, like a man and a wolf, is fast fleeing, and no matter how it turned to dodge, the knight behind always chased him closely. Not only did not fling away, but the distance was still getting closer. In a dilapidated village full of flames, 3 knights are besieging a violent werewolf. The werewolves are sharp and powerful enough to grab the sharp claw of people on their armor, but only a shallow claw mark was left. The fast speed, the ability to quickly pass through complex terrain in the wild, and the strong defense. It seems that nothing fits the characteristics of this super off-road armored vehicle more than his knight. Then, the name of this car is also there, Knight. Aegis Knight. That night, after get off work, Chen Mo drove a newly manufactured Black Knight off-road vehicle to return to the manor. The Ghost War Chariot in the space is too public, so the past few days Chen Mo always drove the Harley Street 750 motorcycle to and from the company and the manor. Although the motorcycle is small in size and weight, its top speed is not as fast as a sports car due to its shape and power, and there is no windshield. The wind resistance directly acts on the body when driving at high speeds. Yes, the car is more comfortable to drive when the distance is far. Now with this powerful off-road armored vehicle with a top speed of more than 300 km per hour, Chen Mo naturally replaced the car without the slightest hesitation. Chen Mo drove the mighty and handsome Knight off-road vehicle and slowly drove out of the company gate. From the company gate to the number 1 road by the sea, there is a road about 1 kilometer long. Both sides of the road are mostly grassy, but there are also scattered pieces of trees of different sizes in the middle. Chen Mo's car started to accelerate after driving out of the company gate. Speeding along this path moved towards Highway 1. It's just that when the car passed by a small thicket of more than 200 meters far from the company's gate, Chen Mo did not move, but his eyes were there was a trace of disdainful coldness. The Knight off-road vehicle that had begun to accelerate quickly past the bushes. The leaves and grass on the ground were picked up by the strong wind brought by the body, and fluttered to the 2 sides, until the fluttering leaves all fell. Chen Mo drove the Knight to the end of the road and turned onto Highway 1. There was a low voice from the bushes where there was nothing unusual. The target has left. He is driving a black off-road vehicle that he has never seen before. It is fast and may arrive early. Among the trees, one is wearing a camouflage uniform. The man put down the telescope in his hand, took out the phone and dialed. Whispered, "Received. Our side is ready, you should come over as soon as possible." A thick voice came from the phone. "Okay, underscore." Chen Mo drove the Knight all the way. The speed of more than 300 km per hour was maximized by him. Fast as lightning all the way, and soon arrived at the manor. Slow down and turn off Highway 1, and drove along the asphalt road for more than 100 meters, and then came to the iron gate of the manor. But this time Chen Mo didn't stop and pull the key to open the door. Instead, He took out a remote control, moved towards the door and clicked it. Then the closed steel door slowly opened to both sides. Chen Mo lightly stepped on the gas pedal and steadily accelerated into the gate of the manor. When the car is fully entered, continue moving towards the iron gate fence. When the tall tree fence drove past, the iron gate behind him slowly closed automatically and locked again. Since the troublesome time I got out of the car and took the key to open the door, Chen Mo's second day asked people to change the door to an electric remote control switch, so that you can directly use the remote control to control the door while sitting in the car. The switch is much more convenient than before. Chen Mo drove on along the asphalt road and drove into the wall made up of tall trees. This tree fence is several dozen meters thick, so after entering the gate, when you pass through this fence, you will pass through a forest passage of several dozen meters long. Both sides are tall and strong trees. This asphalt road leading from Highway 1 to the manor is not wide, just enough to accommodate 2 cars driving side by side, and the trees along the road are only a few meters away from the road. In the car, you can clearly see the trees passing by. Just when Chen Mo's car was driving to the middle of the passage, a fuzzy silhouette flashed across the corner of Chen Mo's eyes. It seemed that someone came out from behind the big tree on the roadside, and this silhouette seemed to be still more than one. Almost at the same time when these silhouettes appeared, a series of loud gunshots suddenly sounded. Then, on the bulletproof glass beside Chen Mo, several egg-sized white dots appeared on the bulletproof glass. The glass was hit by a bullet and the surface showed signs of damage. At the same time, the other side of the glass was also hit by several bullets, and the original transparent glass gradually became blurred. A series of explosive noises from being hit by bullets also came from the car body. Chen Mo didn't need to look at it to know that the paint must have been worn out again. My Steel Suit 269. My Steel Suit 269. The attack came very suddenly. The bullet shot out from the woods and accurately hit a few pieces of bulletproof glass. Soon there were several bullet hits on the transparent bulletproof glass. White dots formed afterwards. After that, regardless of Chen Mo's actions, at the next moment when the car body is attacked, the front and rear windshields and windows all automatically raise or lower. A baffle quickly, which will be easy. The damaged bulletproof glass was completely blocked. As these baffles were lowered, the lights in the car were all turned on. When the baffles blocked the glass and blocked the sun, the car was turned into darkness. The interior was re-illuminated, and if you don't pay attention, you won't even notice the darkness for a short while. Then the car windows and the front and rear windshields also lit up. Originally, under the illumination of the interior lights, what you saw through the glass was the black coating on the inside of the automatically lowered baffle. It was pitch black, and after the bulletproof glass was lit up, it turned into a screen, displaying the corresponding direction outside on the screen in real time. Chen Mo sat calmly in the car, without any unexpected expression on his face, as if he had known that someone would attack him here. The bullets outside continued to shoot. After the bullets hit the special alloy steel plate of the car body, they made a series of clear clangs. Although the car body seemed to be riddled with holes, in fact, in addition to the serious damage to the paint, the 3mm thick ultra-thin alloy armor was only slightly dented, and the overall defensive power did not drop. If you want to break through the defense of this solid special alloy armor with the automatic rifle in their hands, it will take more than 10 minutes, and the ammunition must be sufficient. It is possible to break this layer of special alloy by continuously attacking the same part. So Chen Mo doesn't have to worry about bullets coming in a short time, but according to normal circumstances, Chen Mo should drive away as soon as possible. After all, no matter how strong the bulletproof car is, it will be broken sooner or later. Evacuation as soon as possible while the defense is intact is the right choice. Just shortly after the attack started, the loud sound of 4 consecutive heavy objects falling to the ground came along with the vibration of the ground. Through the picture displayed on the windshield, Chen Mo can clearly see that on the road in the front and rear direction of the car, 2 tall trees with trunks more than half a meter in diameter fell down. This paved road, which was not wide, was blocked by these 4 large fallen trees. The thick trunks and huge canopy of trees completely blocked the road, and ordinary vehicles could not pass. Of course, ordinary vehicles can't, which doesn't mean neither can the knight under Chen Mo's seat. But Chen Mo didn't try to leave at all, but stepped on the brakes and stopped the car in the middle of the road. Quietly withstand the continuous attack of 4 automatic rifles on both sides of the road. In the woods, 4 sturdy men in camouflage uniforms are holding automatic rifles. The car moved towards Chen Mo is pouring bullets. Originally, they wanted to kill Chen Mo directly through the window glass, didn't he expect this looking calm and stylish off-road vehicle is really a bulletproof car, as someone said. Even so, they are confident that they will break the bulletproof glass and kill Chen Mo by relying on powerful firepower. It's just that the changes that followed were a bit beyond their expectations. Not only was a baffle raised outside all the bulletproof glass, even 4 wheels were blocked, and this blocking the defensive power of the plate is as strong as the steel plate of the body, and it cannot be destroyed in a short time. Fortunately, they learned about the existence of this bulletproof off-road vehicle in advance. Not only did they change the plan and strengthen the weapons, they also prepared the big trees blocking the road ahead of time, otherwise he might get away. But the defense of this bulletproof car is really strong. They have been attacking for a while, but they still can't break the armor. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, another thin silhouette came out from behind the big tree beside the road. The face that seemed loyal but full of resentment at the moment was not exactly the face of Chen Mo, chief in charge of the original company's R&D department, engine R&D team, and Adikit. Looking at the off-road vehicle in the middle of the road that was full of bullet marks under the continuous bullet attack, Adikit was full of hatred. After being kicked out of the company that day, Adikit was worried that they would call the police and arrest him, so he went into hiding. With the amount of money he embezzled the company's R&D funds, once caught, he would basically spend the rest of his life in prison. He hasn't enjoyed enough beauties, drugs, money, casinos, which ones he can't give up either. If he is really sent to jail, he might as well be killed. Moreover, he is now hiding in order to avoid the police. He can't enjoy it as much as before. Staying in the shabby and cramped room of the slum area, Adikit doesn't even call girls dare to scream, for fear of being discovered by the police. Now this life of fear, hiding, and never seen the daylight is as different as heaven and earth. This made him full of infinite hatred for Chen Mo, the culprit who caused her current situation. This kind of hatred grows stronger as he hides in the slums for a long time. You ruin my life, and I will ruin you too. As a scumbag who has been immersed in pornography, gambling and drugs for many years, Adikit still knows a few underworld figures. Through their relationship, Adikit contacted a killer agent. Although he used to squander the huge sums of money he had obtained from Taylor's company, he still squandered a lot of money scammed by Taylor during the development of a new model last time. The cost of the killer is with no difficulty. When Chen Mo came to the company on the first day, Adikit was also greeted at the gate, so he knew that Chen Mo's car was a motorcycle, which was very easy to deal with, so he only hired a killer came to ambush, planning to kill him with a single shot when he left. In the morning, the killer quietly stepped on it in advance, and found that Chen Mo was indeed the company that came on a motorcycle. Only when he found out the terrain, planned a place to hide the ambush and the retreat route, and was about to leave, he just heard a burst from the company that lasted for 1 minute. Gunshots. The gunshots disrupted all his plans. As a killer, he is familiar with gunshots. He can be sure by just listening to the sound that this is a bullet chain for bullets. MK48 light machine gun. My steel suit 270. My steel suit 270. Furthermore, after the gunfire ended, there were several loud explosions. This company not only had machine guns, but also bombs. This is not the same as their original plan. If this company has weapons such as machine guns, grenades, etc., then he ambushed their boss at the door of the company simply was courting death. The assassin immediately packed his things and left Aegis Motors. This place is too dangerous. Who knows if they will take a machine gun and shoot the bushes? Then the killer's agent contacted Adikit and explained the situation to him. His previous request to kill the target at the gate of Aegis Motors was too risky. They cannot accept it. Adikit was hearing this for a moment, but then after thinking about it carefully, he realized that this is a bulletproof test. Could it be that they really succeeded in building the bulletproof off-road vehicle that failed before? Although I don't want to believe it, this is the most reasonable explanation. Otherwise, there will be no gunshots in the company for no reason, and it will last 1 minute. Based on his knowledge of the company, this is definitely a test. The ballistic performance of the bulletproof car. That bulletproof off-road vehicle is most likely already built. This variable made Edicott have to change his plan. Originally, he wanted to kill Chen Mo at the gate of Aegis Motors. Chen Mo drove him out of the company, and he wants Chen Mo to die at the gate of his company. It just seems to be impossible now. Since there are huge might guns and weapons such as machine guns and grenades in the company, if you start at the door of the company, you can solve Chen Mo neatly. If something happens and some time is delayed, the security department is likely to come to support with these firearms. The risk is too great. Moreover, after learning that the company had heavy weapons, the assassin was reluctant to risk killing Chen Mo at the door of the company. Edicott had to move the location of the ambush to Chen Mo's manor doorway. Chen Mo's usual trajectory is only the 2 points of the company to the manor. There will be cars passing by from time to time on the highway, which is not convenient, and the company entrance is too dangerous, so I can only choose the manor. Furthermore, Edicott considers that bulletproof off-road vehicles are most likely to be manufactured, so Chen Mo is very likely to drive to and from get off work in a bulletproof vehicle made by his own company, then assassinated. The difficulty has to be improved a lot, and the original plan of sending a killer to ambush the black gun will definitely not work. I have to say that Edicott's hatred for Chen Mo is really deep enough. In order to retaliate against Chen Mo, Edicott is also vicious and hires 4 more killers in one breath. These assassins are not top-notch goods, but the most common and cheapest ones, and the real top-level assassins cannot be hired. However, Chen Mo is not a politician who has a group of bodyguards to protect him tightly. Although he is also a rich man, he has no sense of prevention. He usually rides a Harley motorcycle, even if he has a bulletproof car. At worst, they also put on formidable power, bigger weapons. He also participated in the design of this bulletproof off-road vehicle. Although he didn't care about it, he still had an impression of the basic performance data. The ballistic resistance of this car can reach the safety protection standard of VR7 level, and it can withstand attacks like AK-47 and grenades. But this kind of resistance is not absolute defense. These attacks will still cause damage to the bulletproof armor, but the bulletproof armor installed in the body is not just one layer, but made of special alloys, bulletproof ceramics, etc. A multi-layer bulletproof structure composed of a high-strength bulletproof material. Nevertheless, the bulletproof car can only withstand a few attacks before being penetrated in the same position, especially the most fragile bulletproof glass, but because the enemy is almost impossible to hit the same position of the bulletproof car continuously, so the bulletproof car can last for several minutes under fierce attack or even machine gun fire. It's like the gunshot that the killer lurking in Aegis Motors heard was as long as 1 minute. In this 1 minute, the entire body of this car should have been attacked by nearly 1,000 bullets, but with the accuracy and spread of the machine gun, it is basically impossible to hit the same position, and other armor positions except bulletproof glass can withstand even 2 or 3 attacks occasionally. Adikott is very knowledgeable about the ballistic performance of bulletproof vehicles, and also understands its weaknesses, so naturally there are ways to deal with it. As long as they find a way to stop the bulletproof vehicle so that Chen Mo cannot escape, then this bulletproof off-road vehicle will become a tortoise shell that can only be beaten passively, and then they only need to use an automatic rifle against the bulletproof vehicle. The glass conducts targeted and continuous attacks. A bulletproof glass in the driver's seat can withstand dozens of rifle bullets at most, and it will be shot through. When the time comes, Chen Mo, there is only one dead end. Relying on his knowledge of the bulletproof off-road vehicle he personally participated in, The confident Adikit allowed the original killer to continue to lurch outside the Aegis motors, monitoring Shenmue's movement and was responsible for responding, but he himself came to Shenmue's manor with 4 other killers himself. Since the location has been changed to a safer manor with no other people around, Adikit can't help but want to kill Shenmue by himself to relieve his hatred. Although the manor has a strong iron gate, the wooden fences on both sides can't stop malicious people at all. Climbing over the 1-meter-high ranch fence, they easily entered the manor, and after selecting the entrance gate, crossing over the tree-lined pathway of the tree fence, they arranged in advance. Everything went on according to his plan. Shenmue did leave the company in a new bulletproof off-road vehicle as he expected. They also successfully used the tall and thick trees on both sides of the road to drive. Shenmue got trapped and couldn't escape. The next thing seems to be very simple. They just need to smash the tortoise shell open as planned. When I first saw this car, Adikit noticed that the shape of this car is a little different from the bulletproof off-road vehicle in his memory, and it doesn't have its original bloated and bulky appearance. On the contrary, it looks very dynamic and smooth. It does not seem to be a bulletproof car. At first, Adikit was not at all seriously. The appearance of this car didn't seem to be defensive. Did they cancel all bulletproof armor to reduce the weight of the car? This is indeed possible, but it is better not to be a bulletproof car, which saves them a lot of things. It's just that what happened next made him a little completely unprepared. Their attack had just started. A few bullets had just hit the bulletproof glass of the car window, and a block of baffles suddenly rose up. All the windows and tires of the car are protected. My Steel Suit 271. My Steel Suit 271. Their attack was just launched, and the bulletproof glass in the cab was only hit by a few bullets. All the glass and tires of the car were protected by the sudden ejection of the baffle. Stand up. And their next attack caused minimal damage to this baffle, just chipped off the paint, and left some bullet marks that were not too deep. It turned out that Shenmue not only did not cancel the bulletproof function, but also strengthened it. It was too late to think about how he solved the problem of insufficient engine power. Adikit looked at the bulletproof car that was full of bullet marks under the attack of the 4 gunners, but it was still solid and showed no signs of being breached. Frowned tightly. Stop. After observing for a while, Adikit moved towards the 4. Shouted. After shouting several times, the 4 gunners heard his words from the gap between the ears of the gunfire, and one by one stopped their attacks and looked towards the employer who hired them. Adikit looked at the scattered bullet holes on the body of the bulletproof off-road vehicle, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Cheap but not good. Tomorrow morning, I will focus on attacking the window glass, but these people are still shooting towards the whole body aimless. I don't know if spear art is not good or have no brains, and they dare to call themselves killers. Simply as a group of ordinary gangsters, but considering their price, Adikit still bears it. This won't work. We all go around the front of the car and focus our firepower on the front windshield. Together, continue to let these low-level killers continue to attack so aimlessly. It is estimated that it will be dark. They couldn't kill Shenmue either. They simply brought everyone together. The area of attack was the largest, and it was also the place Shenmue could not avoid. With the firepower of the 5 of them, the position of the front windshield should not take too long. Break the outer armor. When the time comes, Shenmue, there is no place to hide. There is only a dead end. The employer has spoken, and their attack just now did not have much effect. It is indeed a good way to gather them together. Several killers went around to the front of the car from both sides as he said. The place where the big tree fell. Although the car has been parked since they launched the attack, they still stood a few meters away behind the big tree for safety. Both of these 2 big trees are several decades old, with a height of more than 10 meters and a trunk diameter of 70-80 centimeters. After the dense canopy fell to the ground, the upper part was supported. When the 2 sides of the asphalt road fell, it happened to cross to form an X-shaped roadblock, which played a bigger obstacle than the log falling on the ground. Only the center of X where the 2 trees intersect had the lowest height, but it was still close. 1 meter high. Adikit took the 4 gunmen and stood at this position, so that the two trees helped them block the way Chen Mo charge ahead without affecting their shooting. Until they raised their guns again, moved towards the front windshield of the off-road vehicle, which was blocked by special alloy armor, launched a fierce attack. Chen Mo in the vehicle still did not move, and neither managed to drive. He rushed out without turning to avoid it. This saved Edicott and the others a lot, as long as they stood still and fired hard. 5 automatic rifles poured out bullets frantically, and soon the armor on the front windshield was covered with bullet marks. A few minutes passed, and thousands of bullets continuously attacked. A relatively large deformation has taken place in Shao Place, and Edicott's gloomy face finally showed an excited and crazy smile. I believe that soon, this bulletproof armor will be ripped apart by their bullets. When the time comes, Chen Mo's death date will come. But Chen Mo in the car didn't panic at all. He just sat relaxed in the car, looking calmly at the picture displayed on the front glass screen, as if waiting for something. The screen on the inside of the windshield in front of him clearly shows the intersection of the trunks of the two trees in front. Holding an automatic rifle moved towards the 5 people he shot wildly, especially the hideous face of Edicott. It was even more clearly photographed. Jarvis, have they all been recorded? Yes, boss. Knight's car camera and several hidden cameras installed in the woods on both sides are all operating normally. The complete record is kept. Very good. Chen Mo gently nodded. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What propaganda is more convincing than the actual attack? That's right. Today's attack has been in Chen Mo's calculations. Since Edicott was driven away, Chen Mo asked Jarvis to monitor his location and movements. When he was in the campaigners' conference hall that day, Chen Mo judged from his keen perception and proficient psychological knowledge that Edicott was a person seeking revenge for the slightest grievance. Combined with the information collected by Jarvis according to his information, Chen Mo inferred that he is most likely to retaliate against him. Although Edicott is impossible to hurt him with his strength, he is not afraid of thieves, but he is afraid of thieves. He is not afraid of himself, but he still has manor, company and employees. For the sake of caution, he will never allow people who have deep malice towards themselves and will disadvantage them to continue to live. So Chen Mo asked Jarvis to monitor him all the time and control all his movements. Originally it was only in order to guard against the unexpected, and he was going to find a chance to kill him in the future. Didn't expect him so soon. Can't wait. The impatient began to retaliate against Chen Mo, and directly found a killer who planned to ambush him at the door of the company. Just as bulletproof off-road vehicles are about to be produced, Chen Mo simply beating somebody at their own game, and came up with a way to do more with one stone. The whereabouts of that killer has been under the watch of Jarvis. When he lurked a step on the spot near the company, Chen Mo started the bulletproof test of the night off-road vehicle in good time. Specially beat the grass to scare the snake, forced them to change their plans and change the location of the ambush to Chen Mo's manor. Based on Edicott's understanding of the campaigner's situation, he must be able to guess that bulletproof off-road vehicles have been manufactured, so he will definitely increase manpower and use formidable power to be more powerful and able to break through ordinary bulletproof vehicles. In this way, Chen Mo can use the night off-road vehicle and the camera installed in the manor to record the entire attack process for publicity. According to Chen Mo's understanding of Edicott's personality, with his seeking revenge for the slightest grievance, his vicious and paranoid character, after the attack site was changed to a more secret and safe manner, he was very it is possible to be present in person to retaliate against Chen Mo. In this way, Chen Mo can take the opportunity to eliminate this hidden danger together. Edicott has already begun to retaliate against him. If he is not killed right away, is it possible that you still have the new year? My Steel Suit 272. My Steel Suit 272. Everything was as planned by Chen Mo. Under his secret guidance and left and right, Edicott not only changed the attack site to a manor, increased manpower and weapons, but also he really showed up in person and lurked in the manor with the other killers. At this moment, Edicott and 4 other assassins are holding automatic rifles, standing at the intersection of two fallen trees and shooting wildly at the front windshield of the night off-road vehicle. With the special alloy armor was deformed more and more severely under the attack of the Adikot men. Seeing that it would be broken in a few minutes, Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded again. "Boss, the last killer has arrived." As soon as Jarvis' voice fell, Chen Mo saw through the rear-view mirror what was displayed on the rear windshield. The rear manor picture at the gate. "I saw a van similar to the domestic Jinbai van." The white van, which is very common in the United States, abducted from Highway 1, and quickly rushed to the iron gate of the manor and stopped. Then a man wearing the same jungle camouflage uniform as the others got out of the car. After seeing the situation in the field, he quickly ran to the side of the gate, and then passed it easily. The wooden fence next to the gate got into the woods, circled the off-road vehicle far away, dodged the stray bullets, and rushed to the 5 Adikots who were still continuing to attack. All the personnel involved in this attack have all arrived, and Chen Mo is going to take a picture of the night off-road vehicle being able to persist for a long time under the fierce firepower of the militants. It is enough. The strong defense of the night off-road vehicle has been well demonstrated. Next, it is time to show other abilities. The hidden danger of Adikot should also be completely eliminated. The new killer just joined the other 5 people, took up the automatic rifle in his hand, and joined the ranks of off-road vehicles. It's just that he didn't wait for him to finish off the bullets in one of the magazines. Since he attacked at first, he stayed on the spot. The black bulletproof off-road vehicle that was under the attack in silence suddenly moved. A burst of engine rumbling sound suddenly sounded, and it seemed that the air was vibrating. The night off-road vehicle with bullet marks on the body bounced like an arrow from the string. With an extremely fast the posture rushed forward, and the 6 people moved towards the back of the tree, rushed towards the dense bomb rain that came from oncoming. At this time, this black night off-road vehicle, really like a powerful knight, stood still under fierce attacks, and blocked all attacks with its strong armor. Once a counterattack was launched, the violent and powerful imposing manner made the people standing in front of it shudder, and an uncontrollable urge to flee in his heart. At this time, the 6 Adikots felt this way. Looking at the posture of this off-road vehicle, it was simply intended to move towards them and hit it, and it was only 10 meters away. The powerful acceleration shown in the interior quickly increased the speed to more than 60 steps. Although this speed is not very good, if it really hits the body, it will be enough for 2 people to kill. In addition, its huge body and in the imposing manner of press forward, all 6 people have the urge to drop their weapons and immediately dodge to avoid. Don't panic. Some 2 trees are blocking, he can't rush at all. Adikot fiercely glared at the rushing off-road vehicle, gritted his teeth. The roadblock formed by the intersection of the 2 thick and strong trees that fell from both sides has 1 meter at the lowest point, which is basically impossible to pass. The weight of the 2 large trees of several decades. In addition, both ends are stuck in the woods on both sides of the road, and it is impossible to be smashed, so reason tells him that Chen Mo can't get through. The other 5 people also understand this, so although some were taken by the imposing manner of the rushing off-road vehicle, they still continued to stand in place, gritted their teeth and moved rushing towards them quickly. The off-road vehicle was pouring bullets crazily, hoping to break its defenses as soon as possible. The night off-road vehicle quickly rushed to this solid roadblock. It seemed that the next moment was about to hit it fiercely. The 6 people behind the tree couldn't help but retreat a few steps back. Firepower can't help but slow down. Reason is one thing, instinct is another. It's like, even if you know that bulletproof glass can block incoming bullets, people will inevitably dodge instinctively at the moment the bullet comes. While retreating, several people couldn't help but guess what the result would be after the car hits a tree. At this speed, if ordinary off-road vehicles would definitely be scrapped completely. I can't move anymore. They have personally experienced the defense of this bulletproof off-road vehicle. It is extremely powerful, but they don't know how good the impact resistance is. Under the gaze of the 6 people, the night off-road vehicle finally made contact with the fallen tree, but the violent collision they imagined did not occur at all. As early as when he started sprinting forward, Chen Mo turned on the powerful off-road mode. While sprinting forward, Knight's sight was also rapidly rising. Before hitting the trunk, it had already risen. At the highest point, it is more than 50 centimeters above the ground. Moreover, Chen Mo did not move straight towards the tree trunk intersection, but leaned 1 meter to the right. Just when the front bumper was less than 1 meter away from the roadblock, Chen Mo slammed the steering wheel to the left, and the front of the car quickly shifted to the left. The right front wheel obliquely touched the short trunk on the right side of the first tree. Since the two trees fell from the left and right sides, and were supported by the lush canopy, the two trees crossed diagonally to form this X-shaped roadblock, and the first one near Chen Mo, a tree, fell from the right side of the road, so it was short on the right and tall on the left. At this time, the height of the trunk in front of the tire on the right side of the off-road vehicle is slightly shorter than the middle intersection, not 1 meter, and the diameter of the trunk itself is 60 to 70 centimeters, and the bottom is actually only 3 inches above the ground. More than 10 centimeters. The wheel diameter of the Knight off-road vehicle is more than 80 centimeters. After the outside of the tire touches the trunk, it does not at all skid. Instead, it exerts a super grip and grips firmly, staying in the trunk. Driven by the powerful power of the engine, with the rotation of the tires, the front of the car lifted up, and the entire right front wheel smoothly pressed onto the trunk. Immediately, before the tire on the left touched the trunk, the bottom of the front bumper first touched the trunk. A violent friction sound immediately sounded, accompanied by a large piece of bark being scraped off by the bumper, sawdust fluttering. However, under the inertia of the front body and the power output of the right front wheel, the front of the car continued to rush forward and upward, and the tire on the left finally touched the trunk and drove up smoothly. The front of the car was completely raised and pressed onto this roadblock. My Steel Suit 273. My Steel Suit 273. In this amazing scene, the 6 Edicots stared wide-eyed behind the barricade, with unbelievable faces. At this time, the off-road vehicle is less than 5 meters away from them, and it is too late for them to hide. They didn't even have time to release the automatic rifle that was still firing in their hands, and their bodies didn't have time to react. They could only watch the huge off-road vehicle that was supposed to hit the tree trunk and stop, at an unabated speed, rushed to the barricade and rushed towards them. After the front of the car hit the roadblock, Chen Mo seized the opportunity again and turned the steering wheel to the right. The front of the car that had been leaning to the left quickly drove it straight and continued to rush to the trunk. Soon the two front wheels passed the first trunk, and the second trunk was 1 meter away from the first tree. The two front wheels were completely suspended, leaving only the chassis of the vehicle body is in contact with the inclined tree trunk, and the tire on the left rear side also leaves the ground due to the tilt of the vehicle body. In this brief moment, the whole car has 3 tires suspended at the same time, leaving only the right rear wheel on the ground. However, the power provided by this tire is still not to be underestimated. Coupled with the inertia of the car itself, the body continued to rush forward, and the right front wheel quickly touched the stout trunk of the second tree. This tree is the exact opposite of the previous one, high right and low left, so the body that originally leaned to the right quickly turned to the left after the left front wheel pressed onto the trunk. And next moment, the two front wheels also crossed the second trunk, but although the rear wheels have all been off the ground, they have not yet touched the first trunk, so the whole body is completely hung on the chassis above the crossing roadblock. The 4 tires were completely suspended. Under the action of inertia, the body continued to rush forward, and the chassis scraped across the 2 trees, making a harsh rubbing sound. The chassis of the Knight off-road vehicle twists to and fro. The suspension system has the largest motion range, and the body is inevitably tilted with left and right. Finally, under the combined action of Knight's powerful 4-drive power, excellent tire grip, solid ground, powerful suspension system and huge inertia brought by rapid speed, the off-road vehicle succeeded after crossing the huge barricade that was written enough to block any vehicle. The front of the car lifted and rushed down in the air. After moving towards the barricade, The 6 people who were still holding their rifles moved towards the off-road vehicle. Shot down. 6 automatic rifle bullets densely packed hit the chassis of the car body, hitting a spark on the special alloy armor, but they could not stop the car body from falling. All this actually only happened in less than a second. After the roadblock, the 6 Edicots raised their muzzle and moved towards, climbed up the roadblock, and rushed towards them. In addition to the desperate shooting of the off-road vehicle, there was no time to make any other actions. As for turning around and fleeing, it is estimated that the car would have been suppressed before they turned halfway. Instead of this, it would be better to fight hard. Unfortunately, their struggle is destined to be in vain, enough to shoot ordinary cars into a sieve, and the dense rifle bullets exploded directly in the air, but they could not pose any threat to Knight, and even slowed him down a little. It was impossible to come at a speed. 6 people stared wide-eyed in horror at the huge off-road vehicle that was crushed by the volley. Their faces were full of panic. Although the rifles in their hands were still shooting, their hearts were already despair. The intensive gunfire that lasted for several minutes disappeared instantly as the off-road vehicle fell, and together with the gunfire, there were several screams full of unwillingness and despair. That night, a video appeared on Twitter. The name of the publisher was Blake Chen, and the identity of the authentication was the president of Aegis Motors. The content of the video makes everyone who clicks on the video stared wide-eyed. This seems to be a picture taken by a monitor. At the very beginning of the video, a stylish and handsome black off-road vehicle appeared in the screen, driving smoothly on this quiet tree-lined road, and the next moment, the tranquility was suddenly sounded. The gunfire broke. In a fast food restaurant in Los Angeles, Pete is sitting in a booth with a few friends. The waiter has just brought his order to his stomach. He was impatiently hungry and picked up a fried golden French fries full of ketchup. Just as he was about to put the fries into his mouth, a series of gunshots suddenly passed from him. This sudden gunshot frightened his hand holding the French fries, and the thick layer of ketchup wrapped around the head of the French fries was directly applied to his nose. Pete slowly put down the French fries in his hand, and stiffly turned his head to look towards Bob, who was sitting beside him. At this time, he was holding his phone and staring at the screen intently. Although he seemed to be startled by the sudden gunfire, he still did not look away, even the food on the table in front of him. I didn't care about it. Looking at his focused look, Pete, who was planning to teach him a lesson, couldn't help but become curious. He didn't care about wiping the ketchup from his nose, leaning over and leaning forward, looking towards his phone screen. The black off-road vehicle in the middle of the road. The large bullets suddenly shot out from the woods on both sides, the baffle raised by the window, the sparks splashed by the bullet hitting the window baffle, and the road almost fell back and forth at the same time. Next, the 4 big trees that cut off the road made Pete startled again and quickly realized that this off-road vehicle seemed to have encountered a premeditated ambush, and the opponent was not only fully prepared, but also used the big tree to stop it. Road firepower is very fierce, and this seemingly stylish black off-road vehicle is still a very advanced bulletproof car. The position of the windows, windshield and tires can raise the bulletproof baffle to strengthen the protection of weak spots. What movie is this? It seems very difficult to deal with. Is there an U sequel to 007? Is James Bond in this car? This time this car seems to be more domineering and fashionable, and the performance seems to be very powerful. Bulletproof armor can be ejected from the glass and tires. Cool. Pete couldn't help but be attracted by this video, staring at the phone screen unblinkingly, wanting to see how it will develop next. Bullets continued to hit the off-road vehicle like raindrops, but because the surveillance camera was some distance from the vehicle, they could only see the bullet marks on the body after being hit by the bullet, and it is not clear whether there is any penetration. After the attack was launched, the bulletproof off-road vehicle, which was blocked by fallen trees both front and rear, stopped. In the continuous shooting of 5 rifles for several minutes, this vehicle also, just suffering from a fierce attack silently and never moving. People couldn't help but worry about the person in the car, wondering if he was still alive. My Steel Suit 274. My Steel Suit 274. After all, the defense of the bulletproof car is not absolutely safe. With the powerful firepower of these attackers, it will be breached in a short time, but the road is blocked by big trees both front and rear. The car was trapped tightly, and there was no way to escape. While this made Pete feel worried and anxious, he couldn't help but wonder whether the people in the car had been killed by the fierce attack that broke the defense of the bulletproof car. But if it was so, why did these killers? They have to continue to attack. Shouldn't they evacuate quickly? Until another gunman appeared. 6 people and 6 guns moved towards the bulletproof car attack. His doubts were answered. The off-road vehicle in the picture that has been silently under the attack finally moved. People realized that the people in the car were not at all killed. It seems that the defense of the body was not at all breaking through. No wonder those killers have been persistently attacking. But it's been several minutes. The ordinary bulletproof car should have been broken by this fierce attack. The people inside should have been sifted long ago. But now it seems that it's safe and sound. In this way, this sporty shape is more like an urban sports SUV bulletproof off-road vehicle. Its defensive ability is very strong. And what happened next moment made Pete and Bob almost startled their eyes. After this bulletproof off-road vehicle suddenly started, it moved straight towards the roadblock composed of 2 thick trees and rushed past. When both of them thought that the people in the car were panicking because the bulletproof car was about to be unable to hold on, and this would definitely crash the bulletproof car, this car did not look like a car. The handsome and tough off-road performance of the hardcore off-road handsome bulletproof car, after quickly offsetting the body twice, it rushed to the trunk with ferociousness. The body twisted back and forth along the 2 tree trunks, leaning left and right, and even hung in the air for 4 rounds. But it still surpassed this 1-meter-high roadblock unstoppably and rushed out. In the incredible gazes of the 2, this bulletproof off-road vehicle full of incredible, like a knight riding a warhorse flying into the air, leapt over the roadblock in an unstoppable attitude, and took the roadblock. The 6 gunmen behind without the slightest preparations pressed directly under the car, and the fierce gunfire that had continued since the video at first finally stopped. When the car dropped, they also heard a few screams of dying. Obviously, it was very unlikely that the several assailants who were under the car would survive. In addition to marveling at the driver's superb skills and accurate handling ability, they overcame obstacles to kill all the attackers in one fell swoop. What shocked them even more was the powerful defense and overtaking displayed by this car. The super off-road capability of military off-road vehicles. This seemingly thin, stylish off-road vehicle without the bloated and bulky feeling of an ordinary bulletproof car, under the burst of 5 automatic rifles, it lasted for more than 5 minutes. People seem to have not suffered any harm. This defensive power has almost reached the bulletproof level of military armored vehicles, far exceeding ordinary civilian armored vehicles. And at the end of the video, the powerful off-road performance of this car is even more amazing. Such a strong anti-ballistic ability combined with a strong off-road ability, even in a dangerous situation, can be calmly dealt with. Almost everyone who has watched the video can't help but feel a desire in their hearts. If only they could have such a super powerful car. This is simply what appears in the movie, the protagonist's supercar. However, many people also have doubts in their hearts. The performance of this car is too abnormal. Will it really look like a movie, not a real video? It's like Pete. He has in the heart at this time regarded this video as a shot of a special agent movie. How could such a powerful car exist in reality? The video does not end here at all, and as the video continues, the doubts in people's hearts have not been eliminated, but have become more intense. I saw a sudden turn of the picture. From the overhead angle of the surveillance camera installed at a high place, it turned into a dash cam that looked forward from an off-road vehicle. However, unlike the driving recorder, the field of view in the video is wider, as if it is installed outside the windshield. The content of the video is exactly the same as the previous one, except that the perspective has changed to that of the bulletproof off-road vehicle that was attacked. It looks like you are sitting behind the windshield, and that suddenly sounded the gunfire and the fallen tree in front of him had already seen it once, and everyone who knew what happened was still startled. When the 5 attackers turned from the side to the front of the car up ahead and began to concentrate their attacks, looking at the black hole muzzle of the rifle raised by the 5 behind the tree, everyone could not help but feel a palpitation. The cold hair is about to stand up. When the fierce gunfire sounded, the violent bullets like rainstorm fired head-on, which made the heart tense, the adrenaline secreted a lot, and the heart throbbed violently without control. Stand up. Most men already like powerful cars and huge formidable power guns. This is also the reason why gunfighting movies such as the Fast and Furious series and Wolf Warriors are so popular. Now this, although the video is simple, it is more realistic, like a documentary-type movie, which makes people feel immersive. While people were screaming for excitement, they watched this 10-minute video from the beginning to the end without fail. Some felt that it was not enough, so they looked back and watched it again. After reading it, many people couldn't help but comment below, expressing their sighs, shocks and doubts, and at the same time forwarded them without the slightest hesitation. The people who questioned only questioned the authenticity of the video. Simply talking about this video is really exciting. Must be forwarded. In just one night, this video was completely popular. The real and fierce gun battles, the powerful defense and the incomparable off-road capabilities displayed by the off-road vehicles, all amazed netizens. As the protagonist of this video, this mysterious bulletproof off-road vehicle, which has never been seen before, has attracted almost all people's attention, and it has also become completely popular. It has the strong defensive power to withstand the continuous attack of automatic rifles for a long time and the strong off-road ability to easily overcome obstacles as high as 1 meter. Moreover, it does not look like a bulletproof car at all. On the contrary, it looks like a stylish and atmospheric urban SUV, which is more than a common bulletproof car. It is not known how many times it looks better. Coupled with that powerful performance, it is simply invincible. My Steel Suit 275. My Steel Suit 275. It's so handsome. This is the car of my dreams. This ballistic defense is comparable to a military armored car. Is it better off-road ability? The 1 meter high roadblock, I just rushed up. No one found that the driver is superb. The 2 hits of the wheel, it's just right. It's a touch of magic. The owner of the car was more courageous. He stood still under the shooting of 5 automatic rifles and waited until all enemies got together. He drove the hamster directly. Trademark crushed 6. The group is destroyed. The car owner is the ultimate boss. If I had such a car too. When the gang fires, I dare to drive the car from them, go through the middle, and the bullet hits the window of the car. My girlfriend will be crazy with excitement. Good idea. Upstairs, you can stop directly in the middle of the battlefield, inside and out together. Pop pop pop. It's really a good idea. I want to try it too. Where can this car be sold? Same question. You must buy one. Which movie is this clip? Impossible. How can both ends of the movie be included? It's exactly the same, but it's a 5-minute surveillance video with a different angle of view. Unless the director is crazy. It's definitely not a movie. It's too real. The entire video is shot to the end without any signs of special effects. It's definitely a real shot of monitoring. You'll know by watching the news tomorrow. If it is true, this attack will definitely make headlines. Yes, but the owner killed 6 hamsters. Will he go to jail? Sure. I am a lawyer. According to California law, lethality is not allowed in self-defense, unless the other party is or is about to use lethal on oneself, or the other party is or is about to cause serious bodily harm to oneself. Even if the perpetrator encounters the above situation, if the perpetrator can completely escape, then it is not the use of lethal weapons is allowed unless the perpetrator was in his own residence or place of work. From the video, although the owner was attacked by lethal weapons, the powerful bulletproof off-road vehicle made him completely. He has the ability to escape through the roadblocks and escape safely. Therefore, unless he was at his residence or working place at the time, he could be exempted from his duty to escape and proper defense could be established. Otherwise, his actions would constitute murder. From the video, it is obviously a tree-lined road, so 80% of the car owner is cold. I am an agent. It is my colleague who drove. and we have a license to kill. It is illegal to kill such a powerful car. It is really possible to be an agent. I don't know how many people watched the video looking around for information about this car. I want to know which company's product is, or which movie's protagonist's car is. There are also many people discussing this incident. Most of them still agree with the view of the self-proclaimed lawyer. It is cool to smash them all, but several years of prison inevitably. Some people have speculated on the identity of the car owner. Agents, killers, rich men, racers, and netizens have their imaginations fully utilized, but to some extent, their speculations are still all yes. Chen Mo is not only an agent in the Iron Man world, but also the most powerful agent leader. As for other identities, he can also be matched. Although Chen Mo is not a professional racer, if he really participates in F1, the champion never ran. In fact, Chen Mo really has plans to enter F1, but he is not going to compete on his own, but to set up an F1 team. Since Chen Mo has planned to establish his own power in the real world and is not ready to hide behind the scenes completely, he will inevitably appear in front of the public. Here is the real world, his foundation. Chen Mo does not want to hide himself completely, like Howard Stark is always hidden behind the scenes. With his current strength and the power he has mastered, there is absolutely no need for him to sneak and hide. He can stand boldly in the sun. The just and honorable construction belongs to his own power. He has completely solved the identity problem. The current identity is not completely fabricated, but modified based on the identity of a missing Chinese orphan. No matter how it is checked, there is no weak spot. As for Chen, the source of the precious jewels and antiques auctioned by Mo, every year, many people throughout the United States pick up treasures buried in the earth or hidden in caves during expeditions, travels and even walks. There is no claim that the source of huge amounts of property in the United States is unknown. Whoever finds the unknown thing belongs to him. Chen Mo does not even need to explain to anyone the source of these treasures, because this is his privacy. As long as no one can prove that these things belong to him, then they all belong to Chen Mo. Therefore, Chen Mo doesn't need to worry about the issue of identity exposure. He was on a deserted island at first, because he was somewhat similar in appearance to before, so if he is seen by others, it will inevitably be caused. Lenovo aroused suspicion. And now he has nothing to do with the flight crash, nor is there any connection between him. Even if someone finds that he looks similar to Chen Mo, it will only be a coincidence, that's all. After all, there are too many people who look alike in this world, and the standing Blake Chen and the original Chen Mo can only be said to be a little alike, but the body and temperament are completely different. Even his classmates, or the policeman who handled the case at the time, would only murmur a bit like him at most. Therefore, the issue of identity has no effect at all. Chen Mo can safely appear in the public. In that case, why should he sneak in? As long as Chen Mo wants to be a star, there is no problem. On the contrary, if he blindly keeps a low profile, when he is noticed by someone with a heart, he will instead arouse suspicion, whether he has a guilty conscience, and what secrets he has. Instead of this, it's better to take the initiative to make a high profile. Of course, the high profile must be within a reasonable range. For example, now Chen Mo has been attacked by several armed militants at the door of his home. It is normal to post the surveillance video of the scene online. According to the laws of the United States, if someone illegally invades without permission and poses a serious threat to the owner's personal safety, the owner can launch a self-defense attack and kill the intruder directly. The source of this law is the Castle Clause of medieval European law. Its original meaning is, a man's house is his castle. He has the right to use violence, including lethal sex, such as direct opening gun, against intruders, just to prevent someone from abusing this right. Now this clause has been strictly restricted. My Steel Suit 276. My Steel Suit 276. The United States has strict protection of private property and individual rights, but it does not mean that the homeowner has the right to do anything to others. Under special circumstances, the homeowner can indeed kill the intruder, but 3 conditions must be met. 1. Your residence must have a wall or a clear sign indicating that it is private territory. Without obvious signs or prompts, it cannot be regarded as a private residence. 2. The intruder must be deliberate and will not exit under your warning. A stray person is not an intruder. 3. The intruder must have done a behavior that threatens the personal safety of the homeowner or his family before the homeowner can kill the intruder, even if the intruder deliberately broke in. But if there is no threat to the safety of the homeowner can only call the police to deal with or give a warning, and cannot shoot anyone at will. And these 3 conditions Chen Mo all meet. Although this manor is huge in size, it is surrounded by wooden fences and iron gates. It is also hung with signs of private territory to prevent outsiders from entering. As for the second article, it is undoubtedly that Edicott deliberately broke in, and it was a deliberate murder, and has already started the actual attack. In this case, Chen Mo does not need to give a warning. Is it possible that I have to brave the bullet train and stick my head out, shout, "Get out!" As for the third article, although Chen Mo was in the bulletproof car, the defensive ability of the bulletproof car was also very strong, but the opponent was indeed using a rifle to attack him, and the bulletproof car was not absolutely safe. Sooner or later, it will be broken under continuous attack. So even if the night off-road vehicle that Chen Mo drove at the time was indeed superior in defensive power, he was still in danger and had the right to carry out a fatal counterattack and kill the attacker. This is also the reason why Chen Mo deliberately guided Edicott to change the location of the attack to his manor, in order to bring them together here. And there is no legal responsibility. According to their original plan, if Chen Mo was attacked at the door of the company and he could completely drive away, he would not be able to carry out a fatal counterattack. The castle clause does not apply here. If he is not in danger, he has an obligation to escape. It's different when you move to the manor. The location where Chen Mo was attacked at the time happened to be inside the gate of his manor, which belonged to his private domain, so his duty to escape could be exempted and the castle clause mentioned earlier applies. As far as the actual situation is concerned, his territory is a bit large and he can escape, but legally speaking, there is still no problem. This is Chen Mo's residence. He has no obligation to escape. In the end, it was indeed as Chen Mo expected. After the police arrived, they watched the surveillance video. When they determined that Chen Mo was a legitimate defense, they made a transcript and it was done. There is no problem with the case itself. Edicott embezzled the company's huge funds and was discovered by boss Chen Mo, kicked out of the company and sent him to jail, and the grudge Edicott hired a killer and he personally set out to attack and kill Chen Mo. The motive for the crime is clear, the facts are clear, and the evidence is conclusive. There is nothing questionable about the whole case, so no one doubts the role Chen Mo played in this. Chen Mo has no loss except for losing 4 big trees and destroying the outer armor of a knight. Not only does he eliminate the hidden danger of Edicott, he also has a good chance. A night off-road vehicle was promoted, and this bulletproof vehicle, which had just been mass-produced and had not been officially sold, quickly became popular on the internet. The news media in the US have a keen sense of smell. Many TV stations, newspapers and other media received news shortly after the incident, and obtained detailed incidents and roadblock videos from the police. Later that day, a TV station reported the attack. Despite the proliferation of guns in the US, a vendetta attack of this scale, such a fierce gun battle scene is still very rare to meet, and it attracts the public's attention. So the major media are rushing to report. The identity of Chen Mo was also dug out by them who possess great magical power. The boss of Aegis Motors, a young billionaire, and the bulletproof off-road vehicle that is very bright in the video. It is a new bulletproof car produced by his company. The location of the attack was not a boulevard, but inside the gate of his manor. So Chen Mo was actually attacked at his own residence, and he had no fleeing obligation. The 6 gophers that attacked him to death are legitimate defenses and do not have to bear legal responsibility. This also made many people who worry about Chen Mo sighed in relief, and at the same time, they sighed with pride in their hearts. The law of our Rice Empire is still sound. You don't have to go to jail to kill criminals in your own home. Military force threatens the interests of the disadvantaged, so that we can boldly fight back and safeguard our own safety and interests. Chen Mo also likes the sound laws of the United States very much. It is very beneficial to his actions. He can kill people legally and can be crowned with the title of Brave Fearless afterwards. Very good. After all, the news broadcast that day was a bit late. Many people did not at all see the news and did not know the attack. With the unfolding of second-day TV and newspaper reports about hiding the sky and covering the earth, more and more people have learned about this incident, and they are also concerned about the magical bulletproof off-road vehicle that was passed on. I couldn't help but have a strong curiosity, because what was shown on TV was only video clips. Many people were aroused by curiosity. They searched for the video on Twitter and watched it carefully from the beginning. In this way, the Knight off-road vehicle is on fire, and the owner of Knight, Chen Mo, is on fire. A young billionaire, the boss of Aegis Motors, was ambushed in his estate by a former employee of the company who was fired and 5 killers he hired. He was attacked by 6 automatic rifles. Under the continuous attack of the powerful firepower of his company, with the protection of the super bulletproof car that his company just made, he not only was unscathed, but also relied on the powerful off-road ability of the bulletproof car to launch a counterattack, killing all 6 attackers. Young and wealthy, manor, assassination, gunfight, luxury car, anti-kill, so many labels. Anyone can attract a lot of people's attention, and the combination of so many factors is full of deadly appeal. Regardless of men, women and children, everyone is attracted by this news. On the internet, the complete video posted by Chen Mo on Twitter also ushered in a more ferocious round with the news wave of clicks. Chen Mo's Twitter followers have grown rapidly. The original night's time has broken through 500,000, and after the news releases on TV, newspapers and major websites in the morning, it has quickly broken through 1 million. And also it continues to grow rapidly at a high rate. My Steel Suit 277. My Steel Suit 277. Chen Mo did not wait for the heat to pass, so he timely released the video clips of Knight off-road vehicles including speed, off-road, and bulletproof tests. The performance of Knight is professional. It was fully demonstrated under the test, and it caused an uproar on the internet, and a crowd of netizens shouted impossible. Too fake. I guarantee it. This is definitely not a car. I feel like watching a science fiction movie. It looks good. Please complete works. If the screen doesn't accelerate, delete this car. According to the acceptance ability of most people, it doesn't matter if a car has super ballistic performance, strong off-road capability is acceptable. After all, this is a bulletproof off-road vehicle, but its appearance is not as bloated, bulky and tough as ordinary bulletproof or hardcore off-road. But how could it even be so abnormal in terms of speed performance? From the video, the powerful acceleration performance and top speed are already on par with many top sports cars. This must be fake. The video must be accelerated. Moreover, the ability of the chassis to lift is not this too ridiculous, which shocked many people, and at the same time, they suspect that this is simply not a car. Almost no one believes in the authenticity of the video, and even many people yelled at the following, saying that Chen Mo is a profiteer, publishing false advertisements to deceive consumers. This made Chen Mo, who had just become popular because of the attack, was pushed to the forefront again. However, the number of Chen Mo's Twitter followers did not drop but rose instead. The shooting incident has not passed, and it is hot because the fans following news and attack videos continue to grow. Although the test video of the Knight off-road vehicle has been questioned by many people are still intact and powerful because of the strong off-road ability shown in the video, and the continuous shooting of the machine gun. I was impressed by defensive power, including the speed test that was questioned, and it also made many people excited. In fact, as long as you look closely, you can see that the video is simply not accelerated, whether it is the rhythm of the car's body movement when the car starts and brakes, the speed of the white smoke from the tires rubbing on the ground, or the shaking of the surrounding things. The details and so on prove the authenticity of this video. At most, they think the speed data is exaggerated. But even so, the performance of this car in the video is no less than that of most top sports cars. Even if the speed performance data is really exaggerated, it is definitely not too different. Although the also controversial chassis lifting function is a bit exaggerated, it is much stronger than other models, but combined with the powerful to abnormal performance of the whole car, this powerful lifting ability is not so unacceptable. Some people who have observed carefully also found that in the first video, the chassis of the car was rising rapidly when it rushed toward the fallen tree trunk. The height of the chassis was already it's very high, so I can cross this barrier so easily. This also directly proves the authenticity of the chassis adjustment function, and at the same time explains to a certain extent the reason why this car can have both strong off-road capability and super speed. And anyone who is more sane can think that as the boss of this company, a billionaire, Chen Mo Impossible really falsified and deceived the public. This kind of lies can easily be caught. It is revealed that people who want to buy a car will definitely buy it after trying it personally. If they find that he is cheating, not only will he not pay for the purchase, but he will even be brought to court, so cheating people will not do him any good. So although this video is full of controversy, it still brought Chen Mo a lot of fans. The growth rate of Chen Mo's fans has not slowed down, and even faster than before. By the evening, only 1 day has passed since the attack, and Chen Mo's Twitter fans have reached the point of the explosion of the 2 videos he released and the large-scale reports on TV, newspapers and online media. 2 million. The number of fans is about the same as that of some third-tier stars. Chen Mo can be regarded as experiencing the feeling of becoming popular. Well, Chen Mo feels nothing. Of course, these fans who follow him are still incomparable with fans of real stars. Chen Mo only experienced an attack, killed 6 gunmen, followed the news, and released 2 eye-catching videos, as well as his identity as a young billionaire. This has attracted a large number of people's attention, but the loyalty of these fans is very low, and the attention is mainly directed to the night off-road vehicle. Chen Mo is now a net celebrity at best. If there is nothing behind, these 2 million fans will soon be lost, and the rest are just zombie fans. However, Chen Mo doesn't care about this. He has hundreds of millions of fans in Iron Man world, and he is also the high-level and controller of several major organizations. He even became the emperor of the gods and believers in the world of Underworld. Millions, fans, following and so on are really not as important as others. This time it was just to promote the night off-road vehicle. The Twitter that was launched this time is similar to the domestic Weibo. Looking at the number of more than 2 million followers on Twitter, Chen Mo couldn't help but think of the Weibo account he opened back then. It seems that the number of fans is less than 100, except for a group of fans seeking mutual fans. Apart from the passers-by who did not know, there were only a few classmates and colleagues. Thinking of this, Chen Mo couldn't help but want to see the situation on his Weibo. Fortunately, Jarvis is there. Chen Mo doesn't have to worry about leaving traces and being discovered. Looking at the familiar Weibo interface, as well as the familiar names and avatars inside, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel like a world away. It seems that these are things very long ago. In fact, it is not surprising, although it has only been more than 2 months in the real world. It has been more than 10 years for Chen Mo in the 3 worlds. If it weren't for Chen Mo's outstanding memory, it would have been early. I don't remember the account password and the people I used to be familiar with. But these people, he should not have any intersection in the future. After all, the Chen Mo in the past has been death. Now he is Blake Chen, a US billionaire. God, the boss of Shield Motor Company is another person through and through. With a complicated mood, Chen Mo casually glanced at the news of his friends and found that it was no different from before. He shared food, took selfies, shared life, mood and insights. Several people also reposted the crash on the plane. The news that the surviving passenger was found. Of course, someone mentioned Chen Mo. Chen Mo turned it over a few times, and then stopped with a sense of excitement. These people and things that were familiar before now seemed to be separated from him by the sky. No matter what others sent, he also I can't leave comment below, because he has already death. My steel suit 278. My steel suit 278. Now he is like a ghost. He can only watch it secretly on the internet, but he cannot leave any traces, let alone speak. No one knows his existence across the screen, let alone people know he is alive. Forget it. Nothing good to watch. There is no need to go on it again in the future. It is time to say goodbye to everything in the past. Chen Mo, who was inexplicably lost, was about to close the Weibo page, but suddenly found that in the upper right corner of the page, there was a message prompt on the envelope icon representing a private message. People who knew Chen Mo died in a plane should know about him. Who would send a message to him? The dead man. He has already explained to his parents. They certainly will not. Who else would it be? Chen Mo originally pointed to the cross, and his hand that was about to close the page couldn't help but move to the side and clicked on the message. Are you still alive? This simple sentence made Chen Mo involuntarily express congeals, and the expression on his face became serious. Is it suspected? It shouldn't. When he saw the name of the person who sent the message, he was taken aback. The silhouette of a gentle and quiet girl appeared in his mind, and Chen Mo's expression could not help but relax. Is it her? Since Chen Mo went to university, she hasn't seen it for several years, and there is no contact in the middle. How could she send him such a message after Chen Mo's death? It seems that she doesn't believe that Chen Mo has death anymore, but Chen Mo didn't take seriously. His entire suspended animation didn't have any weak spot. He didn't worry about being suspected. Now he has completely changed his identity, even if someone thinks he doesn't. Death does not affect at all. I can only see Chen Mo, who can't return, and am not too in the mood to read it anymore. I finally took a look at the comment and closed Weibo directly. Jarvis quickly erased all traces of browsing, and the data was restored to the original state. If someone uses Chen Mo's account and password to log in again, they will find that the prompt of the new message is still there. Leaving Weibo, Chen Mo turned to Twitter again. Compared with the lifeless Weibo, his Twitter is much more lively. The heat of the Manor attack is on the rise. The two previously released videos are still hot. Many people leave comments below every minute. Both videos have more than 5 million clicks and the number of fans is also it continues to grow. After Chen Mo watched Weibo for a while, it has risen by tens of thousands. It is estimated that by this time tomorrow, there will be no problems with more than 4 million. However, in the message area below the video, the debate is still very fierce. Whether a bulletproof car can guarantee a strong defense while having the powerful off-road capability of a hardcore off-road vehicle and the super speed of a top sports car, the vast majority of people still hold a skeptical and negative attitude. Not to mention a heavy bulletproof car, even an ordinary car cannot achieve both off-road and speed, and at the same time reach the top level. Chen Mo flipped through the comments for a while, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let you argue for another day, wait for tomorrow. One night is very fast in the past. The debate on the internet has not weakened, on the contrary, it has become more and more intense. The focus of the debate is still bulletproof, off-road and speed. The three major performances can be impossible in a car, and reach the level shown in the video. Kind of toughness. The first two abilities have been clearly demonstrated in the first video, and that video has also been confirmed to be a surveillance video of the real attack scene. It's just that although there are detailed tests on 3 aspects of performance in the second video, all of them are clips. Whether it's a car, whether it's accelerated, and how authentic it is remains to be verified. Some people think it is true, while others think it is false. This is the reason why there has been constant debate on the internet. However, the doubts of netizens did not last too long. At noon on the second day, Chen Mo's third tweet was finally sent out. As this tweet was clicked on, all the doubts were instantaneous disappeared. All that is left is countless exclamations, excitements, and disbelief. This tweet is still a video, and the protagonist is still the familiar Knight bulletproof off-road vehicle. Even the viewing angle is exactly the same as the first video, but the time is just after the last time attack video. At the beginning, it was the surveillance screen on the roadside. After the bulletproof off-road vehicle rushed through the roadblock and killed 6 attackers, it stopped at all, but continued to move forward and out of the screen. Then the video screen changed and switched to the perspective of the hidden camera on the roof of the off-road vehicle. The screen also reversed a bit, starting from Knight charging against the dense bullet rain, flying over obstacles, and finally landing. After a few bumps, it continued to drive along the asphalt road. After turning out of this boulevard, the beautiful scenery inside the manor also appeared in front of everyone. On the left side of the road is the coastal beach and the endless blue sea, and on the right is a large green grassland. In the distance at the end of the road, a rolling mountain stretches from the coast to the far right of the camera, connecting with the wide grassland. Except for the blue sea, sky, green grassland and mountain range in the entire field of vision, there is only the straight black asphalt road in front of me. This scenery amazed everyone. It's nice to have money. The yard is bigger than others. The lawn is out of sight. The swimming pool is just a piece of the sea. It also has its own beach and the backyard. There is a mountain. You don't need to go to the park for camping. By the way, there is still a forest when you enter. The road in the yard is all tarmac. You have to drive to the toilet. But soon they lost their minds to see the scenery of Tsukumi. As soon as they came out of the tree-lined road, they noticed that their eyes moved down a bit, as if the height of the car had dropped a lot. Without waiting for them to realize what was going on, they suddenly felt that the speed of the car began to increase suddenly. The scenery on both sides quickly flew backwards, and the rumbling sound of the engine began to become louder and louder. There is a kind of sports car. The shocking feeling when the engine roars, and it seems to be more deep and powerful. Although I don't know how fast the acceleration is at this time, you can clearly feel the speed of the car's acceleration just by watching the video. If you don't know that this is a bulletproof off-road vehicle, just watch the video. I would definitely think this is a top sports car accelerating. In the angry roar of the engine, the speed of the car increased very fast. In just over a second, the speed at which the scenes in the picture retreated was obviously faster than when they were galloping on the highway. That is, more than 100 miles, and the speed of the car continues to increase rapidly. My Steel Suit 279. My Steel Suit 279. In the video screen, the scene retreats faster and faster. Many people start to feel a little dizzy. Let alone the scenery, they are a little dizzy looking at the road ahead. Although they don't know how high the current speed is, they can be sure that it is definitely not much slower than those top sports cars. At least there are more than 300 kilometers each hour. Similar videos of sports cars galloping are watched by many people. Yes, it's almost at this level now. What does this show? This bulletproof off-road vehicle that can withstand continuous firing of rifles and surpass 1-meter-high obstacles really has the acceleration performance and speed comparable to top sports cars. The matter is not at all over here. After the speed of this car has increased, it galloped along the asphalt road by the sea, and soon reached the foot of the mountain in the distance. The original straight asphalt road was there is a big turn here and turn to the right. Seeing that the corner is about to be turned, the speed of the bulletproof car is not reduced at all, making everyone anxiously widen their eyes. At such a high speed, it is easy to turn and rush out. Road. Hit the mountain. The car quickly rushed into the corner, but the speed still did not slow down at all. In the worried eyes, a slight tire friction sounded. Knight began to turn, and the car body was steady along the asphalt road. Turned steadily. People have just sighed in relief, and it is too late to sigh. There is another curve not far in front, and not only is the angle bigger, but it is also a ramp. The asphalt road turned up the mountain here. Will it be Panshan Road next? The curve just now turned smoothly at a speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour. It can be said that Shenmue has superb skills and precise control, but the curve on the winding road is more urgent. If you continue to maintain this speed, it is absolutely impossible to make a smooth turn. It is very likely. Do not. Yes, He will definitely rush out of the road, car crash and death. Under the gaze of everyone trembling in fear, the screen quickly rushed forward, and quickly turned up the mountain along the ramp smoothly. The picture afterwards made everyone's hearts rise and fall at a high speed like riding a roller coaster. Sometimes the heartbeat almost jumped out of the throat, and sometimes seemed to be held tightly by a pair of hands. Jumping one shot. On this originally scenic winding mountain road, Chen Mo took the car's performance to the extreme. The relatively flat sections of the road were crossed at the highest speed, and the curves with large curvatures were just slow down a little, and pass at extreme speed amidst the harshness of tires and ground friction. Everyone was dazzled looking at the rapidly changing mountains and forests in the picture, except for the stupidly growing mouth. They have completely lost the ability to think. How is this possible? The cornering speed is at least 200, and the drift is not so drifting! This is simply courting death. The problem is, whenever they think that the car will definitely run out of control and rush down the mountain, they finally pass the corner smoothly, until the last car rushed out of the forest and started to slow down in front of a tall, heavy, historically magnificent castle. People did not. Spirit slowly recovers from the thrilling mountain road just now, and this relaxed. Many people find that their backs are all wet without knowing when. It can be seen how exciting the thrilling mountain road just now. What happened just now? Is this really a car? For the time being, let go of the shock in my heart. The speed of the car slowed down from the hurricane, and the picture became stable. Everyone discovered the ancient city fort in front of him. Although it was due to the camera angle, it is impossible to see the full view of the castle, but the part that is revealed in the picture is already awe-inspiring. Heavy and deep, with some clear yellow rocks, piled up the huge walls of the castle, and the wide wooden glass windows added a bright and lively to the hard castle, and finally appeared in front of them. That huge steel gate gave the castle a touch of heaviness and majesty. The steel door slowly opened in front of them, and the car drove into it. It turned out to be a huge garage. In the corner of the garage, a black Harley Street 750 motorcycle is quietly parked there. People were looking curiously at the huge garage in this old castle, when the sound of opening and closing the car door suddenly sounded. Immediately, a tall silhouette wearing a black suit and a tall and straight figure suddenly appeared from the left side of the screen, moving towards the garage wall not far away. There is a phone hanging up there. When people realized that this back figure was the protagonist of this manor attack, the boss of Aegis Motors, the owner of the Night off-road vehicle, and the owner of the manor and castle, Chen Mo has picked up the phone hanging on the wall and pressed the button 3 times. 9-1-1. Hey, the police station? My big tree was cut down. Chen Mo is not joking by saying this. In terms of this attack, his biggest loss was not the damaged knight armor, but the 4 big trees that were cut down at the door. As the supreme leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, and the initiator of the core mission of protecting the Earth, Chen Mo is a firm environmentalist. The 4 big trees have several decades of age. It's not necessary to grow so big. It's easy, just like that by those grandsons. Chen Mo got angry when he thought of it. Although, there are still thousands of trees in that whole tree wall. In a luxuriously decorated conference hall, more than a dozen people sitting at the conference table withdrew their eyes from the screen with shocked faces. Calm. Let's talk about it. What do you all think? A middle-aged man sitting at the top of the conference table glanced at the people below, and said expressionless. The people below didn't dare to look up at him, just bowed their heads and said nothing. Before, when the second video came out, you told me that the test was not a car, because off-road and speed are basically impossible. When the aged man saw that no one was speaking, he continued to speak, but his voice gradually increased and his tone gradually became sharper. Now tell me, is this video fake too? Those gangsters were hired to cooperate with him in acting. Let him drive the bulletproof car and press it again, and wait for him to change to a sports car. Press it again? Do you want to tell me that he found 6 pairs of twins? Are you all a group of pigs? Even true and false can't tell. What's the use of raising you? Here is a storm in the conference hall, and a stormy sea is also set off on the internet. After watching the video, everyone was deeply immersed in the strong shock brought by this video, and it was a long time to calm down. My Steel Suit 280. My Steel Suit 280. The shock this video has brought to people is immense. Let's not talk about Shenmue's huge and beautiful manor, the magnificent castle, and the acceleration, performance and speed of the previously controversial bulletproof off-road vehicle in the video will eliminate all doubts! Moreover, its performance on Banshan Road is extremely amazing. Under normal circumstances, even the highest driver, driving a powerful and specially modified top racing car, can only maintain a speed of more than 100 km/h. In the case of sharp turns on mountain roads, no matter how high, it is easy to roll down the hill because of poor response or loss of control of the body. And the speed of this car when passing a mountain road curve is at least more than 200 km. It is like death. But as a result, this car passed all the fatal corners smoothly. The horrible stability and manipulative ability demonstrated in this one shocks those who really understand the difficulty. What kind of car is this? What kind of driver is this? Cars are perverted. People are more perverted. This video has very clearly proved that the Knight off-road vehicle is comparable to the super speed of the top sports car and the powerful handling and stability that has not been shown before. And from the beginning of the video, the part where the off-road vehicle crossed the roadblock and crushed the 6 assailants can prove that this video is the first video of the attack scene. The authenticity is beyond doubt, so it does not exist. This is the possibility of another car that has been modified specifically for speed. In other words, this bulletproof car really has strong defense, off-road, and speed performance at the same time. All the previous arguments and doubts disappeared. After people got the final confirmation and confirmed the powerful performance of Knight, they all began to crazily pursue and admire the power of Knight. But there are really who on the internet. Everyone was deeply shocked by the powerful performance of Knight and the amazing performance on the mountain road. They rushed to forward messages, expressing their admiration, and while admiring, several public figures with a small reputation jumped out one after another. They did not question the authenticity of the car itself anymore. Instead they began to criticize Shenmue. A well-known human rights defender posted at _Shenmue on Twitter, accusing Shenmue of not stopping to check after crushing 6 attackers, and calling for an ambulance, but ran up the mountain drag racing, which directly led to their deaths. This is hit and run. Shenmue should be arrested and sentenced. Furthermore, at the end of the video, when he called the police, he didn't mention the 6 people who had been hit by him, but he said about his felled trees. From this, we can see that Shenmue has no mercy and sympathy for the weak, selfish and indifferent, and calls on everyone to boycott Shenmue and Aegis Motors. I don't know whose money was collected and came out with a mindless spray. He didn't even need Shenmue to get involved. As soon as his remarks were made, he had already been scolded by netizens. If you charge money, you should be black and advanced, and at least don't treat netizens as fools. For several gangsters who have been shooting at him with automatic rifles for several minutes and want to put him to death, what sympathy is simply nonsense. Shenmue just feels that the lives of these people are not as important as his trees. Netizens also think there is nothing wrong with it. You are going to kill me. Do you want me to sympathize with you? You treat me as the Holy Mother. Repay grievances with virtue. How to repay virtue? As for hit and run, first of all, we must make it clear that Shenmue is a legitimate defense. Simply has nothing to do with the traffic accident, let alone escape. I'm in my own house. Just run away. I didn't bring the phone back to the house from the gate to call the police. It was a hairy escape. The area of Shenmue's house is a bit big. It is too slow to walk back to the house. You have to drive. The yard is big. No way. According to the situation at the time, there is only one possibility to constitute a hit and run, that is, Shenmue put the 6 people under the car and stopped. After they lost the ability to resist, they drove and crushed again. It's just a cause. To escape, you have to turn around and open the door. The actual situation at the time was that the Knight off-road vehicle leapt over the roadblock at a speed of 60-70 miles, and after pressing the Undercut 6 under the car, it was impossible to stop directly. Even if when Chen Mo stepped on the brakes, he would slide forward more than 10 meters under the action of inertia before stopping. When Chen Mo's legitimate defensive behavior ended, the car had already run over 6 people and drove over, so there was no such thing as a car. The argument that people are crushed under the car and then deliberately crushed. This human rights defender is just one of the more direct and rude, no brains, and many others are not so obvious. Instead, they analyze and demonstrate from various details, standing in the perspective of experts and bystanders. Chen Mo's bad part was clicked one after another. These people can't say that they are not dedicated, but since Chen Mo dares to type the video, he is naturally not afraid of someone using it to make a fuss. The places that these people can grasp are either harmless or far-fetched. Obviously feel the deliberate smearing element, especially when almost everyone's attention was attracted by the powerful and even some sci-fi night off-road vehicles. These suddenly jumped out to accuse and belittle the victims of the Chen Mo Manor attack. The public figures of the owner of the night off-road vehicle seemed to be a bit at first glance, obviously giving people a feeling of impure motivation. The most important thing is that these so-called public figures are all not well known. They rely on criticizing hot events to gain popularity and make some grandstanding remarks to attract people's attention. They exist in themselves. It's not a small controversy. At this time, I jumped out and sang the opposite. The intention could not be more obvious. You said that people value trees as more important than human lives and are selfish and indifferent. Then you used to accuse others of saving people and not pets in the event of a fire. You said that animals have equal rights to life and that they should be vulnerable. For more protection, they should be saved first. Some people even accuse vegetarians of hypocrisy, saying that plants are also life, and vegetarianism is also killing. And they use biologists' research results on plant perception ability as a basis. When plants are stimulated by external knives, fire and electric shocks, their biological currents will change drastically, and they will respond differently to noise, climate, and natural enemies. Therefore, plants also have feelings and are alive. Being vegetarian is also killing people. And now, you still have the face to run out and accuse Chen Mo of caring about trees and not human lives? Since you say that plants are also alive, isn't it normal for people to care more about the tree between the beloved tree and the gangster who wants to kill him? My Steel Suit 281. My Steel Suit 281. These so-called public figures and experts are themselves full of controversy and often talk nonsense on the internet. So, although they tried their best to incite netizens to boycott Chen Mo and Night, they had little effect. On the contrary, it was most important for them to be overwhelmed by scolding. The number of fans of their worth has also lost a lot, which makes them feel very distressed. This time, the deal is really a big loss. It can be said that the gain is not worth the loss. This is the end of the fight against the general trend. Everyone is chasing Night and supporting Chen Mo. When you run out to sing the opposite, there is no real evidence in your hand. You just rely on a hard mouth. The end can only be submerged by the prevailing torrent. This is just a small episode that was overwhelmed by angry netizens without causing too much waves, but it also shows one thing. Chen Mo has been targeted by some forces. Speaking of which is also simple. A small car company that is not well known and would have to go bankrupt suddenly built such a supercar. Although the price is not known, it is based on its performance. Look, it will definitely have a huge impact on the original high-end car market, including bulletproof cars, off-road vehicles and sports cars at the same time, which touches the interests of some people. Through these videos, they clearly felt the great threat of Night. Although it was only a few short videos of a few minutes, the impact was very huge, and some menacing a feeling of, so several large automobile companies couldn't help but start to take action. Originally, they wanted to make a fuss about Chen Mo's collision, and directly turned Chen Mo into a murderer and sent him to jail. When this Aegis Motor Company suddenly emerged, without a leader, they would be defeated in one fell swoop. And it is best to buy it directly and earn this powerful supercar into its command. It's just that Shenmue's meticulously prepared plan can be left behind. They used their relationship to get all the case documents related to the manor attack, and wanted to find loopholes in it to prove that Shenmue was too defensive and committed murder. But several gold medal barristers watched it several times from start to finish, but couldn't find the slightest loophole. They wanted to put Shenmue on the charge of simply impossible. In desperation, they had no choice but to retreat, bought a group of influential public figures, poured dirty water on Shenmue, and wanted to make his reputation stink and agitate consumers. Resist night. Unfortunately, their wishful thinking failed to get through. Shenmue didn't leave them much handle at all, and the handle they thought was simply nothing to netizens. Finally, this malicious attack from the automotive industry not only failed to achieve the original goal and stale Shenmue's image, but instead allowed Shenmue's fans to unite after they had a common enemy. The same hatred. The fans who were originally scattered and extremely low loyalty, in the battle with these gunners hired by several car companies, but deepened their recognition of Shenmue, and their cohesion was greatly enhanced. In any case, the video released by Shenmue still achieved the desired effect. Many people watched it again, but they were not addicted. They watched the 3 videos again from the beginning. Watching the Black Knight, which is as fast as a sports car on the mountain road in the video, turns nimbly, but is huge. No matter how many times you watch it, everyone's eyes will be firmly fixed, attracted, reluctant to move away. It's so cool. An off-road vehicle, but also a bulletproof off-road vehicle with extremely strong anti-ballistic performance. It can really have the off-road capability comparable to military off-road vehicles and the super speed of top sports cars at the same time. This is simply everyone the most perfect car in mind. 3 videos made the Knight bulletproof off-road vehicle completely popular. Countless people left a message below the video asking when this super bulletproof vehicle will be launched and what the price is. Some people even search for Aegis Motors based on the information on Shenmue's Twitter, and a large number of calls have been made to the company's front desk. Shenmue saw that the time was basically ripe, and he notified Michael, the general manager of Aegis Motors, to hold a new car launch conference for the Knight off-road vehicle as planned. The news that the Knight off-road vehicle, which has become popular on the internet following the manor attack, is about to hold a new car launch conference, attracting a large number of reporters. Although Aegis Motors is just a little-known small company, let alone the name now that no one has ever heard of it, even the former Taylor Motors company, not many people have heard of it. However, products that cannot stand others' popularity have not yet been officially released. They have already had a large number of fans on the internet and have attracted the attention of countless people. In this case, the much-anticipated new car launch will inevitably be the focal point of 10,000s already ready to withdraw cash. It can be held at any time. Shenmue did not continue to build momentum, directly announced the second day to hold a press conference. The media and car fans were completely unprepared by Shenmue's unreasonable card. Isn't such an important new car launch event supposed to be announced long in advance and continue to publicize it? Now that this car has been available for less than 3 days, you have only posted a few videos. Although there are already a lot of them, if you switch to another company, you will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to promote it. Expand the impact to the greatest extent, and then hold the press conference. How can anyone be so sloppy as you, saying that the meeting will be held, and in only 1 day, air tickets may not be available? Do you think there are too many reporters present? However, the Knight off-road vehicle is now on the internet. Many people are looking forward to its official release. Now a new car conference is about to be held. They are impossible to let go of such hot news. So, immediately after learning that the press conference will be held tomorrow, they began to call the airlines to book tickets, and they booked tickets for the day. There will definitely be a lot of colleagues at the scene tomorrow, so go early or prepare in advance, and strive to occupy a good position. Many car fans who were captured by the powerful Knight also booked tickets one after another and rushed to Los Angeles from all over the country. Many people even didn't book tickets immediately because of the slow response. By the time they responded, the air tickets for the day were already sold out. Not long after, even the second-day tickets were also available. All have been robbed. Many people who missed the opportunity can only regret it. Some are closer to Los Angeles and even drove over. They are bound to witness the release of Night with their own eyes. It is best to buy directly. Last one. Drive Night home. My Steel Suit 282. My Steel Suit 282. Most car fans who came from afar had this idea. Otherwise, it was just to watch the press conference and introduction, and there was no need to fly to the scene. In the morning of the second day, the press conference was held as scheduled. Reporters and audiences from all over the country swarmed in, and some even came directly from the airport. The press conference was crowded with people. The huge exhibition hall was full of seats, and more people stood all around and in the aisles. In addition to hundreds of reporters, there were a total of 7,000 or 8,000 people from all over the scene. This was because time was too short. Many people did not get the ticket, or the distance was too far to arrive. Otherwise, it is estimated that the scene will be directly crowded by enthusiastic audiences. It is also thanks to Chen Mo's preparation that Michael chooses the largest venue. Otherwise, if the layout of the conference is carried out in accordance with the regular conference, these people will simply not be able to accommodate it. That's it. The exhibition hall is also full, and it is very difficult to move around. But looking at the very familiar and stylish black off-road vehicle parked in the middle of the booth, no one has the slightest complaint. Everyone is looking forward to the start of the conference. This powerful night the mysterious veil will be lifted in front of them. The press conference started very quickly, but it was not the president of Aegis Motors, the owner of Night and the protagonist of the Manor Attack video, Chen Mo, who came onto the stage, but a more than 40-year-old capable middle-aged person. Chen Mo has not shown his face in the video. Everyone has only seen his back, so for this young rich man, everyone is full of curiosity, originally full of expectations to be able to be at the press conference seeing his style at the scene. He didn't expect that he didn't come. Although a little disappointed, everyone quickly calmed down and looked towards Michael on the stage with all their faces. After all, the protagonist of this conference was Night. Everyone, let us go directly to the topic. Today's protagonist is the Night behind me. There is no leading speech, live performance. Michael entered the product introduction link directly after taking the stage. His words greeted enthusiastic applause from the audience. They came for Night. Although Michael had to give a self-speak, they could only listen to it. But now it's straight to the subject. Let them increase so much, they couldn't help but quiet down, listening carefully to Michael's introduction. Everyone here should have watched the video on our boss Twitter, and they should have some understanding of Night. But what I want to say is that what you see is only its tip of the iceberg. Night is a supercar with unparalleled comprehensive performance. Its positioning is neither a bulletproof car, nor an off-road vehicle or sports car. Although it is in every it is comparable to the highest models in all aspects, and even exceeds a lot. The true positioning of Night is just like its name. Defense, power and speed are just its powerful abilities, and its true purpose is to guard. Night is like a loyal and powerful guardian knight. No matter what dangerous and complicated situations he faces, he will swear to protect the safety of his owner. Night is 5.2 meters long and weighs only 2.6 tons. Its heart is a V6 twin-turbocharged engine with a displacement of 4.0 T independently developed by Aegis Motors, with a maximum power of 650 horsepower. At 6,600 revolutions per minute, the peak torque is 750 Nm 4,500 RPM. This top-notch engine is Night's horse, allowing it to gallop and run fast. The car weighs only 2.6 tons. Could it be that there is no the normal type of armor? Oh my god. It turned out to be a V6 engine. I always thought it was a V8 or V10. V6 could also have such strong power. It will be divided into many levels. In the video, the car their boss drove was the top model, but he was talking about the low model. The weight and engine of Night aroused many people's doubts. Usually the size of the bulletproof vehicle can weigh 3 to a few tons, and the higher defense level will reach 4 or 5 tons, or 2.6 tons, which is not much heavier than ordinary off-road vehicles. No wonder they suspect that it is a normal model without bulletproof function. Knight's strongest armor. The outer armor of the car body and the frame of the entire vehicle are all made of new H2 special alloy. Its cost is extremely high, but at the same time, its physical performance is also very strong, not only lighter, but also stronger. The body frame made of it can withstand dozens of tons of impact without deformation, even if it is hit by a heavy truck or rolled over by a large tanker. Don't worry about being crushed. It can provide the most solid safety guarantee for the people in the car. So powerful, heavy trucks are not afraid. Don't you have to worry about a traffic accident. The audience hearing this couldn't help but talk again. Be aware that people who died in a traffic accident, except those who didn't wear a seat belt, died because the car body deformed during the violent impact and the body was crushed. If an ordinary family car encounters a large tanker overturning and is pressed underneath by a 20-30 ton tank, then there is only one ending, that is, the car with the person and the car are pressed into a metal sandwich. Cake. Even if two small cars collide at a high speed, the body will be twisted and deformed under the violent impact, from being squeezed to the legs, or to be crushed directly. If the Knight body is really as strong as he said, then the overwhelming majority fatal car accident can be spared. In this way, even if the ballistic performance is not considered, it is only from driving and riding from the perspective of daily safety. There is always such a solid Knight that is also a very good choice. There are two versions of the Knight model. In the video, our boss is driving the regular version of the Knight. Its outer armor is only 3 mm thick, so the weight of the vehicle can be reduced to an extremely low level. 2.6 tons. There are really two versions. 3 mm isn't the no bulletproof function, but here it is said that the video is the regular version of Knight. Unless it is really like what he said. The outer armor is made of high strength, low density, and expensive superalloy. Then the cost of this car is very high. The cost of such a powerful car can't be lowered. I am ready for bleeding. Same out. Same out. I won't go back if I don't buy Knight. If I can buy Knight, I will drive back to New York directly by myself. Just take a trip. Driving Knight over the mountains and mountains. The feeling of exploring everywhere must be great. My Steel Suit 283. My Steel Suit 283. The discussion below is not too loud, so Michael paused for a while and continued. In the first video, its outer armor only resists the continuous firing of automatic rifles. In fact, the basic version of Knight has a bulletproof level of VR level 8, which is higher than civilian armored vehicles. Level VR 7 is higher than level 1, and can withstand AK-47, grenades, sniper rifles and mines. And the enhanced version, the bulletproof level of the Knight has reached the highest VR 10 standard. Can withstand anti-tank mines and heavy aircraft spear attacks. Even if you accidentally drive on the battlefield, it can also ensure the personal safety of the occupants in the car. There is a heavy Knight. When Michael mentioned that the Knight they had seen before was only a preliminary version, there was even a more powerful heavy Knight. Many people in the audience couldn't help but exclaimed, "Knight! The defenses are already so powerful, can Heavy Knight be used as a tank?" The voice below interrupted Michael's introduction, and the others hurriedly raised their index fingers to the person beside him who was still sighing. SHH. After the audience was quiet, Michael continued with a smile. In addition to the solid body, the Knight model is also equipped with many advanced technologies from Aegis Motors, such as the Fleet Escort Signal System, rotating warning lights, fire extinguishing system, emergency ventilation system, emergency escape system, etc. Occurrence's technological configuration can better protect the lives of occupants. At the same time, Knight has also established a new cross-country benchmark. It is not only stylish, but also full of aggressive appearance, advanced off-road technology, Heavy off-road equipment and powerful chassis lifting capabilities make it easy to enter places where others are afraid or unable to set foot. Powerful and efficient V6 engine, powerful terrain passing ability, can take you to the map. It will protect you safely when you go home. Superior comfort and technology can ensure you feel comfortable during the difficult and dangerous expedition. The application of the new H2 alloy is greatly reduced. In addition to the weight of the car body, the chassis lifting system ensures the stability of the car body in high-speed motion. Driven by the powerful engine, Knight can burst out amazing acceleration and super high speed, allowing you to enjoy the speed and passion! When encountering dangerous emergencies such as attacks, accidents, disasters, etc., Knight's sturdy armor and skeleton can withstand various attacks and protect the occupants from harm. Its off-road ability allows it to easily stand out of the heavy encirclement and escape from obstacles and complex terrain. Its powerful speed enables it to quickly escape from dangerous areas without fear of chasing. With Michael's introduction, everyone's eyes can't help but brighten up. They are strong in defense, unafraid of bullets and various crushing and impacts, and they can escape under various complex terrain and obstacles. Under the enemy's pursuit, relying on a speed advantage to quickly throw off the pursuit and escape from the danger. This is simply advancing, attacking, retreating, defensive, capable of resisting and fleeing, and able to face any situation calmly. It is stronger than those just defensive power. It can only be said that ordinary or even relatively weak ordinary bulletproof vehicles do not know how strong it is. Just like Michael said, this is really an all-round car with unmatched overall performance, and the level of safety is not comparable to any other models. Owning Knight is equivalent to having a loyal and extremely powerful Guardian Knight. Safety is absolutely guaranteed. The atmosphere of the press conference is getting higher and higher. With Michael's remarks, people know more about Knight, and they are more and more eager to have their own Guardian Knight. On this side, at the press conference site, although Michael's mouth was dry, he was willing to introduce Knight to the nearly 10,000 audience members. On the other side, in the manor castle, Chen Mo was very comfortable, leaning on the sofa, while sipping his own coffee, while watching the picture that is playing on the TV hanging on the wall. What is shown on the TV is not a live broadcast of the conference site. Chen Mo not only didn't attend this conference, but he didn't even take it too seriously. It's just a live demonstration, a detailed introduction to the performance parameters and various advanced functions of Knight, as well as some other sales and other related situations. There is no need for Chen Mo to come out in person. There is Michael. The general manager is fine. Chen Mo didn't even watch the live video of the press conference, but watched a domestic variety show through Jarvis over the wall. Chen Mo didn't seem to be alright, just to watch this variety show, but because there are two silhouettes he is very familiar with in this show. Xingxin, Kinga, you two are survival masters who can survive on a desert island for more than 2 months. Our group depends on you. TV screen. Several beautiful girls in the middle are standing on the beach. Behind them is a speedboat drifting away. One of them took a look at this island full of strange and unknown, and turned around a little confused and looked towards two girls who seemed to be only teenagers. The other person, hearing this, also cast a worried gaze on the two of them. It seems that the two youngest girls have become their backbone. The two youngest girls hearing this looked at each other, thinking back in their minds what the great black man taught them and what they did with them on the desert island. The worried heart soon settled down. Don't worry, we have experience in this aspect. The two patted their chests confidently and said loudly, we definitely had a better life than their group. Seeing that they are full of confidence, the other two have a feeling in their hearts. Although the two of them are young, they survived the air crash and lived successfully on the isolated island for more than 2 months. They are definitely more than the men's group, which means going to the gym, the little fresh meat and the old bacon who have no experience in wild survival are much better. That's right. The variety show Chen Mo is watching is a Starfield Survival Challenge show. There are a total of 8 guests in this show. In addition to 4 male stars and 2 female stars, Two others are not considered stars. They are Chen Mo's old acquaintance. Among the 6 survivors who survived the plane crash on the deserted island, Jiang Xin and Xu Qing are the youngest and the most lively and outgoing. After being rescued from the deserted island by the rescue team, the 6 survivors who survived miraculously caused a sensation in China. My Steel Suit 284. My Steel Suit 284. This time the plane crashed at sea. After more than 2 months of search and rescue, nothing was found. Originally, everyone thought that all the passengers on the plane should be buried in the sea with the plane. Survivors too didn't expect the plane made a crash landing on a small island, and 6 survivors survived on the island. They survived successfully and persisted. The rescue team arrived. The sudden appearance when hope is broken and their legendary magical experience have caused them to receive a lot of attention. In addition to many media interviews and reports, there are also many interviews and variety shows such as Fast Books that invite them to participate. The other 4 people themselves don't like to be on TV very much, and for the rest of their lives on a deserted island, after returning home, their mentality has not been fully adjusted. So, in addition to media interviews and the first few variety shows, he did not accept the invitation again. The 2 little girls, Jiang Xin and Xu Qing, were originally carefree. Although they were shocked in the crash and suffered a lot on the desert island, they were due to their own personalities and the protection of everyone, but not at all received too much stimulation, and soon recovered after returning. In addition, the 2 college newspapers are both acting majors, and they will also develop in the direction of celebrities in the future, so the other 4 on the show left more opportunities for performance to the 2. The performance on the show is indeed very good, real, natural, generous, and not stage fright. The 2 people have a bit of amusement and are also very likable, and gradually gained some popularity. Experiencing legendary, there are topics, popularity, and popularity. The performance on the program is also good. Naturally, there are many programs willing to invite them. Now they are participating in a celebrity survival challenge program. 4 men and 4 men and 4 men and women are grouped to survive on a deserted island. In addition to the clothes on their bodies, and a tool that each person chooses before departure. Besides, they don't have any other supplies. Except for Jiang Xin and Xu Qing, the other 6 have no survival experience. Then it's up to you. You say what we do next, we both listen to you. Yes, both masters and elder sisters listen yours. Chen Mo watched the 2 little girls take over the command without stage fright, and took the 2 stars to explore the island separately and find the source of water. And the place where the shelter was built, could not help but smile. Although the 2 of them are the youngest, they have been taken care of by everyone on the island, but they are not at all as it should be by rights, but they also work hard to learn and help to survive. The ability is incomparable with those real survival experts, but it is definitely much better than the ordinary person. Just look at the choice of tools. The 2 of them chose flint and steel, and the other a simple fishing line and hook. Others are flashlights, sunscreen, socks, bows and arrows, etc., which are not practical. Under the leadership of Jiang Xin and Xu Qing, the 2 female stars successfully set up a simple shelter in a day. A fire arose, and successfully caught it before dark at night. A fish, although not big, prevents the 4 of them from falling asleep hungry. The 4 male stars on the other side are much more miserable. The 4 without the slightest experience of survival in the wild have been arguing for a long time just to decide where to camp, and want to learn to try to drill wood on TV, and to make fire, but never succeeded. Instead, a lot of time and energy was wasted. When it got dark, their shelter was only half a shelf. There was no food and no fire source. In the end, they were hungry and cold, squeezed under the tree and barely survived the night. The most tragic thing is that there was a heavy rain in the second half of the night. The 4 girls slept soundly in the shelter, but the 4 men could only hide themselves under the trees like quail. This basically didn't sleep much all night. Second day, the 4 men who got up early with 4 pairs of panda eyes, looked at the four girls sleeping soundly under the sturdy shelter and the small shed still burning slowly. The four big men no longer care about the bonfire, and the fishbones scattered on the ground beside the bonfire. The impatient join the two women under the command. This program itself is not always a group of men and women, but 8 people together to survive on the island. Just to increase the effect of the program, on the first day, the men and women are separated into teams to form a contrast. In the end, the effect the director wanted was achieved. Although the girls' group was also very hard, one only ate a small fish, but compared with the miserable boys' group, under the leadership of Jiang Xin and Xu King, they are already doing very well. The 4 big men who should have been more dominant in this regard were compared by 4 weak girls. While the contrast made the audience feel very interesting, they couldn't help but make it right. Jiang Xin and Xu King of this contrast pay more attention and love. The 2 of them are pretty, innocent and lively, and they are likable. The serious concentration and strong ability of action shown in survival on the island also make people can't help but shine. They are different from the other side before. After this, 4 men, 2 women and 6 stars who were not too famous, under the leadership of 2 little girls, began the arduous desert island survival on the island. Chen Mo has watched the latest episode of the show, and is also very satisfied with the performance of the 2 little girls. It can also be seen from this that the 2 people did not endure hardships on the island at first, and did not work hard. They also learned what others would know, and they did a good job. Turn off the TV, Chen Mo asked Jarvis again. How are the others doing now? The 2 flight attendants, Captains Zhao Jianmin, Jiang Lan, and Xu Shan were all put on long vacations by the airlines, and Su Wan also returned from the original. The company left and they are now resting at home. Chen Mo, hearing this, nodded. Sent her an email with my work mailbox, inviting her to come over as the assistant to the president. At the end of the email, add a sentence, I will meet by chance, _P. On the other hand, the press conference has also come to an end, and finally entered the night sale link that everyone cares about most. Because the current night production line can only produce 10 cars a day, it is spread through 4S stores across the country like ordinary cars, and mass sales are simply unrealistic. So Chen Mo, long before the night officially started mass production, it was decided to sell it through advanced reservations, like top luxury cars and even aeroplanes. Night is absolutely no worse than any top luxury car in terms of appearance, quality, performance or technological content, and even more than a lot, so Chen Mo believes that Night off-road vehicle it will definitely be in short supply after the official release. My Steel Suit 285. My Steel Suit 285. But this is a completely new car after all. No one has even heard of the company's name before. Even if there are 3 videos posted by Chen Mo on Twitter that make this car, it became popular on the internet, but people's understanding of this car is also limited to video. So in order to allow those who want to buy Night to experience its powerful performance firsthand, although Chen Mo did not adopt the original sales method and spread it to the 4S store, it still took the original Taylor Motor Company under its subsidiary. A car sales center in the suburbs of Los Angeles has been slightly adjusted and turned into a test drive experience center for Night off-road vehicles. Their press conference was held in the exhibition hall of this experience center. However, with the popularity of the video, Night became popular on the internet, and there must be a large number of people who want to test drive this supercar. Today will be the first day that the Night Experience Center officially begins to receive customers. The thousands of people who came to attend the press conference must all want to experience it. This is only near Los Angeles. The people of the area dominate. Due to time constraints, there are not many people from other cities. In the days to come, as Night becomes more and more famous, there will only be more people who come to experience the test drive, which is impossible. Let everyone have a personal test drive experience. Moreover, Chen Mo did not intend to sell this Night off-road vehicle at a low price. Although the actual cost is only tens of thousands of dollars more than the original ordinary model, even if you include the purchase of new production equipment, the cost increased and the total cost was less than $50,000. But only Chen Mo knows the true formula of H2 alloy. He has allowed the company to purchase a large amount of precious rare metals, although most of them are now in Chen Mo's space. Externally, the cost of the powerful special alloy is extremely high, and the cost of the whole vehicle has been increased by several times, reaching more than $1 million. The price of night, Chen Mo, is directly set at $5 million. Do you think this is over? Then you underestimated Chen Mo's malice towards the rich class of the Rice Empire. The $5 million can only buy the conventional version of Knight, and if you want to buy the thicker armor, stronger anti-ballistic performance, and the highest safety factor, Heavy Knight requires a full $10 million. But Chen Mo believes that those who really need it will not be stingy with the extra $5 million. Because the defensive ability of Heavy Knight is really impeccable, comparable to a tank. In fact, even if Chen Mo sets the price higher, it is more expensive than those limited edition supercars with amazing prices and tens of millions. Some people will still buy them. The strong defense alone is enough to make these. The rich man who is afraid of death willingly pays. However, Chen Mo's positioning of this car is a mass-produced model used to open the market and establish brand awareness. If you take the route of limited edition and sky-high price, although this car is indeed worth the price, there is no doubt that there will be few people who can afford it, and the sales volume will inevitably be as small as those of tens of millions of limited cars. It may only sell a few hundred or even dozens of cars a year. This is contrary to Chen Mo's original intention. It's not feasible to take the middle and low-end route. Let's not talk about the value of Knight itself. It's worth the price. Chen Mo Impossible sells these crooked nuts cheaply. And with the super performance of Knight, if the price is set too low, the market demand will inevitably increase sharply. With the current production capacity of Aegis Motors, it will not be able to supply too huge market demand in the short term. The meaning is not great, since the cheaper the price, the more sales volume will be, and the higher the price, the less sales volume will be, and the price multiplied by the sales volume is the total sales, so there is an optimal balance point in between, to maximize the benefits. Combined with the company's current daily output of 10 cars, Chen Mo has set the current price. Chen Mo does not sell at a low price, and may not be too expensive. It is still positioned in the high-end market, but it also makes it more affordable for more people, whether it is from the overall revenue, brand positioning, or the development of the market and the development of the company have maximized the benefits. Since they are targeting the high-end market, their target audience has shrunk a lot. Although the price is not sky-high, it is already very high. It has higher requirements for buyers' financial resources. If there is no test drive restrictions, when the time comes, most people who come to test drive certainly do not meet the conditions and will not buy Knight. They just want to satisfy their curiosity. If everyone who comes is really allowed to test drive once, there will simply be fewer people in a day, and there will be very few that can be purchased. So Chen Mo simply imposed certain restrictions on the application for a test drive. You must first subscribe and pay $5 million or $10 million for the purchase of the car. After booking, you have the right to test drive. If you feel dissatisfied after the test drive and do not want to buy, you can directly refund the full amount. If you want to buy, you can't drive away, but you have to wait in line according to the order of purchase. After all, Aegis Motors can only produce 10 cars a day. Even if the price is $5 million, it is still in short supply, and everyone feels that the price is not expensive at all, which is simply too conscious. Those luxury cars in the same price range are simply incomparable to the powerful Knight. Even people who can't afford it just feel envious and greedy, but don't think the price is expensive. Such a perfect and strongest car, bulletproof, off-road, and speed are all top-notch at this price. Simply not expensive. $5 million will be able to own a top bulletproof car and top off-road vehicle, the fit, value, and truth of top sports car. It's worth it. If you have money, many people don't even buy a house, first buy a Knight. Living in the car at night is safer than anywhere. As soon as the price and sales channel of Knight were announced, The audience below immediately boiled over. To be honest, whether it is affordable or unaffordable, the price is lower than they expected. The past few days, the company's production line produced a total of 30 Knight, which were all sent to the Test Drive Experience Center by Chen Mo. 10 of them were used as test drives and not sold. The other 20 vehicles can be picked up and driven away. This is also the night only one time that the current car is on sale. You will have to wait in line in the future. After all, Aegis Motors only has 10 cars a day, and the reservation may be a few days earlier. If they are slow, it is possible to wait for about a year. Michael said very clearly that after the press conference, the top 20 purchasers can take the lead in a test drive, and if the test drive is satisfied, they can drive the car away. The only opportunity to directly mention the car is now in front of them. My Steel Suit 286. My Steel Suit 286. However, in order to avoid contention, the reservation of Knight will be made online, and the order of test drive will also be determined according to the order in which they completed the reservation on the Aegis Motors website, including future reservations will also be made on the website. Michael just finished explaining the Knight reservation method. Many of the following people quickly took out their mobile phones and started logging on the Aegis Motors website, wanting to book first. Today, there are only 20 existing cars. If someone else grabs them first, they will have to line up at the back. Anyway, they can get a refund if they are not satisfied, so all those who are interested in Knight have taken action. The stage was completely silent for a while. Those who could afford it were all looking down and nervously operating their mobile phones, while those who couldn't afford it looked enviously at the people around them holding their phones crazy. The reporter also focused all the cameras on the nervous panic buyer. Judging from the nervous and urgent expressions on their faces, it is not as if they are simply digging out 5 million, but as if they are grabbing 5 million. Yeah, great. I'm the first one. The quiet atmosphere was finally broken. A young man with a stylish dress stood up excitedly, holding his hands high. A series of order numbers are displayed on the screen of my mobile phone. The last number is 001. I also booked successfully. Ha ha ha. I finally got it. More and more people raised their heads excitedly. The mobile phone showed a reminder that the reservation was completed, but some people were still a bit slower and failed to grab the top 20. Among the more than 8,000 people on site, more than 200 people have completed the booking. In other words, in just a few minutes, Aegis Motors has already credited 1 billion. This is not over yet. The Knight conference was also broadcast live on the official website of Aegis Motors. Many people who didn't arrive in time learned about the Knight reservation rules. Even if impatient placed an order, it was only because the live video was delayed compared to the live video, so the top 20, the place that can directly mention the car, is not at all grabbed by people off the field, but the orders from off the field are many times more than the conference site. In less than half an hour, the total number of orders for Knight has reached 1,000, which means that the orders for Knight have also been scheduled for more than 3 months. Aegis Motors has a total account of 5 billion. Don't talk about other people. Even Michael didn't expect that Knight would be so popular. In fact, this has a lot to do with the sales method of scheduled test drives that Chen Mo came up with. If you want to test drive, you must first book and pay, but you can refund at any time if you are not satisfied, which eliminates people's worries. Moreover, the daily output of Knight is only 10 units. It may be impossible to get a car this year if the reservation is late. People who are attracted by the powerful performance of Knight can get it as soon as possible in order to experience the test drive for themselves. The car will be directly booked without the slightest hesitation. Anyway, book it first. If you are not satisfied with the test drive, you can choose to refund at any time. However, with the power of Knight, once you have tried it yourself, you would be willing to refund. It's easy to refund, but it's not easy if you want to buy again. Now there are more than 1,000 people in line in just half an hour. I don't know if it will be a year in a few days. At the Knight Test Drive Experience Center, 20 lucky people who grabbed the place to directly mention the car, and the next 10 people with priority test drive qualifications came here with excitement under the guidance of the staff. 30 night cars lined up outside the exhibition hall. This is their first close encounter with night. Standing next to night, which is more than 2 meters high, their emotions became overwhelmingly excited, especially when the 20 people were scheduled as long as they want. This car is theirs. According to the performance of Night in the video, they themselves don't believe that they will give up this hard-earned car purchase qualification. The other 10 people are not much worse than them. Although you can't directly pick up the car today, you can tomorrow. In the envious eyes of thousands of people on the periphery, 30 lucky ones opened the car door with pride and excitement and climbed up. The decoration inside the car is simple and atmospheric, and full of science fiction atmosphere. To describe it with an ancient poem from China, it is high-end atmosphere and high-grade, low-key luxury and connotation. After getting into the car, everyone can't help but think of the scene in the video of Night rushing through the roadblock under the rain of bullets and racing on the mountain road. Until they really started the engine and stepped on the accelerator, they really felt the powerful power of Night. The rumbling sound of 30 Night engines resounded through the entire space. Seeing the 30 huge black silhouettes rushing out side by side, everyone couldn't help feeling like a Night group charging. It's fascinating. The people who have already booked at the back can't help but look forward to it. The test drive time is only half an hour. They can only experience acceleration, handling and speed performance on the road, and then experience the off-road ability on the field next to the experience center. Although it was only half an hour, everyone still fully felt the power of Night. Although the bulletproof and safety performance could not be experienced personally, the video had already shown them very clearly, so in the end, none of the 20 people who had the right to directly withdraw the car chose to get refund. They satisfactorily completed the formalities, drove their beloved Night directly, and went home happily. The remaining nearly 200 bookers who have already paid took a whole day to test drive them all. In the end, everyone reluctantly got out of the car, clasping their hands to indicate that it would take a few days before they could mention the car. They are good at the scene. They only need to wait a dozen days at most, while others have to wait 2 or 3 months. In any case, the Night conference ended perfectly. Night showed its powerful strength and extraordinary charm. With an absolute dark horse, it became the absolute king of the high-end car market in one fell swoop! The major auto groups have really felt the huge threat from Aegis Motors. The sales of all the top luxury models that were extremely popular have plummeted. Not just bulletproof cars, top off-road vehicles and super sports cars. Even the sales of luxury cars have been greatly affected. 5 million can buy an almost almighty mobile fortress, who would spend money foolishly to buy those so-called luxury cars, and this car is just like its name, Night, handsome. Surprisingly, even those who demand high looks can't fault it. So many of those who originally planned to buy the top luxury cars have changed their minds and booked Night first. My Steel Suit 287. My Steel Suit 287. How did the low-end, mid-end, and even the ordinary high-end markets or several major automobile groups not at all be affected? After all, there are still a few people who can spend 5 million and 10 million to buy a car. But the fall of the most high-end top car market is still unacceptable to major auto companies. These top-notch models with millions of dollars are proof of their brand strength, and they also occupy a considerable share of their annual total profit. They are so easily robbed of more than half of them. Naturally will not be willing. The previous tentative public opinion offensive ended in failure due to Chen Mo's dripping plan, which left them no handle. At the time, Chen Mo could only say that it was a potential threat. They originally wanted to deal with him slowly, but no one thought that this threat would become a reality so quickly. The model has just been released for 3 days. Just start the conference directly, and make reservations for sale through the internet. Now, Chen Mo, his Aegis Motors company, and the Dark Horse Night have actually violated their interests and broke the original stable automobile structure. They will never sit back and watch what should be their own interests being taken away by others. Furthermore, this is only the first model launched by Aegis Motors. Now he just grabs their top car market. Then, this company suddenly rises and has technology far beyond their imagination. Will the reserve emerging companies continue to seize their high-end, mid-end and even low-end automotive markets? With the technical prowess demonstrated by Aegis Motors, once they really have such a plan and put it into practice, then it will be difficult for them to resist the attack of this rapidly emerging company. They absolutely can't wait and die. Fight back. Must fight back. No matter how powerful Aegis Motors is, it is just a small company that has just emerged, and its products are only night, whether in terms of scale, overall strength, brand awareness and consumer recognition. They can't be compared with these old car groups, let alone the great influence they represent. They are really serious, and wanting to deal with a small car company is just a piece of cake. A storm is brewing secretly, and I don't know when it will erupt next to Chen Mo. Chen Mo is not completely ignorant of this. As early as when he decided to enter the automobile industry, Chen Mo was mentally prepared. Since he wanted to develop, he must break the original pattern of influence. The automobile market is so big, and his own development is bound to squeeze the interests of others. If you move other people's cakes, you must be ready to be counterattacked. And what Chen Mo has to do is not just to occupy a place in the car market. If Chen Mo is just an ordinary person with money and technology, then he will definitely be crushed by these powerful automobile groups. But now, no matter what means the other party has, just use it. Chen Mo has the confidence and strength to deal with any challenge. In the next period of time, night reservations were still hot. Every day a large number of people from all over the country felt Los Angeles, just to get to night. The Test Drive Experience Center personally experienced this supercar that is extremely powerful in the video. As more and more people have successfully bought night, more videos about night appeared on the internet, making people more clearly feel the power and charm of night. Night's daily reservations are increasing in a very stable trend. Following this trend, it won't be long before it really takes a few years to mention the car. However, Chen Mo had already planned for this. A large amount of car purchase funds were put on the company's account. The company's funds were unprecedentedly sufficient. On the day of the press conference, Chen Mo ordered Michael to start the car production line. Construction work. Yes, it's not buying, but building. Chen Mo has a full set of car production line construction drawings, and the most important of which is the manufacturing drawings and related supporting procedures of the articulated robot. The entire automobile production line is mainly divided into 4 parts, namely stamping, welding, painting and final assembly. In addition to the necessary large-scale stamping equipment and basic equipment such as assembly lines, these 4 parts are the most important part to realize automated production compared with ordinary person workshops. Placement, welding, spraying, assembly and other processes of transfer robots, welding, gluing robots, painting robots, etc. Although robot manufacturing is quite different from automobile manufacturing, it is still in the category of mechanical manufacturing after all, and it is common in many places. The technical content of these robots themselves is not much less than that of a car. Although the car is large, it is not the car body. The most important ones are the power system, transmission system, control system and other core parts. These large multi-joint manipulators seem to have a simple structure, but in fact they have very high requirements for accuracy, and the control system is even more complicated, but these are not problems for Chen Mo. As early as when he first took over the company, Chen Mo spent huge sums of money to purchase a large number of high-precision processing equipment. It is not a problem to produce the high-precision parts needed to manufacture the manipulator, and the size is large. All of the robot arm parts can also be cast and processed. The remaining standard parts and parts, such as private motors, reducers, PLCs, etc., can be purchased directly from suppliers. The most critical, most complex, and most difficult to develop operation control system Chen Mo has ready-made. Just copy it out. As for the assembly of the manipulator, it is not a problem. With the complete work instruction provided by Chen Mo, the experienced technicians in the company can easily do the assembly work of the manipulator. So, the manufacture of large-scale high-precision multi-joint manipulators is not at all difficult for Aegis Motors. This is why Chen Mo first bought Taylor Motors. A mature automobile manufacturing company has a strong foundation and strength in technology, research and development, processing, production, manufacturing and other aspects. They can produce a complex car. Then with Chen Mo providing a full set of drawings and software, it is entirely possible to produce more other products, not just multi-joint robots. In addition to various large manipulators used to replace manpower, there are corresponding fully enclosed constant temperature spraying systems, motor drive systems, PLC integrated control systems, machine vision systems, safety control systems, servo systems, etc. After Chen Mo took out the drawings, the key systems necessary for the realization of automation in the automotive automation production line were also led by the R&D department to build. My Steel Suit 288. My Steel Suit 288. After closing the original models and refitting workshops, the company originally had some excess capacity while only producing night off-road vehicles. Now, all of these excess production capacity was mobilized and used for the construction of automotive automated production lines. The manufacturing of the production line is not a matter of overnight. Even with the technical and financial support of Chen Mo, the construction of the entire production line will take at least 1 month. In other words, if Knight wants to achieve mass production, it will have to wait until Chen Mo returns from the next world. However, Chen Mo did not wait for the rest of the time. In addition to the construction of the auto production line, Chen Mo also gave Michael another order, which is the company's expansion. Aegis Motors is located in the northwestern suburbs of Los Angeles, basically in the middle of downtown Los Angeles and Chen Mo's manor. 1 kilometer to the west is the coastline. Highway number 1 passes in front of the company and is connected by a road. The other 3 directions of the company are all plains and hills, extending eastward for several kilometers before reaching the foot of a mountain range. Except for the number 1 highway, which vehicles pass by from time to time, within a radius of tens of kilometers, it can be said to be deserted. There is only this lonely factory located on the plain between the mountains and the sea. With the development of the company, especially after the start of the construction of the automated production line, the original plant was somewhat insufficient. In some plants, 2 workshops were already crowded, which seemed a bit crowded. The development will only grow stronger, and the original area is simply not enough. With a swipe of a pen, Chen Mo directly asked Michael to buy all the large tracts of land around the company all the way to the foot of the mountain to the east. Although early stage cannot use such a large area, it can be prepared in advance. Factory buildings can also be built in advance, saving when the time comes, there will be no factory buildings. Anyway, the company's funds are now very abundant and can fully support the construction of large industrial parks. Chen Mo intends to build an industrial park that belongs to him in one step, and put all other products and other companies together in the future. The car is only the first step of Chen Mo's real development. Now he can say that he has a firm foothold. Next, while continuing to develop the automobile industry and open up a larger market, Chen Mo is also preparing to expand the industry he has entered. The task of land purchase and expansion was handed over to the company's general manager Michael. Chen Mo acted as an arm-flinging shopkeeper, drove a night and left the company, driving towards Los Angeles City past. Since Chen Mo bought the manor and the company, he has basically been 2 points and 1 line. During this time, he has never returned to Los Angeles. Naturally, he has something to do this time, because Suwon is here. Located in Los Angeles International Airport, southwest of downtown Los Angeles, the International Arrival Channel. A flight had just landed, and groups of passengers came out of the passage one after another, wearing a white professional suit, hair shawl, and graceful Suwon walked out of the passage with the flow of people. Up ahead of the passageway, many people are standing behind the isolation belt, looking forward to it. Some of them are holding signs with their names in their hands. Suwon's gaze was skipped among the crowd picking up the airport. Before she could carefully read the things written on the signs one by one, her gaze was attracted by a tall and familiar silhouette. Suwon's heartbeat suddenly jumped uncontrollably. After being rescued by the rescue team, she quit her job and returned to her bachelor apartment, staying at home every day, listening to music, reading books, and recovering from the crash. They avoided a catastrophe and the subsequent thrilling and arduous experience of survival on the deserted island brought about the mental stress and stimulation, slowly recovering the mental and physical exhaustion. On the other day, she was watching a variety show on survival on the deserted island that two little girls, Jang Xin and Xu King, were participating in, on the internet, but suddenly a notification popped up on the computer screen to receive a new email. She clearly remembers that in order not to be disturbed, she had already turned off the email. When did she activate it again? Since I saw it, Suwon clicked on it and took a look. I thought it was which TV station invited her to accept an interview or appear on a show, but didn't expect a copy from an automobile manufacturing company in the United States. Offer from the assistant to the president. She is very sure that she has not submitted any resumes at all. How could this company find herself and let her be the assistant to the president? What's even stranger is that this company claims to be from the United States, but there is no English in the entire email. It is written entirely in Chinese. It looks like a prank at all. Although she was a little skeptical, Suwon carefully read the entire email. Her attitude has always been this way. Before she is sure, she will not easily draw conclusions. And when she saw the last sentence of the email, Suwon couldn't help but froze for a while, and then a burst of ecstasy emerged from her heart. And at the same time she couldn't help but secretly rejoice in her heart. Drop the email and treat it as a prank. We will meet by chance. This sentence is very common, and can often be seen in costume TV dramas, but Suwon is familiar with it because the mysterious black man on the desert island said it to her before leaving. And before that, she put forward the idea of wanting to follow him. Nowadays, in an offer from an assistant to the president from the United States, there was such an obvious sentence, unfathomable mystery, at the end, which made Suwon couldn't help but have a bold guess. Like that mysterious person once said that his friend would pick him up, and after they were rescued, they also learned from rescuers that their plane crashed and they lived on it. The deserted island for many months is not too far away from the United States. His friends and even himself are probably from the United States. Finally, Suwon also found out that the signature at the bottom of this email was Blake Chen. Blake, Black. Is this just a coincidence? But Suwon's reason told her that this is absolutely impossible by coincidence. Recall that when she told Chen Mo that she wanted to go with him, Chen Mo not at all refused directly, but said that they should go back to China first, so they might meet each other. Go home first. Until now, Suwon really understood the hidden meaning of Chen Mo's sentence. It turned out to be for them to return to China first, and then he would let her go to work for him through normal channels. If these are only her speculations, and it is not absolutely certain that the person who sent the email is Chen Mo, then she will follow the Aegis Motor Company mentioned in the email carefully on the internet. After searching for a while, what she found completely confirmed her guess. My Steel Suit 289. My Steel Suit 289. In the beginning, she directly searched for Aegis Motors on the domestic internet, and there were not many search results. Most of them are mentioned by some US students studying in space or forums, saying that a very powerful supercar has appeared in US, and it has strong anti-ballistic performance that can withstand rifle attacks. It has more than 1 meter. The strong off-road ability with high obstacles, as well as the acceleration and speed performance comparable to top sports cars, and the owner of this car is the president of a company called Aegis Motors. Although almost everyone regards this as boasting, Suwon doesn't think so, because she found that more than one person said this, and they all said basically the same. Regardless of the description of the car is still the mysterious Aegis Motor Company. After finding that more detailed information could not be found on the domestic internet, Suwon broke the wall and entered the US internet, and based on the information mentioned by an international student she saw before, she logged in. Tweeted. Suwon, who was studying in the US during the college days, had a Twitter account and was familiar with the operation, so she quickly searched for Blake Chan's account. His avatar was not his own photo. It is a magnificent medieval castle standing on a high mountain, with the sea and blue sky as the background, imposing manner. In the first 2 videos he released, Suwon saw what those international students said about supercars. Indeed, as they said, the performance is extremely powerful. If you didn't see the video in person, plus on the internet, the news report about the manor attack is really hard to believe that it is true. At the end of the 3rd video, Suwon saw a very familiar back. Although she did not see her face, it was only from her body shape, walking posture, and the kind of extraordinary appearance on her body. With different special temperaments, Suwon can be sure that this must be the mysterious black-clothed person who saved them on the isolated island. But Suwon feels that this is not Chen Mo's true identity. The president of an automobile manufacturing company, and there is absolutely no need for them to always face their survivors. According to Chen Mo's performance on the island, his true identity must be very mysterious, and he cannot be known casually. Even if he is not the agent or assassin they guessed, he is definitely some kind of special and unusual. The identity, and absolutely impossible, is just as simple as the president of a company. This identity should be just a cover for him to cover up his true identity. Since Chen Mo masked his face in front of them, he definitely didn't want them to know his looks, but at the same time, it also told them that his identity cannot be known by others. Originally, it was nothing. As long as they don't meet again in the future, they won't know his real identity and will not pose a threat to his identity. Now, Chen Mo has let her go and work for him. You know, Suwon knows that he has secrets and even murdered people. Suppose Suwon to work for him. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to show his until now hidden identity in front of her? At least, while working for him, Suwon will also learn more about Chen Mo's secrets. So, Chen Mo's ability to let her pass is enough to show that Chen Mo trusts and values her very much. This made Suwon very happy, and at the same time she couldn't help but look forward to it. I wonder if Chen Mo will show his true face in front of him. Confirming Chen Mo's identity and attitude towards her, Suwon didn't at all hesitate too much, but decided to go to Los Angeles. At the moment when she walked out of the passage, Suwon looked at a crane in a flock of chickens behind the railing. The familiar silhouette was very conspicuous, and her temperament was obviously different. At the same time her excited heart was beating wildly. She couldn't help. He cast his eyes on Chen Mo's face. The moment she saw Chen Mo's face clearly, Suwon was very surprised, which was different from what she had imagined. She originally thought that Chen Mo would be a mature middle-aged uncle, at least, a calm youth in his 30s. Didn't expect Chen Mo to be so young and still so the handsome face with sharp edges and corners, coupled with a pair of sharp and extremely deep dark eyes, makes people involuntarily attracted by him, making Suwon, who is very familiar with these eyes, a little heart swaying. Dragging the suitcase and walking in front of Chen Mo, Suwon fixedly looked into his eyes. There were a million words in her heart, but she didn't know how to say it. In the end, they all turned into brilliant yen and smiled. Chen Mo looked at Suwon, who was smiling brightly in front of him, and could not help but think of her every bit on the island. The life on the deserted island is actually Chen Mo's test for all survivors. Their attitudes and ways of dealing with various things are all in Chen Mo's eyes, for everyone from character, ability, will to character and temperament. Chen Mo knows everything well. Those who were unqualified were all directly eliminated by Chen Mo. Among the 6 survivors who survived on the island, Suwon was the one he valued most. Although she is just a secretary, her performance on the desert island is really good. She is extremely loyal to the elderly, not at all for her own survival and abandon him, but always to never leave each other. And her own abilities are also very good, smart and capable, calm and responsible in times of trouble. as long as a little training is sure to be able to take on the big responsibility. In addition, she took the initiative to reveal to Chen Mo that she wanted to follow. After Chen Mo stabilized, the first thing she thought of was to recruit her. Now he is the only person in the entire manor and castle. He does the food by himself, and he handles many things in the company himself. He needs a trusted assistant to help him, dealing with some life and work matters, and Su-won is currently the best candidate. Chen Mo asked Jarvis to keep an eye on their situation after they returned to China. After being rescued back to China, they were indeed recorded separately by the police. With Su-won's advance preparation, they had already I have already made a confession, so not at all show any footwork. Even the two little girls who are usually carefree have carefully recorded the things that need attention and recorded the confession smoothly. With the assistance of everyone, Chen Mo's original identity was successfully completed. After confirming that she was indeed trustworthy, Chen Mo found her without the slightest hesitation. Looking at Su-won, who was full of excitement, gratitude, and reverence, Chen Mo smiled at her gently, and reached out to take the luggage in her hand. "Welcome to you." Su-won was completely intoxicated by the sudden warm smile on Chen Mo's face. Chen Mo's impression of him was always mysterious and powerful and extremely cold. She never thought that she could actually see Chen Mo's smile. "My steel suit 290. My steel suit 290. Chen Mo's smile is so warm and bright. Su-won only feels that the traces in her heart are caused by a series of plane crashes, survival on deserted islands, and the death of Chief Old Dong. The haze that has always lingered seems to be completely dissipated in this warm smile like the sun. When she came back to his senses, she realized that Chen Mo did not know when she had taken her luggage. "Don't. I can do it by myself. How can I let boss help me with my luggage?" Su-won hurriedly went forward to extend the hand and wanted to take the luggage by herself. She came to work as an assistant for Chen Mo. She should be the one who carried the luggage for Chen Mo. "You haven't officially started work, so your current identity is my guest." Chen Mo waved his hand to stop Su-won. "Wait for you to go to work, not just take your luggage, but there are many more things you need to do." Although Chen Mo has deliberately restrained a little, he still faintly reveals himself with a majestic and powerful imposing manner, coupled with the previous savior status on the desert island. Su-won could not refuse him at all, so she had to withdraw her slender hand, and stopped by the crowd who had passed by Chen Mo. "Go to the field." As soon as he walked out, Chen Mo suddenly found a somewhat familiar silhouette. Chen Mo couldn't help but turned his head and looked over, and found that it was a tall girl who was squeezed into the crowd at the bottom of the pickup crowd. She was holding a sign in her hand and held it high in front of her. Although she is not short, because she is in the densest place where the pickup crowd is, and also on the inner side closest to the passage, Chen Mo didn't notice her when she came over. Now some people have picked up people to leave, the crowd has become less dense. Chen Mo only saw her, but it was just a figure from behind. Looking at this somewhat familiar but very unfamiliar silhouette, Chen Mo frowned and recalled, but he failed to correspond with the person in his memory. "What's the matter, boss?" Su-won on the side noticed Chen Mo's abnormality, and then turned around and looked towards the crowd who picked up the plane, but found nothing unusual. She couldn't help but asked aloud, "It's nothing, let's go." Since I didn't think of it, Chen Mo didn't plan to go forward and find out. There are many people with similar body shapes, and many people will encounter mistakes. People's situation, and, even if you really knew it, it was Chen Mo before, not Blake Chen. He stepped forward so hastily, but it was not appropriate and meaningful. Even if you are an acquaintance, what if you can't recognize each other? That's all you worry about. At worst let Jarvis check it out when he is free, if he hasn't forgotten, and he still wants to know. Chen Mo not at all was too taking seriously on this matter, turned around, and left with Su-won strode. Not long after they left, two familiar silhouettes came out briskly from the passage. If Chen Mo and Su-won were still there, they would surely be found soon. Because these two people are Jiang Xin and Xu King, who have spent more than 2 months on the deserted island with them. It's been more than 2 months since the two people flew to Los Angeles last time. Time has entered the early autumn from midsummer. The two little girls also changed from t-shirts and hot pants to autumn clothes. However, the state of the two of them has not changed at all. They are still so sunny and lively, and they have never been traumatized by an air crash. It seems that there is no psychological shadow on the plane, which makes people wonder if they have experienced a fake plane crash. But when I think about it carefully, it makes sense. The two were originally carefree. They were positive and optimistic. When the air crash occurred, the two little brat fainted directly in shock and weightlessness. Although they were lost in the middle. I woke up in a daze, but was soon stunned by the bloody sight again. When I finally woke up, I was already outside the plane. The memory of the entire crash was very vague to them. It was more like a dream. Life on the island is more like a hangover. Although you don't have enough food every day, you are not too hungry. Whenever you have too little harvest and no food, you will have airdrop appeared next to them, and they passed the difficult desert island time safely by luck. Although every day has a hard and busy day collecting food at the beach, they actually enjoy it, catching crabs, collecting shells, collecting firewood, grilling fish, building houses, fishing. These things are what they usually want to do, but they don't have the opportunity to do it. Just like a summer camp, the big brother elder sisters are also very nice. If they weren't homesick, they would all want to stay on the island for a few more days. Although there were several snatches and crises in the middle, they were all solved secretly by Chen Mo. Later, after Chen Mo appeared directly, they even lived a happy life like an island vacation. Psychological shadows and so on simply does not exist. I really want to say the difference, but there are some. Although they did not suffer any trauma on the island, after all, they did suffer a lot. They did not experience anything they had never experienced before. Survival, human nature, good and evil, their souls still received some impact, and the whole person got a lot of growth. Know how to be grateful, know how to unite, know how to persevere, and also understand the good and evil in the world. The whole person has become a lot more mature. Of course, these are more reflected in their inner parts. On the surface, there is almost no difference between two people and more than 2 months ago. When they came out of the passage, their little heads looked around, and their eyes were full of curiosity about strange cities. It seems that they are still the two little girls who just graduated from high school who flew to Los Angeles more than 2 months ago, but it took more than 2 months for this flight to reach their destination. Two little girls dragging large suitcases just walked out of the aisle, and they saw up ahead at the front of the pickup crowd. There was a tall girl holding in her hands the words University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, pickup card. The two women dragged the box and ran forward. Senior sister is good. We are new students here. Senior sister, you are so beautiful. Jiang Xin and Xu King are not afraid at all. The student greeted the girl holding the pickup sign. The tall girl looked down at the two lively and lovely little brat in front of her, put down the pickup card in her hand, and gently said with a smile to them, "Welcome to Los Angeles. I am your senior sister, and my name is Anran." Chen Mo and Su Wan are not knowing what happened behind them. Although Su Wan was on the same flight as Jiang Xin and Xu King, Su Wan's ticket was first-class business class set by Chen Mo, while Jiang Xin and Xu King were in normal economy class. Moreover, there are 300 to 400 passengers on this plane, and the probability of encountering both parties is not very high. My steel suit 291. My steel suit 291. Until I sat in night and looked at Chen Mo driving next to him, Su Wan still felt a little unreality, as if in a dream. The last time I met Chen Mo was still on a desert island. They were all in a panic. They barely survived with the help of Chen Mo, while Chen Mo has always been black-clothed and masked. Never revealed his true face. She didn't expect what she said. The next time she meets Chen Mo, she will be able to meet Chen Mo so close without any covert frankness. And, starting today, she will become Chen Mo's assistant and work for him. Sitting in the car, After her emotions gradually calmed down, Su-won couldn't help but look at this legendary knight. If the price of $5 million is in China, plus the tariff, it is estimated to be 70 million renminbi. The highest luxury car. The decoration inside the car is simple and atmospheric, full of sense of science and technology, and there is luxury in the low-key. It is obviously an off-road vehicle, but it can drive at a speed comparable to a top sports car. It is fast under the smooth control of Chen Mo. More than a car, soon drove on the picturesque seaside Highway 1. If someone else drives the car so fast and keeps overtaking, Su-won would have been so scared that she would close her eyes and dare not look at it. However, Su-won has tremendous trust in Chen Missouri. Chen Mo always had a calm and steady expression, without the excitement and enthusiasm of those racing parties. Not only did Su-won sit on the co-pilot without worrying about safety issues, but instead looked at the distant scenery with interest. At the same time, she also really felt the unusualness of this car. At such a high speed, the ground was just an ordinary road, but she was sitting in the car and felt better than she had ridden before. Any luxury car in China must be stable and comfortable, without the slightest feeling of bumps. Soon, the car turned off Highway 1 and drove onto a flat asphalt road. A tall wrought iron gate appeared in front of the road, blocking the way. On both sides of the gate are wooden fences extending far away along the road. Within the fence, there is a tall tree wall composed of thousands of big trees, which completely completes the scene behind. Blocked it. As the car approached, the two wrought iron gates blocking the way opened automatically to both sides. Chen Mo drove the car without reducing speed, quickly drove into the gate, and drove towards the other side of the tree wall. Su-won, who has watched the video on Chen Mo's Twitter, looked at the familiar boulevard ahead, and immediately guessed where it was and what the scene behind the tree wall was. Night quickly passed through the tree wall and drove out of the tree-lined road. Although I was mentally prepared, I saw the scene of the manor in the video before, but at this moment it really seeing with her own eyes, Su-won was still uncontrollably fascinated by the beautiful scenery in front of her. It is so beautiful. On the right is a vast grassland with no end in sight. Several undulating hills and small pieces of woods are dotted in between, giving this grassland more vitality and vitality. On the left is the golden sandy beach and blue sky. The sea of the sea makes this picture more vivid, not just the monotonous green, but more colorful. The continuous mountain range at the end of the road and the ancient city fort towering on the top of the mountain add a bit of majesty to this place. Such a vast seaside grassland and a tall and magnificent hilltop castle cannot be found in China. Su-won couldn't help but be deeply intoxicated by this tranquil and magnificent scenery. This is where Chen Mo lives? Under Su-won's overwhelming gaze, the car quickly drove to the castle on the top of the mountain and drove into the castle through the thick iron door that opened automatically. Getting off the car, Chen Mo took out Su-won's suitcase from the trunk, took her through the code door in the garage, and entered the castle. This is where I live. As my personal assistant, you will not only help me deal with company affairs in the future, but you will also take care of everything in life. You will also live in the future. Here. Speaking of which, Chen Mo turned his head and looked towards Su-won. No problem, right? Although Su-won was able to come over and was basically determined to follow him, he still had to ask one last sentence. No, it's okay. Su-won blushed and replied. Although she had made a decision long ago, she really wanted to live with Chen Mo. Sorry. Although she only lived in the same castle, Su-won had never lived under the same roof with other men before, and got along day and night, so it was inevitable that she was still a little uncomfortable. But, isn't this what she wants until now? Follow in the footsteps of this powerful and mysterious powerhouse, Chen Mo. She originally thought that Chen Mo's identity was invisible. When she proposed to follow Chen Mo on the island, she had already prepared to hide her identity with him in the dark at all times. Can't just appear in front of people. Didn't expect Chen Mo not only did not hide, but appeared in front of the world with a normal identity, just and honorable, and in a short period of time, he developed a strong. The automobile manufacturing company still lives in such a beautiful and vast manner and in a magnificent castle. This is much better than what she had imagined. She was worried that the life of a female agent could not adapt to herself, but now she has returned to her old profession, but she has to work as a life assistant, staying with Chen Mo at all times. In addition to work, he also has to take care of his diet and daily life. If it is someone else, Su-won will definitely not agree. A male and a female together alone, in the same room, it is inevitable that bad things will happen. Su-won can't trust those men. But Chen Mo is different. The experience on the deserted island allows Su-won to trust Chen Mo unconditionally, so she doesn't at all have any other concerns except for some sorry. Seeing that Su-won agreed, Chen Mo nodded. Then you can choose a room first, except for the room on the east side of the top floor, which is mine. You can choose any other rooms. At this point, Su-won lived in the castle, and Chen Mo also granted Su-won the authority of the manor and castle through Jarvis. The access control system of the manor and castle has been upgraded by Chen Mo for a long time. The gate of the manor that needed to be parked and opened with the key can now be automatically recognized and opened, including the steel gate of the castle garage. After installing a hidden high-definition camera and infrared scanning system and connecting to the network, it can be automatically identified through Jarvis, and people without permission cannot enter. In addition to these two gates, there are also several password doors inside the castle. All access permissions are controlled by Jarvis. If you want to move freely in the castle, you must have the corresponding permissions. My Steel Suit 292. My Steel Suit 292. In addition to the access control system, after an overall automation and intelligent transformation, many operating permissions in the castle are all controlled by Jarvis. Chen Mo authorizes almost all of these access and operation permissions to Su-won, except for one place, which is the basement. The basement of this castle has only one floor, but the area is almost the same as the building above. It is more than 2,000 square meters and the floor height is more than 3 meters. It has been used as a wine cellar before, not at all decoration. There is no wall partition, but a whole connected space. Only a dozen load-bearing square columns are evenly distributed in it, and the entire basement space is very wide. Now, apart from the 2 rows of wine racks that originally occupied only a small corner, the originally empty huge basement is indeed occupied by dozens of large and small equipment. These equipments are the batch of advanced high-precision processing equipment that Chen Mo brought back from Hydra. They are more than the current world highest equipment in terms of technology content, technology and precision, leading by at least 20 for many years. After spending a huge amount of money to upgrade the security and access control system of the villa, and personally made some modifications and adjustments, Chen Mo made sure that no one can break into the basement casually, and Chen Mo made it possible for all countries. The government was crazy about it. Advanced equipment that did not belong to this era was taken out of the space and placed in this basement. These devices are all connected to the local area network in the castle, and can be controlled by Jarvis for automated production. There are a large number of alloys, materials and electronic parts and other raw materials that he brought from Aegis Motors. Chen Mo can many high-tech equipment, machinery and other products are manufactured here. Many of the security and intelligence systems of the manor and villa are upgraded and manufactured here. Because the power consumption of these equipments is very large, the power supply of the castle itself is not enough to support their normal operation, and the abnormal consumption of a large amount of power can easily attract the attention of the relevant departments, and the castle is found as abnormal, so Chen Mo not at all uses the castle's own power supply line. The huge energy consumed by dozens of equipment in the entire underground laboratory is all supplied by a fist-sized device in the corner of the laboratory. This tiny device with a dazzling white halo is the energy of steel battle clothes the core, the 3rd-generation arc reactor. Such a small arc reactor can supply the energy consumption of all the equipment in the underground laboratory for a long time. When the energy is insufficient, only the palladium metal plate in the reactor needs to be replaced. It is very convenient to continue to use for a long time, and there is no need to worry about any abnormalities being discovered by the outside world. Second day, Chen Mo took Su-won to the company, summoned all the chief in charge of the company to introduce Su-won to them. Later, the campaigners she will assist Chen Mo in handling affairs, and many orders will be issued by her. To a certain extent, Su-won will even be superior to General Manager Michael. As for Su-won, the young assistant president who suddenly appeared, everyone's reaction was mixed, but no one dared to question it. This company was rescued by Chen Mo from a desperate situation on the verge of bankruptcy. The campaigners' shares are also completely held by Chen Mo without any other shareholders. The entire company is his private property. The whole company is Chen Mo's utterance. They can only follow Chen Mo's decision. In fact, most people just look at Su-won's beauty, and she was suddenly inserted into the company by Chen Mo out of thin air. It is unavoidable that there are some misunderstandings. However, they don't have too many ideas. They will still strictly follow the normal work arrangements. The entire company has already been cleaned up by Chen Mo. He has bad minds, outward devotion but inner opposition, and all the sneakers and slipperies have been driven away by him, and the rest are all practical and serious in charge. Chen Mo is not worried about any obstacles to Su-won's work. General Manager Michael has no extra thoughts. He has the most contact with Chen Mo and has a deeper understanding of Chen Mo. He believes that Chen Mo will not call in because Su-won is beautiful. Facts also quickly verified his ideas. Compared with old Yu, who is a stable Michael, young Su-won is more thoughtful and aggressive. Although Su-won is just an assistant to the president on the surface, Chen Mo basically left the operation of the company to her. She did not live up to Chen Mo's trust and value. She devoted herself to the understanding and management of the company, marveling at the huge changes in the company within a short period of time, and the huge benefits brought by Night. At the same time, Su-won also found many problems with the company. After all, Chen Mo is not interested in understanding the details of mastering and adjusting every aspect of the company. Most of his energy is spent on the R&D, manufacturing and sales of Night, and he has also cleaned up the campaigners' worms. After the cancer, he did not pay much attention to other details of management, operation, production, and procurement. Su-won, who has served as an assistant to the chairman of a large group company for many years, has a very good understanding of the campaigners' operations and systems. After a thorough understanding, some problems have been discovered. Although it is not big, it still has a big impact on the company's work production efficiency and overall development. The most direct point is the wages of employees. Aegis Motors is now very profitable. The sales of Night are very hot, with daily sales of hundreds of millions of dollars. Employees have been working at full capacity, and wages and benefits should be adjusted and improved accordingly. In the beginning, Su-won reported to Chen Mo one after another, but Chen Mo directly let Su-won do it. In the end, she didn't need to report anymore, and went according to her own ideas. Just do it. Feeling Chen Mo's trust, Su-won was moved, and at the same time, she devoted more effort to the management and reform of the company. With the help of Michael and the others, after Chen Mo's cleaning up, the company that was already renewed has become more formal, systematic, complete and efficient in Su-won's hands, and the working atmosphere has become more positive, relaxed and harmonious. Everyone in the company feels the changes that have taken place in the company after Su-won's arrival. Not only has many system and workflow issues been optimized and resolved, but their working environment and atmosphere have also occurred. Great changes have taken place. The requirements in some areas have become stricter, but in some areas it has become more relaxed and free. The overall work efficiency has been significantly improved, but the working environment has become more warm and harmonious. My Steel Suit 293. My Steel Suit 293. With Su-won's adjustment of the company up and down, everyone in the company can clearly feel the changes in the company. Their work has become more relaxed and efficient, and the working atmosphere has become more relaxed, warm and harmonious. Not only has the salary increased, but also various benefits have been greatly improved, so that they can feel more caring from the company. I have a stronger sense of identity with the company, and my work has become more serious. But after a day's work, Not only is it less tired, but it's more relaxed and happy than before. Every day all smiled slightly. Everyone knows where these changes are coming from. While completely changing their views on Suwon, they also admire boss Chen Mo even more. They are indeed the magical boss who led them to reverse the life and death of the company. The young assistants they recruited are also out of the ordinary. After handing over the company to Suwon, Chen Mo spent most of his time in the underground laboratory of the castle, designing and developing new models, while also considering the direction of development outside the automotive industry. Aegis Motors has ready-made drawings, and the construction of the automated car production line has already begun. It is expected to be completed and put into use in 1 month. The surrounding large tracts of land have also been bought, and the construction of the new plant has begun. The entire company is fully efficient and has entered a high-speed construction and development. Just when Aegis Motors was undertaking major construction and development, the top auto brands that were squeezed out of the market by night, after a period of incubation, finally took action. Originally, they still wanted to make a fuss about Eddicott and the others being crushed to death by Chen Mo in the manor attack, to completely kill Chen Mo and destroy Aegis Motors. However, the evidence of Chen Mo, who had planned for a long time, was too sufficient. There was no way to take him through legal channels. The rhythm of the internet drove Chen Mo and guided netizens to boycott him and Knight. It didn't go well, and in the end, under contemplation, they had to use the methods in the market to advertise and publicize. During this time, they also discovered a fatal weakness of Knight, that is, the delivery time is too long. The daily output of Knight is only 10 units. And now the online order has reached more than 2,000 units. If you buy it now, you will have to wait at least half a year to get the car. With more and more orders, it will soon exceed 1 year. The price is also a major weakness of Knight. Its price is too high, although it is still a little bit behind the astronomical price of the real highest luxury cars, which cost tens of millions. It is in volume. The production car is already the most expensive that stage. Although it is indeed worth the price in terms of its performance in all aspects, there are still a few people who can afford it and are willing to spend such a large sum of money on a car. They are the same as Knight. Priced models, especially bulletproof cars, have no advantage, and off-road vehicles have almost no advantage, but they still have an absolute advantage in the highest super sports car. Although the speed of Knight is also very fast, comparable to most top sports cars, it still has a certain gap compared with those super sports cars that pursue extreme acceleration and extreme speed. Furthermore, Knight is an off-road vehicle after all. Although his appearance is very stylish and atmospheric, for those young people who are looking for a cooler appearance and extreme speed excitement, it is still more appearance the super sports car with more cool acceleration performance and extreme speed is more in line with their wishes. Therefore, these veteran car manufacturers simply chose to break their arms, and directly abandoned some homogenized models that were uncompetitive with the Knight, and instead increased their promotion of sports cars. Aegis Motors is a brand new car brand after all. After the initial outbreak, as the manor attacks and videos have passed, the growth rate of Knight orders has gradually flattened. Although it is still there are a lot of new orders, but they are not growing like crazy in the first few days. If it is another company, it is estimated that it is already very satisfied. Dozens of orders a day, revenue of hundreds of millions of dollars, and annual sales of tens of billions of dollars, can almost compete with the old brands of GM, Ford and Toyota. Dahang Automobile Group is comparable. It is a miracle that an emerging small car company can reach this level in such a short period of time. But Chen Mo is not satisfied with this. His goal is not just to be a big company with annual sales of more than 100 billion yuan. In his opinion, money is just a number. Chen Mo wants a great influence that is powerful enough to influence the world pattern. Aegis Motors is only the first step, but this first step must also be the best. The slowdown in sales growth of Knight made Chen Mo very dissatisfied, but he did not think of a solution by himself, but asked Suwon to come up with a plan to deal with the current situation. He summoned Su-won to come over. One is to value her character, and the other is her ability to help manage the company. It's okay now. In the future, the scale of the company will become larger and there will be more and more affairs. Impossible. He has to deal with everything. Like Hydra, he is only responsible for giving orders. Eddie Albert is handling specific matters. In the future, Chen Mo will also hand over the company's affairs to loyal and capable hands. Deal with. Su-won hadn't felt anything. The Aegis Motor Company's current achievements in such a short period of time are already amazing. The gradual slowdown in sales after the initial outbreak is normal, but now that boss has spoken, she naturally has to find a solution. According to the current situation, Su-won first conducted a market research of the system to find out the customer needs, competitors, etc. of the high-end automotive market where Knight is located. And then after an in-depth study and in contrast, the reason for the slowdown in sales growth of Knight was successfully found. Although Knight has strong overall performance and almost all around, the first impression it gives is still a bulletproof off-road vehicle, followed by the speed that can rival top sports cars. Those who are willing to spend $5 million on the high price of Knight are most valued for its bulletproof and off-road performance. For those who are not at all planning to buy bulletproof cars, or those who prefer the cool appearance and powerful acceleration performance of sports cars to off-road vehicles, the attraction of Knight is not so great. After all, not everyone will consider the overall performance of the vehicle, cost-effectiveness and other factors. Many people buy cars based on their own preferences, considering the appearance, brand, popularity, and rarity. My Steel Suit 294. My Steel Suit 294. Many people buy a car purely for pretense, forcing it. As long as it is enough to pull the wind, it will save face when driving out, and it can attract more people's attention and admiration. Others are not important. In view of this situation, in fact, the best solution is to develop a super sports car with a cool appearance and top speed performance to meet this part of consumers who are looking for appearance and speed. Sports car market. But the new auto production line has not been completed yet, and the original Knight production line will continue to complete a large number of accumulated Knight orders. So Aegis Motors does not have mass production of new cars at all. Ability. If you want to launch a new model, you have to wait at least 1 month later, after the automated production line is completed. Since it is not possible to directly respond in terms of appearance and speed in the short term, Su-won simply proposed that the company and the Knight brand and reputation should be listed first. Aegis Motors is a new company, after all, and the Knight is the company's first model. Although it became popular on the internet through the Manor attack, many people still don't know the existence of Knight. Or I have heard of it, but I don't understand it. Just treat it as an existence similar to other bulletproof vehicles. The company's brand awareness is very low. There are quite a few people who know Knight, but very few people know about Aegis Motors. They have no comparability with Ford, General Motors and other established car companies. A lot of people, even if they have watched the video, still question the authenticity of the video content. Compared with the supercar produced by a small company that didn't know when it came out, they had never heard of it before, they are still more willing to trust those world-renowned big car brands. Therefore, it is very important to enhance the company's reputation and strengthen consumers' recognition of the company's brand. As for how to do it, Su-won's idea is very simple: advertising. Thousands of Knight orders have brought tens of billions of dollars in revenue. Although the company spent a lot of money on land purchase, expansion, and construction of automated production lines, it is comparable to this huge amount of money not much. Then simply, Aegis Motors has extremely abundant liquidity. Chen Mo agrees with Su-won's idea of spending hundreds of millions of dollars to advertise, and he bluntly does not need to consider money. As long as the corresponding effect can be obtained, it does not matter if you spend it all. Su-won is naturally impossible to spend tens of billions on advertising. It is estimated that the TV newspapers and networks in the country and even the whole world can be dominated by Aegis Motors. However, with the full support of Chen Mo, Suwon still intends to play the second largest altogether, and spend more money to maximize the scale of this promotion, and at the same time increase the promotion effect to the highest strong. Let the name of Aegis Motors become an instant hit. Let everyone know how powerful Knight is. After that, Suwon devoted himself to the preparation of the promotion plan, and was even busier than before. Chen Mo still rarely went to the company, and spent most of the time in the castle designing new models and formulating the next development plan. On this day, Chen Mo finally completed the core design of the new model, and then the new development plan was basically determined. There was nothing to do for the time being, and Chen Mo got up and went to the company. "Boss, I have solicited creative ideas for the promotion of Knight. Here are a few that I think are good. Please check it out." Suwon said. A file was placed on the desk in front of Chen Mo. Originally, Chen Mo had left these matters to Suwon to decide, but now that Chen Mo finally came to the company, Suwon gave her several options. Chen Mo personally saw it. "This is the main advertisement for this external publicity. After confirmation and shooting, it will be broadcast simultaneously on major TV stations and the internet to promote Aegis Motors and Knight, so the weight is very important." Suwon also wants to hear Chen Mo's opinion. Chen Mo opened the file and looked at it at a glance. Shua. Underscore? The sound of turning the pages of the paper sounded. Suwon looked at Chen Mo with some anxiety, seeing that he was about to turn to the last page. But the expression on his face has been very flat, obviously not very satisfied with these ideas. After reading several articles in a row, Chen Mo actually feels pretty good, but it is only good. Not at all gives him a bright feeling, so Chen Mo is not particularly satisfied. If these advertising creative programs are all at this level, then the shooting of the advertisement must be postponed for a period of time. Ning cannot abuse. This advertisement is the main force of this promotion, which directly affects the final effect of the entire promotion plan, so we must strive for perfection and do our best. Soon, Chen Mo turned to the last page. After this look, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Interesting. Standing aside, Suwon noticed Chen Mo's expression, and she couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems that boss has the same opinion as her and thinks the last idea is the most appropriate. Very good. Just use this last copy. Chen Mo clicked on the last plan with his finger, said with satisfaction, then picked up the folder and handed it to Suwon on the side. Start shooting as soon as possible. If you have any questions, please tell me at any time. Suwon smiled and took the folder, and looked down at the plan that she was also very optimistic about. Immediately looked up towards Chen Mo. Good boss. However, the planner of this project has a request, hoping to be able to shoot this commercial by herself as the director. Oh? Listen. Chen Mo is very satisfied with this plan and has some interest in this planner. She is a senior in the directing department of the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA. She has good grades in school. Some of her previous works have won several awards, and she is also a Chinese international student. Suwon talked about what she knew about the planner. Chinese students? Well, let him shoot this advertisement. But you can tell him clearly that if the final advertisement does not satisfy me, I will find someone else shoot. These should be clearly written in the contract. Chen Mo likes that plan very much. According to Suwon, this person's abilities should be pretty good. He is also a Chinese. Chen Mo is willing to give he has a chance. Okay, boss. Suwon smiled and closed the folder, hugged her chest, turned and walked out. Chen Mo has decided on the final plan. Then the shooting of the advertisement can start immediately. Suwon informed the Chinese student that her plan has been selected, and she can be directed by herself as a director in accordance with her requirements, and can start shooting the commercial immediately. My Steel Suit 295. My Steel Suit 295. The other party was also very happy to hear her reply. After all, she was just in her senior year, and she was not very experienced. Many companies refuse to hear her situation and requirements. She is only willing to buy her creative plan, but her goal is to be a director, not to make money from advertising ideas, so she usually ends in failure. It is rare for a company to agree to her request to shoot in person. While she was very happy, She quickly assembled a team to start shooting. This advertisement is simple and simple. If everything goes well, it is completely possible to shoot in one day, but despite the support of Aegis Motors, the manpower, material resources, financial resources, and venue preparation are all that went well, but I still encountered problems on the first day of shooting, and the entire shooting progress was stagnant. In desperation, the young director who had finally gotten the chance to take the shot had to ask Soo-won for help and explained the problem. Soo-won learned the specifics of the matter and found that this problem was indeed difficult to solve. In the end, Soo-won, who also had no other methods to think about, had to find Chen Mo. "Boss, I have encountered a little problem with the shooting of the commercial. At noon this day, seeing a month's time coming soon, I am organizing equipment in the castle and preparing to proceed." Chen Mo, who was crossing over, received a call from his assistant Soo-won. "What's the matter?" Chen Mo talked to Soo-won through the communication system of the nano-combat uniform, while holding a strong and domineering, dark-looking NB7 in his hand. The energy rifle was inserted into an energy magazine glowing with blue light and stowed into the space. There was a shot of chasing in the hills and mountains in the advertisement. The driver we found was unable to complete the required action. The final result was not good. "Then find another one who is more powerful," Chen Mo said indifferently. "They don't need money, so if they can't, they will find the champions of those games. As long as you are willing to pay, it is not impossible to ask Schumacher as a stunt driver." Soo-won naturally heard the meaning of Chen Mo's words, but hearing this was a little helplessly said, "Boss, it's not a question of money this time. Even if Schumacher arrives, it won't work." Without waiting for Chen Mo to ask again, Soo-won explained directly. "In fact, the root of the matter is that the performance of Knight is too powerful. Knight's super strong suspension system and body stability system, so that it can ensure strong off-road ability, can easily pass various complex terrains, but also can maintain a high speed. The drivers they find are either racing cars, only skilled in speed, or off-road riders, accustomed to the speed of off-road vehicles, and what the advertisement wants to show is the high-speed off-road ability of Knight, to pass through complex terrain at a high speed. This requires the driver to have both a keen response to complex terrain and a strong control ability, as well as a strength control for high speed and a high response speed. This is not to say that it is enough to be good at off-road and racing at the same time, but to achieve the extreme in both aspects. This kind of driver is not easy to find, or does not exist, so Soo-won had to report to as his own boss. Chen Mo quickly thought of the difficulty of this. High-speed off-road requires a lot of drivers. If you don't pay attention, you will overturn the car. Although the Knight is strong and safe enough, there is no need to worry about danger. It is impossible to achieve the desired effect, and this wild chase is a very eye-catching and most important one. If it is not presented with the best effect, the effect of the entire advertisement will be greatly reduced. Finally, Chen Mo glanced at the time, shook the head helplessly, and said to the phone, "Well, then I'll come." Hang up the phone. Chen Mo drove the Knight and hurried to an advertising filming location not far from the company. Because live ammunition is used in the commercial shooting, the shooting location was chosen on a deserted highway. When Chen Mo arrived, the scene was not at all filming. A dozen people on the filming team were all crowded under the awning to avoid the noon scorching sun. Everyone's mood seemed very depressed. If this key story fails, when it is completed, the entire commercial shooting is a complete failure. The place is relatively remote, and the atmosphere at the scene is very quiet, so when Chen Mo drove the Knight rushing from a distance, the powerful engine rumbling sound quickly aroused everyone's attention. Seeing the Black Knight off-road vehicle rushing in from a distance, exactly the same as the shooting vehicle parked aside, everyone in the awning couldn't help but walk out and look towards Knight in the direction he was driving. He waited curiously for his arrival. Soo-won just called them back not long ago. They already knew that the boss of Aegis Motors, the mysterious young rich man, would personally come to solve their problems. Although I don't know much about Chen Mo, from the third video on Chen Mo's Twitter, that section of the mountain road beyond the limit can be seen. The young and rich car skills are very powerful. Maybe it can really help them solve this big problem. Moreover, all of them present were full of curiosity about Chen Mo, the mysterious young rich man who founded the Aegis Motor Company and created a powerful night off-road vehicle. In the entire network, the only pictures about Chen Mo are the tall and tall-back figure that was briefly revealed in the video. His true appearance has never been seen before, so until the night off-road vehicle that came, the people in the mysterious boss of Aegis Motors are all looking forward to seeing the true face of Chen Mo. The galloping knight stopped not far in front of the crowd. As the door of the left cab was opened, a tall silhouette that even the huge knight could not completely block get off the car, quickly bypassed the front of the car, and stood in front of everyone. Looking at the tall and mighty Chen Mo wearing a black suit in front of him, everyone could not help being photographed by his aggressive imposing manner. All of them were somewhat absent-minded. Chen Mo was finishing the equipment in the castle to prepare for crossing over. The mental state of the whole person has also entered the state of combat readiness, and the imposing manner that had been deliberately suppressed has also completely erupted. Suddenly received Suwon's request for help. Seeing that the time was completely too late, Chen Mo drove over. The imposing manner did not completely converge for a while. This made everyone on the film crew be imposing by him. The manner was suppressed. However, Chen Mo still intends to converge. Everyone soon came back to his senses, marveling at Chen Mo's amazing imposing manner. At the same time, everyone who finally saw Chen Mo's appearance could not help but sigh again. Stand up, my steel suit 296. My steel suit 296. Didn't expect the boss of Aegis Motors, brimming over with talent, personally conducts model research and development, and creates a powerful night genius, a billionaire super rich yet so young and handsome. The moment Chen Mo got off the car, I don't know how many girls were stunned. This is simply the perfect template for their in-mind domineering president. Chen Mo ignored everyone's amazement, admiration, or obsessive and admiring eyes. While everyone looked towards him, his eyes swept from the shooting team members standing outside the awning. After that, his gaze finally settled on the young girl standing in the front, wearing a simple white shirt and light blue denim, with a neat ponytail behind her head. Although she is very simple and neat, she still can't conceal the literary and artistic aura naturally revealed by her. Compared with the others present, Chen Mo judges that she should be the one of this advertisement. The director is also the planner of this advertising idea. Chen Mo didn't know that she turned out to be a girl until this time. After all, although he is in the United States, he and Suwon usually speak Chinese and Chinese, and she and he are indistinguishable. Suwon did not specifically explain. Chen Mo himself did not pay too much attention to this advertisement, and preconceived she as a man. Only at this moment did she know that the director is a female. If it weren't for a problem with the shooting, Chen Mo might not know it after shooting the commercial. After confirming the person he was looking for, Chen Mo couldn't help but put his gaze on the young director's face, and at the moment she saw her look, Chen Mo's eyes were instantaneous. I condensed. Involuntarily a kind of surprise from the heart was transmitted in his eyes, but it was quickly covered up by him. Not at all was noticed by the people present. What happened? Chen Mo, who was able to make spirit strength strong and psychologically strong, almost went out of shape. It's her. Chen Mo looked at the girl's face in front of him, and couldn't help but cried out a coincidence in his heart. It turned out that this young girl from UCLA, a fourth-year Chinese student who was selected by Chen Mo for advertising creative and allowed her to direct her personally, Chen Mo even knew. She is the girl who left a message for Chen Mo when he logged on Weibo. At the same time, Chen Mo felt a little familiar when he saw his back at the airport, but he didn't know who was the girl who was picking up the plane. Senior sister of Jiang Xin and Xu King, Enron. The two of them were in the same high school before, and they were in the same class when they were in the first year of high school. The relationship was only normal. Chen Mo's mind at that time was all on studying space abilities. There are not many exchanges, which is one reason why Chen Mo did not remember it at the airport that day. Later, she was not placed in the same class, and her contact was even less. I heard that she failed to do well in the college entrance examination and re-entered for another year. So she is still in her senior year, while Chen Mo was. I have gone home for an internship for more than half a year. As for Chen Mo about her later studying abroad, she didn't know, so she didn't think about her at all that day. She didn't have much contact with her, plus she hadn't seen her for more than 4 years, which changed a lot. So if you don't look at his face, Chen Mo would never think it was her. Chen Mo didn't expect it was so coincidental that she could meet Ran in Los Angeles, and she was still advertising for his company, but it is obviously not the time to recognize each other. Now Chen Mo is a Chinese American, boss of Aegis Motors, Blake Chen, instead of Ran's high school classmates, who died in the plane crash. While Chen Mo looked at Ran calmly, sighing the coincidence of the world, Ran showed a surprised look at the moment he saw Chen Mo's face clearly, which seemed to carry some surprises. Involuntarily exclaimed, You are Chen." Ran seemed to recognize Chen Mo, but when he finally called Chen Mo's name, he suddenly stopped, and he quickly raised his white hands and covered his mouth, only revealing a pair of big eyes that are as crystal clear as water, looking at Chen Mo excitedly and tenderly. The moving pair of within both eyes quickly gave birth to a layer of mist, and the eyes were a little red in the rippling waves. Chen Mo, hearing this, heart startled, but there is nothing abnormal on the surface. The moment Chen Mo saw Ran, Chen Mo secretly raised his vigilance. After all, he was a former classmate. Although he hadn't seen him for several years, he could not be impressed by him. Don't forget, Ran has left a comment on his Weibo before, and the meaning of the words does not seem to believe that Chen Mo is dead. In order to prevent the weak spot from showing up, Chen Mo has been careful to pay attention, so when Ran almost called out his name, Chen Mo was not surprised and panicked, but looked strangely emotional. After seeing him inexplicably became a little excited, indifferently said, "Hello madam, I am Blake Chen." Chen Mo did not dare to say that his Chinese name is Chen Mo. He is really afraid that Ran will recognize him even more as his Chen Mo. Although Ran stopped in time before calling Chen Mo's name, Chen Mo was actually not worried about being heard. After all, except for his appearance a bit similar to before, he has changed too much, and he has almost nothing in common. As long as he is a normal-minded person, he will not believe that a person's height can be in adulthood. It skyrocketed again by tens of centimeters in a short period of time, and the body and temperament also changed in a short period of time. Heaven and earth turning upside down. Even if someone with a heart hears him, and knows Chen Mo's previous situation and appearance, he will only think that Ran has admitted the wrong person. It stands to reason that even if you are an acquaintance, you should not just open your mouth to call out Chen Mo when you see Chen Mo. After being strengthened by Super Soldier Serum, Chen Mo's figure has changed a lot, and his appearance has also changed somewhat. But if you know someone, you can still find some similarities, but they are only similar. Chen Mo's body and temperament have changed too much. It can be described as heaven and earth turning upside down. It is completely different from before. Even a very familiar person will never recognize it as one. People, at best, only feel similar in appearance, but Ran seemed to ignore the change in height and temperament, and directly recognized Chen Mo. Previously, Chen Mo always thought that with such a big change as he is now, it is estimated that only his parents can recognize him. Didn't expect this classmate who had not seen him for many years was able to say yes. Although she did not call out her name completely, from her reaction, Chen Mo is certain that she recognized herself and seemed to know what he was wanted, so she did not call him. First name: My Steel Suit 297. My Steel Suit 297. This makes Chen Mo very puzzled. An ordinary classmate who has not seen her for many years, how could she recognize such a changed herself? In fact, Chen Mo didn't know. Although Ran is just an ordinary classmate to him, she is not so ordinary to Ran. Ran will never forget that night she rode a bicycle home alone after her evening study. When she passed through an alley near the school, she was stopped by a group of people who suddenly rushed out in the dark. Calm down. Since her home is close to the school, every day all comes very early, so she always holds the keys to the classroom. At night, she is the last one to leave because the door is locked. Now there are no classmates passing by besides her on this road, and even if there are people, it is estimated that they would not dare to confront the 6 or 7 people who are not good at first sight. The probability of turning around and running away is the greatest. Looking at the group of people who were approaching her with a lewd smile, Ayn Rand didn't know much, but she was able to guess what would happen next. Actually, this group of people have been eyeing Ayn Rand for a long time. They are all hooligans who are not doing business properly. A group of people often get together eating and drinking merrily, fighting with people, being fierce and having no money. Sometimes I would run to the school near the middle of the night to robbery. Students and teacher are their targets. Some of them saw Ayn Rand riding home alone late at night when they were robbed here. At that time, she was attracted by her slender and graceful posture under the dim yellow street lamp, waiting to see after clearing her appearance. She was deeply attracted by her quiet and fresh temperament and her gentle and beautiful face. At that time, bad thoughts arose in her heart. After several consecutive secret observations, they discovered that she was often the last to go home alone after school. It was very convenient for them to do it. The last group of people got together to make a total and decided to start her in this alley. Although Ayn Rand, who was caught in the wolves, mustered the courage to sternly scolded, but the weak and trembling voice only exchanged for the others' merciless ridicule. Looking at the lascivious smiles on her face, moved towards the gangsters who came up slowly, panicked and frightened, riding the bike and wanting to charge ahead, but they were dragged directly from the car by 2 people. He came down, and fell to the ground among the crowd again. Ayn Rand fell helplessly on the ground, looking at the group of villains that were surrounding him, and realizing that he was in a dangerous situation, Ayn Rand began to cry out for help in panic. They quickly covered their mouths, and moved towards the deeper of the darker alley, vaguely knowing that what will happen next, and so on. Ayn Rand tried his best to resist, but to no avail. He was quickly pulled into the dark part of the alley. Ayn Rand could not make a sound when her mouth was covered, and her hands and feet were also held tightly. Unable to move even a little bit, a deep despair rose in her heart. 2 lines of clear tears slipped silently from her cheeks. Could it be? Just as Ayn Rand was completely drawn into the darkness, and her heart was plunged into boundless despair, a vigorous silhouette suddenly flashed in front of her, quickly rushed into this darkness. Immediately afterwards, a scream of pain rang out one after another in the darkness beside her. Soon, the people holding Ayn Rand and covering her mouth also released her. He cursed and rushed to one side. His eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness of Ayn Rand before he could see what had happened. In front of her, a boy in a school uniform was fighting with these gangsters. I don't know when several people were already lying down on the ground, covering his throat, stomach, lower body, etc., lying on the ground tumbling and screaming painfully. The remaining few people also retreated under the fierce and swift attack of this boy. Ayn Rand only thinks that he is like a martial arts expert on TV. She moves so fast that she can't see clearly, and can only see the arrogant bastards just now, one by one in his hand. Falling down, Ayn Rand's eyes couldn't help but show a special look. His punches and kicks all rushed to the verge, and soon he put all the standing people on the ground. Since it was blocked by high walls on 3 sides and the light was very dim, Ayn Rand could not see the boy's appearance, but he could vaguely see that he was wearing their school uniform. Under Ayn Rand's gaze, this boy, who should be her classmate, had neither come to see her nor leave after defeating all the hooligans. Instead, he walked to the moaning rascal who was knocked down by him, clutching the vitals, and raised their hands and feet one by one to interrupt. The sound of crack-crack fractures and screams of pain and sorrow sounded continuously in this darkness, and occasionally sounded and crying for mercy, and this should be similar to her age. The high school students did not hesitate or pause, ignoring the screams and begging for mercy, and proceeded step by step. A bastard who was close to the outside tried to escape, and had already crawled out most of his body from the darkness while the boy was dealing with other people. Unfortunately, next moment, a sound of footsteps sounded behind him, and he just felt a tight ankle, as if being firmly clamped by a pair of iron clamps. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. In the end, he was dragged back to the dark part of the alley in a desperate begging for mercy. 4 times of crack crack followed, and there was another horror on the ground. And ran on the side witnessed the whole process. She who didn't even dare to even kill a chicken, but she was surprisingly uncomfortable or unbearable. On the contrary, she watched all the limbs be beaten by the boy. Suddenly, she only felt extremely happy. The panic, despair, and painful feelings just now calmed down a lot. This is the kind of gratitude on TV. If this boy does not appear today and is really succeeded by them, and Rand does not know if she has the courage to live. Even if she is alive, she is probably just a walking corpse, and she will be killed by these people all her life. Destroy it to these people, and Rand doesn't have any sympathy for them. This is the punishment they deserve. If they were to be released from prison for 2 or 3 years, she really couldn't accept it. Not only because these people almost ruined her, but also because he knew that if no one stopped them, these people would still do bad things in the future, and maybe more girls would be destroyed in their hands. Even if they were arrested by the police this time, they would only be in jail for a few years at most. They will only get worse after they come out, and they will still be a cancer of society. Now they have all their limbs broken, and even if they are better, they will no longer be able to fight fiercely and hurt others. It is more useful than going to jail, and it solves the troubles once and for all. My Steel Suit 298. My Steel Suit 298. And Rand doesn't feel that this punishment is too severe. He has his limbs broken and he can continue to live after he is well cultivated, but he can't fight because he hurts others and is hurt by them. Girl will suffer trauma that can never be erased. She has lived in the shadow all her life, and her entire life has been destroyed. Now the punishment is what they deserve. And Ran feels that it is not excessive at all, and she agrees with this boy's seemingly very ruthless approach. And this mysterious boy who appeared in time at the critical moment, rescued her from the desperate situation, and very ruthlessly interrupted the hands and feet of these hooligans. In the eyes of Ayn Rand at this time, it was simply it is the martial arts in a movie. Step forward to rescue the weak when they suffer from bullying. The villain who cannot be punished by the law is also punished by him personally, so that he will always eliminate the troubles. In addition to his swift attack that made Ayn Rand completely invisible, and the powerful military force he showed when he easily defeated 6 or 7 experienced gangsters in fighting, and when he broke several limbs one by one, his calm and decisiveness further confirmed his identity as a hero in Ayn Rand's heart. In Ayn Rand's mind, this boy is a martial arts expert hidden in the ordinary person. His martial arts are high, but he never reveals himself in front of the ordinary person. Come forward and fight for justice and save people from fire and water. When the boy rescued her and disciplined the gang of gangsters, Ayn Rand did not take the opportunity to escape, but stood aside and looked at him quietly, but the look in his eyes became more and more prosperous. Wait until the boy has finished dealing with the scum on the ground, not at all talking, but just turned around and wanted to leave. When Ayn Rand saw that this hero was about to fuck off his clothes and hide his merit and fame, he hurriedly stopped him. Thank you for saving me. The back of the boy who had walked out of the darkness was clearly shown in front of Ayn Rand. His clothes were from their school, as she had guessed. School uniform, that is to say, the hero who saved her is her classmate or senior. Just because the light was too dark in the darkness just now, and the other party deliberately concealed it, Ayn Rand never saw his appearance clearly. Ayn Rand really wanted to know who the one who saved her was. But he didn't at all and turned around, just lowered his voice and said softly, "Hurry up and go home." Then he left quickly and disappeared in the distance. Ayn Rand waited until the other party completely disappeared before came back to his senses, and looked at the moaning rogue who was lying next to him. Only then did Ayn Rand feel the fear again. At the same time, he ran away quickly. Back when he reached the bicycle where he fell on the ground, he raised the car and fled and left. Those hooligans whose limbs were interrupted did not dare to call the police, who was arrested? A rapist or a good boy who is brave enough to fight for justice? At best, the other party can only be regarded as overly defensive, and their attempted rape is sentenced to several years. Furthermore, they didn't see each other's looks at all, and it was useless to report to the police. They put themselves in. In the end, they could only smash their teeth and swallow blood, admitting that they were bad luck. Although I was quite frightened the first day, but fortunately that hero appeared in time. Enron was not at all hurt, and I was afraid that my family was worried and did not tell my family. I had a good night's sleep. He recovered a lot, and didn't have a nightmare at night, but dreamed of a masked hero with a long sword on his back. After waking up in the morning, the back of the knight who saved him often appeared in his mind. On second day, Enron arrived at the school first as usual, opened the door of the classroom and sat in his seat, full of the back of reality and dream appearing in his mind. As long as you think of that back figure, Enron has a strong sense of security in her heart, and she feels that she is not afraid of anything. When she was in a daze, the classmates also walked into the classroom one after another. Suddenly, an extremely familiar silhouette appeared in her sight. Enron quickly looked up and saw a seat in the rows in front of her. A classmate was relaxing in her seat. "Sit down slowly." Enron's incredible stared wide-eyed. This figure gradually overlaps with the one in her mind. It is him. Enron's face flushed with excitement, and with her hands on the table, she wanted to get up and walk forward. But soon, Enron relaxed again and sat back. She thought that the other party kept hiding from her last night without showing her face. Obviously, she didn't want her to know her true identity. In that case, why should she expose him? As long as she knows it herself. The true identity of the hero who saved her is Chen Mo. He left school late that day. Hearing Enron's call for help, he hurried over and rescued her in time. But realizing that these people are doing and so on, Chen Mo is extremely angry. In Chen Mo's view, it is not an exaggeration to force the rapist to kill directly, but he was still young after all, and his spatial ability was not strong. There were still some worries, and he could not completely escape the shackles of secular rules. Interrupting limbs was already the limit he could do at the time. It was because he saw that a group of people wanted to rape her classmates at the time, and he became so very ruthless when he was extremely angry. As for murder, for him at the time, there was still a strong psychological barrier. It was not until a few years later that grandfather was hit and seriously injured that he finally broke through the obstacle and took this step. I learned that Chen Mo was the martial arts hero who rescued her last night, and Enron was also surprised. Didn't expect not showing the mountains and not revealing the water in all aspects. Chen Mo, who is very ordinary, turned out to be a hidden martial arts expert. Since then, although Enron has never revealed anything, she has been paying attention to Chen Mo silently, and she has gradually discovered Chen Mo's out of the ordinary in some details. For example, his grades are actually very good. He can do many questions that other people don't know how to do right, but every time he takes an exam, it's just above average, and it's not difficult to get the wrong ones. Question: teacher and classmates thought he was careless, only she knew Chen Mo was hiding. The problem is also very easy to him, so he can't distinguish the difficulty at all. So he can only write a few mistakes. The physical education class is even more obvious. Although the race is only a middle and upper grade, other people are tired after the run, but he doesn't change face, and whether it is basketball, football, high jump and long jump, javelin running, Chen Mo's performance in all kinds of events is all middle and upper, none of which is too bad. Because each item is not top-notch, not at all attracted the attention of others. Only Chen Mo, who paid special attention to Enron, discovered these details that were ignored by others. My steel suit 299. My steel suit 299. Chen Mo didn't know it himself. He thought he was covering up very well, but a careful girl saw all the weak spots. After all, Chen Mo was still young at the time, and he didn't think so comprehensively. In addition, Enron knew Chen Mo's identity as a martial arts expert in advance, and only then discovered his deliberate cover-up. However, Enron only discovered that Chen Mo is physically stronger than the average person, and his mind is very smart. He found other abnormalities not at all, and only thought that it was because Chen Mo was able to martial arts. And knowing that Chen Mo deliberately hides his Enron, he has been helping him keep secrets, and even helps to cover up when other students ask questions, so that Chen Mo will continue to be his hermit expert. Chen Mo didn't know about all of this. At that time, his spirit strength was not very strong, and his physical fitness and brain power were only stronger than the ordinary person. He did not have the keen perception ability that he later had. So Chen Mo knows nothing about Ayn Rand's silent attention to him. Ayn Rand has been silently watching Chen Mo's back like this, and has never expressed anything to him. For Chen Mo, she can't say how she feels. Thank you? Worship? Curious? Like? Maybe they all. She didn't know how to say it herself. She just wanted to keep silently watching his back behind him. Her heart would be extremely stable. Until graduating from high school, Chen Mo went to the ordinary university nearest to his home, and because of Chen Mo, Ayn Rand firmly believed in the existence of martial arts experts in the world, and was particularly obsessed with martial arts movies and novels. I have been paying attention to Chen Mo quietly, and my energy is a little scattered, and I didn't get a good exam during the college entrance examination. Later, Chen Mo was no longer present during the repetition. After Ayn Rand worked hard and concentrated on the repetition for a year, he was successfully admitted to the university he wanted and came to the Film and Television Academy of UCLA. I am studying director major and I am determined to become a martial arts director in the future. Although she is studying alone in a foreign country, Ayn Rand still pays attention to Chen Mo's situation. Although he rarely posts Weibo, she will carefully read each one several times, but she does never leave a message, just watch it quietly. Silent attention to Chen Mo seems to have become her habit. It has become a part of her study life in a foreign country. In other words, Chen Mo has always been a strong spiritual pillar in her heart. Just think of Chen Mo. She is not afraid of anything. Until I heard the news that Chen Mo's plane crashed at sea, I kept watching his and ran silently and panicked. However, knowing that Chen Mo martial arts, Ayn Rand still didn't believe Chen Mo could be so easy. Just die. She has always believed in her heart that Chen Mo must not die. After so many years, his martial arts must be even better, maybe something golden bell cover iron cloth, or lightweight art and so on. He will definitely survive. While anxiously awaiting the results of the search and rescue, Ayn Rand also learned of what happened at Chen Mo's house, and learned that he had murdered and escaped in order to avenge grandfather. This made her think of the scene that happened in the alley that year. Chen Mo, the hero, was still so happy to be a villain who could not be punished by the law, so he took it himself. Imagine the scene of Chen Mo sneaking into the villa, murdering and revenge. The silhouette of the martial arts knight who was cultivation and beheaded in his dream came to Enron again. He has not changed at all. Like Chen Mo's father Chen Jianguo, she firmly believes that Chen Mo's martial arts is high and strong, and she is not so easy to die. She always looks forward to the news of the rescue team, but at the same time, she is worried that after Chen Mo is found will be caught and go to jail. With this kind of ambivalence, he waited until the rescue team found Suwon and the others trapped on the isolated island and learned that there was no Chen Mo among the survivors. Disappointed? Sad? Fortunately? Look forward to? Although all signs indicate that Chen Mo is dead, Ayn Rand still does not want to believe it. Since these ordinary persons can all survive, how could Chen Mo, a high-powered martial arts, die? Did he escape the rescue team by himself? It is with this idea that she, who has never chatted with Chen Mo, left to comment on Chen Mo's Weibo. She believes that if Chen Mo is really not dead, sooner or later you will see it, maybe you will give her a little response. The outside world thinks that Chen Mo is dead, and Ayn Rand is not worried that the police will monitor Chen Mo's account. I have a firm belief in my heart. I firmly believe that Chen Mo is still alive, not at all, was defeated by Chen Mo's disappearance, and is still committed to learning and learns of the newly emerging Aegis car companies want to submit advertisements, and after soliciting news about advertising ideas, they actively contribute. Under the influence of Chen Mo, Enron, who firmly believes in the existence of martial arts, loves literature and film, is imaginative, and the plan he wrote was successfully selected. However, there was a problem during the shooting. The performance of Knight is too strong. It can still maintain a high speed even when passing off-road in rugged and complex terrain, but they ask, although the stunt riders here are already top-notch, they still can't fully demonstrate the super performance of Knight. After she reported the situation to the assistant president of Aegis Motors, who was in charge of the matter, the response from the other party turned out to be that their president would personally solve the problem. She has also read the Twitter of this mysterious president, and she still remembers the extreme speeding on the mountain road, and she is looking forward to the arrival of this amazing president. But after really seeing his looks, Ayn Rand was stunned on the spot, and silently followed Chen Mo's and ran for many years. It can be said that this world is the person who knows him best besides Chen Mo's parents and the president of Aegis Motors in front of him. Although his height and temperament are very different from Chen Mo, his face is very similar to Chen Mo. People who are not very familiar with Chen Mo, affected by the huge difference in height, body shape, temperament, etc., will feel that the two are just a little alike. But Ayn Rand, who is very familiar with Chen Mo, can see the appearance of the person in front of him is at least 90% similar to Chen Mo. As for height, body shape and temperament, doesn't the martial arts expert all shrink bones? Since it can shrink, it can certainly rise. The temperament may be a peculiar martial arts practice, or simply acting. The imaginative Ayn Rand directly explained all the unreasonable points, and at that time he determined that the person in front of him was Chen Mo. He really is not dead. Excited, Ayn Rand almost called Chen Mo's name directly, but then she suddenly thought that Chen Mo was still a wanted criminal, so she quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth, and stopped the following words in time. My steel suit 300. My steel suit 300. Looking at the familiar face in front of her, Ayn Rand flushed her eyes with excitement, and tears rolled in her eyes. If she hadn't taken into consideration the occasion, she would have cried. However, Chen Mo's polite but indifferent words shocked her heart. She couldn't help but lift the head and look towards Chen Mo's eyes. Different from the simple and pure eyes in her previous memories, the eyes in front of me are as dark and deep as the vast universe, and the gaze that transmits through is as sharp as a knife, and the eyes are full of pride and majesty, revealing an imposing manner that looks at all beings. If the appearance of the person in front of her makes her feel very familiar, then these eyes are so strange. At this moment, Ayn Rand suddenly realized that this is not Chen Mo. This unfamiliar and cold eyes looked like a basin of ice water, pouring it down immediately, so that Ayn Rand's fiery heart was instantly poured out, and it was icy cold. Ayn Rand calmed down from the excitement and recovered his rationality. He couldn't help but feel amused at what he thought just now. This is basically deceiving himself. What martial arts is impossible to make a person's height tens of centimeters higher, and the body and temperament also undergo such a big change. This is not what martial arts can explain. Although she loves fantasy, she also believes the existence of martial arts. But it is clear that martial arts is not spell and cannot do what she imagined. Before, she suddenly saw this person who looked almost exactly the same as Chen Mo. Since she always remembered Chen Mo in her heart, she directly regarded him as Chen Mo. Once this subjective judgment is formed after that, the instinctive will automatically ignore those unreasonable places or find reasons to justify themselves, and fall into perceptual judgments, without considering any logic. Now that he calmed down, Ayn Rand quickly figured out the problems. Not only his appearance, but his identity was not right at all. If Chen Mo is alive, he should be incognito, and find a place to hide in a low-key manner. The best case is to hide in the ordinary people with an ordinary identity, just like those wanted by the government, and like a knight who sells meat and firewood incognito, instead of posting high-profile videos of beating the mole and drag racing on Twitter. The most important thing is that the person in front of you is a billionaire super rich, who owns a fast-growing car company that is catching up with several great world top car groups, and is a native of the US with US nationality. No matter how you say it, This identity is impossible to connect with the fugitive Chen Mo. So, the impossible person in front of him is Chen Mo, but he just happens to look very much like that's all. Ayn Rand, who had figured it out, quickly accepted the reality and quickly cleared up her mood, moved towards Chen Mo with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, Mr. Chen, you are very similar to a friend of mine. I just recognized the wrong person." Looking at Ayn Rand's red eyes, Chen Mo felt a little distressed for no reason. After all, it was her old classmate. From her performance just now, it was obvious that she cared very much about herself, but she had to be deliberately arrogant and indifferent, so as not to be seen by her as a weak spot. His identity must not be exposed, at least until he has a strong enough power. He cannot be let others know that he is still alive. "So, I can only apologize, Enron." The thoughts in Chen Mo's mind are not at all expressed on his face. After several world experiences, Chen Mo is no longer the original Chen Mo. As the ruler of Hydra that controls half of the world, and the emperor of the powerful great empire that rules the entire European continent, Chen Mo has the majesty and imposing manner of overlooking the common people. It's just that he usually constrains this imposing manner, including the murderous aura and sharpness accumulated in his endless killings and battles. If his imposing manner erupts completely uncontrollably come out, that kind of unparalleled power is enough to make anyone afraid. The majesty and imposing manner that people usually feel from him are only a small part of his intentional suppression. Just facing Enron, Chen Mo deliberately did this, making her feel the difference between Blake Chen and Chen Mo and changing her mind. Obviously, Chen Mo's goal was achieved, but he not too happy. After all, he deceived an old classmate who cared about him. Looking at Ayn Rand's big eyes that were originally clever and eclipsed, Chen Mo, feeling deeply guilty, didn't want her to feel sad because of herself anymore, so she changed the subject coldly. "I'm here for advertising." When Ayn Rand heard Chen Mo talk about advertising, he realized what they were doing, and looked at Chen Mo again, with a familiar but unfamiliar face. Ayn Rand cleared up his mood and talked about business with Chen Mo. "Mr. Chen, the situation is like this." After listening to Ayn Rand's remarks, Chen Mo understood the problem, and after asking the specific requirements, Chen Mo turned around directly on the side of the night used to shoot commercials. "Then let's just start. I only have half an hour." When Ayn Rand saw this, he couldn't help but was a little stunned. Then he hurried to the car window and looked up at the car. Chen Mo explained, "Mr. Chen, let's practice it first. After all, this is a live ammunition shooting, and now only this car is used for shooting. If the shooting is not done this time, the body shell is damaged by the bullet. I can't shoot anymore. The production of night is limited, and there are still a large number of orders lined up. Every day the car is picked up as soon as it gets off the line. The one used for shooting is still. It was finally squeezed out. Although the defensive power of the body armor is strong, it still deforms after being hit by a bullet. So Ayn Rand's original plan was to practice the whole process first, and finally put on a live ammunition. It's just that something went wrong in the off-road part, and it stopped. Now Chen Mo asks them to shoot directly. Although Ayn Rand, who has watched that video, has some confidence in Chen Mo, he can't shoot directly without rehearsing. Although this ad may seem simple, it has higher requirements for timing. If you don't pay attention, you may make mistakes. If it fails, you can only send the car back for repair before you can continue shooting. Chen Mo has recovered a lot after seeing Ayn Rand put into work, and finally let go of his heart, but he will go back to prepare for crossing over in a while, and indeed there is not much time to rehearse here. Moreover, Ayn Rand had already explained the whole process very clearly to him. He also watched the footage of their previous exercise, and he was confident in his heart that there was no need to waste time. "It's okay, didn't I still drive one? Change the car if it breaks." Chen Mo raised his finger next to his own car and said flatly, "Okay, that's it, start shooting right away." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and quickly drove the car to the starting position on the road, ready to start shooting.